The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidates, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is suck thick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. You got feedback, Saagar. Are you on the headset?
Yeah, hold on. Let me go turn off this idiot box.
Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah, and I'm joined with my other host, Lady Che, as you can see behind me. And we are joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Shabaka, also on the co-executive producer and co-host of Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income City. How about them Broncos?
Man, put them ponies back in the barn, man.
Put them
guys need to quit them GMOs, man.
Didn't y'all lose to the Queefs again?
Yeah. Like I said, my support of the Raiders is on suspension because I figured they would lose to the Chiefs, but they losing the bums. Okay, anytime a team loses to the San Diego Dolts, as you call them, they're scrubs. Okay,
no, that's good this year, Shabaka. But y'all are always in the basement, so that's no surprise.
Well, that's why they need to change the coaching staff, man. That's why we need to change the coaching staff. Let's see here. AFC standards.
All right. Thank you for that ridiculousness.
Oh, man, this shit is sad, man. We got the goddamn Chargers 4-3, Raiders is 2-6. The Ponies is 5-3.
The Broncos.
And the Chiefs still Chiefs are still undefeated.
It's not a pony. That's a Bronco. The best.
The Raiders on a losing streak for 4 games. The Dolphins on a winning streak of 1 game. The Broncos won 2 in a row, and the Chiefs won 7 in a row. So we're in week 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we gotta beat them. Since y'all scrubs couldn't do it, we're gonna have to beat them and set them straight.
Well, man, this is a bunch of bullshit, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to know who the fuck.
So before we got on this tangent about football, I was gonna get to the topics. So thank y'all for tuning in to episode 31, part 2 of the Frontline Black News.
Man, lose that hat, man.
Never.
Man,
the coat to go with it.
No, hell. Well, I can understand the cold because it's cold as hell in Denver right about now.
It is.
Boo! Ponies.
Broncos.
Boo!
Ain't no ponies. But the Gators are still in the basement where they belong.
Man.
The first thing is Rudy Gargoyle Giuliani forced to give up his assets.
Hey, what's up with that asshole? Did they take all his shit?
Yep, he's forced to give up his assets to the Georgia.
Good. Maybe the motherfucker go move in a cardboard box.
To the Georgia election workers he lied on, which were black sisters, by the way.
Good. Shit, if I was one of them, I would sue his ass too. Put that motherfucker in a cardboard box.
Then
all his assets to them?
Yes.
I can't wait to hear this story.
Now, in other news, since it's election time, get ready for a hurricane. Hurricane Patty, major hurricane
coming in?
On election day in Western Florida.
Oh, that's great news. Great news.
It's basically going to more out that Milton and Helene took. Then we got black men have had enough with Osamba and the Emirates.
Oh, that's great news.
Then we got Telemundo reporter press VP Kamala Harris over giving amnesty to illegal immigrants.
So she's gonna give these motherfuckers amnesty.
Then we got Stacey Abrams slightly defends black men from racial propaganda, but she's silent on Latino men for Trump. Then we got did Beyonce's endorsement help Kamala's campaign? Scripted.
Beyonce.
Yeah. Beyonce and Kelly came out in support of Kamala Harris yesterday, Shabaka, in Houston, Texas. And it was ridiculous. They had Kelly looking like a dude. Then we got
oh man, you talking about Kelly Rowland?
Yep, she was looking like a straight up dude. She was looking like Kevin.
And she's all tatted up and shit. Yeah, they ruined her.
Yeah, she looked like Kevin.
Damn. And she was a nice looking woman.
Yeah. Yeah, she came dressed like a dude, like a all chopper suit, like straight, like zoot suit, like a man would wear. But that's what she would decide to wear this rally. Then we got scripted phony Kamala Harris exposed yet again.
Mm-hmm.
Then we had Saagar Enjeti, who is another common East Indian, one of Kamala's people. How being weak makes you racist. So he's a weak man, and he's also racist, and he just so happens to belong to the same class as Kamala Harris. Then we got
class.
Then we got BRICS breakthrough. Economists Richard Wolff and Patricc bond on growing alliance. Then we got challenge to the U.S.
You got what now?
Bond on growing alliance and challenge to the U.S. And then last but certainly not least, the dump had a rally today. AKA
Trump. I didn't even look at that bullshit. And, I saw that idiot on TV. I wasn't listening to him, no.
The dump had a rally today in NYC at Madison Square Garden. And Vivek Ramaswamy and
Vivek Ramaswamy, you're a punk.
And somebody else from
Ramaswamy, you're a punk.
Yeah, well, he checked Van Jones.
That's not news. Man, we don't sympathize with no crying ass coon, man. Fuck Van Jones. And Mr. Jones, your ass is welcome to call into Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced Tuesday night, October 29th, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. And the number for you to call, Mr. Jones, is 516-418-5996. Let me see if I can pull this trick up on Stinky Bird. His crying ass.
So we have Reparations Nation in the building. Shout out to Reparations Nation. Salute. We want to salute to you.
Oh, absolutely.
So the first topic I said is Rudy Giuliani. So we're going to hop right into it, Shabaka.
Okay, when are they going to book that motherfucker?
After they finish ceasing all his assets.
All right, then put the motherfucker in a cardboard box. And definitely shout out there to Clarissa Shields, the greatest woman of all time.
Yes.
Okay, Van Jones. Now I'm trying to know, how do I find this motherfucker? Let's see.
Yeah, Van Jones got checked, but we covered that already, though, Shabaka. We covered that weeks ago.
Yeah, sick shit. Oh, by the way, I did tweet the dump. I told him that he stinks and his ass belongs in jail.
Did he respond?
And the thing is,
Hell
the assets
no.
have to total up to
All right, so Torian's going to give us an update on Giuliani. I think the see his time is up. It's a deep, let me tell you. Leader of New York City, Giuliani, is having to pay his assets.
Van Jones, you are Disgusting.
Here on the Tonya Rain Reloaded channel. And the interesting thing about it is a triple P. I told y'all that last night. Put a 1 in the chat if you knew it was going to be about Rudy Giuliani. Put a 2 if you had no clue, and be honest. But shout out to everybody that's in the chat so far. Shout out to all the mods, all the members at the replay game. For those who may not be able to catch it at this particular time for whatever reason. I mean, it is the middle of the day, so some of you might be on the clock and you can't come in. That's actually why I'm doing the midday stream now, because I actually will be busy later on. Otherwise, the stream would have happened at the usual time, which is 6. So that's why I'm having it today in the middle of the day. But shout out to all of you, everybody in the Discord, everybody on all here. Now, with this particular stream, it's only 2 videos that we're going to go over. They're both coming from CNN. One of them is going to be like a summary version of what is going on with Rudy Giuliani, and the other one's going to do a thorough breakdown of what he has to give up as far as assets are concerned to these 2 women who he lied on during the 2020 election down there in Georgia. I'm so glad that he's getting what's coming to him, and I'm so glad that these 2 women who are a mother and daughter are getting what is coming their way. Yeah. So with that being said, before I go, well, let me go ahead and share my screen right quick.
Shabaka, when you're typing,
but also play the disclaimer because it is coming from CNN, and I don't know how they about to operate, but just in case to protect myself. And let me just say before we actually get into anything, there is not one flattering image you can find on the internet of Rudy Giuliani. I'm telling you, type that man's name into Google, and I swear this dude looks like every type of Halloween mask you can think of. Mm-hmm. But shout out to everybody that is in here so far. I'm glad that you are all here. And make sure to hit the like button. And oh, y'all did the damn thing in the stream, the video earlier today involving those 2 knuckleheads. Wait till y'all see what I got to post up tomorrow. But let's go ahead and get into this.
No crimes. I can smell them.
Tonight, a federal judge has ordered Rudy Giuliani, Donald Trump's former lawyer and the former mayor of New York City, to turn over several of his valuable possessions to the control of Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, 2 Georgia election workers who Giuliani
be facing essentially ruinous liability that he can't ever hope to meet.
Giuliani owes Freeman $150 million from the defamation judgment against him. The judge has ordered him to turn over his luxury Manhattan apartment, which he recently tried to sell for around $5 million, to a receivership that Freeman and Moss will control. They could then potentially sell it. The judge has also ordered Giuliani to turn over a collection of watches, a signed Joe DiMaggio jersey and other sports memorabilia, a 1980 Mercedes once owned by Hollywood star Lauren Bacall, and he's been ordered to forfeit his television, items of furniture, and jewelry. The judge has not yet decided if Giuliani will be able to keep his condominium in Palm Beach, Florida, or the 4 New York Yankees World Series rings he owns. Giuliani's son says his father gave those rings to him. In the days after the 2020 election, Giuliani falsely accused Freeman and Moss of corrupting the vote count in Georgia.
Surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they're vials of heroin or cocaine.
Giuliani has conceded that he did make defamatory statements about Freeman and Moss, but when he was approached at this year's Republican National Convention by CNN's Caitlin Collins and asked if he regretted that.
I have no regrets at all. I'm on the side of justice, right, and truth.
Are you worried about them being able to seize your New York apartment, your Florida condo?
I explain to you that I'm not afraid of anything.
Then motherfucker go
and
live
this
in
question
a
was
goddamn
asked back in
cardboard
July
box.
before they put out.
I bet your stinking ass to be afraid of that trick.
And he says, "I'm not scared of anything." And clearly, you are, Rudy, because you tried to sell your damn apartment for $5 million. When you found out, you was about to lose it. So clearly, you are scared. I would be scared too if they told me I owed $150 million. And it doesn't matter if I was a billionaire, that would be like a shock to the heart. Right. Sitting up there talking about he has no regrets. And there you go. He told you right then and there, and back in July, I have no regrets for what I did. And now look at you. Now you got to pay these 2 black women a boatload of money, and they get control of all of your assets. And the thing is, the assets have to total up to. See, the thing is, it's either pay the 150 million or you give up assets totaling 150 million, which both, to my knowledge, he does not even have. So he might be indebted to those women for a very long time.
Let's start with
great news,
probably for the rest of his life.
They better be up in his house throwing parties.
Because I'm on the side of justice and right. And when history writes about this era, I'm going to be a hero.
He says he's on the side of justice and what's right. And on this side, in this era, I would be a hero. A hero in what way? Does he even realize what his lie did to these women? I'm not even going to say it because it's another video I'm going to play that's going to actually play some audio of some very tacky, anti-black messages that these women were receiving because of his lie.
But in 2022, during testimony before the House January 6th committee, Freeman and her daughter Moss spoke about the emotional stress they endured due to Giuliani's characterizations of them.
Don't want anyone knowing my name. I don't go to the grocery store at all. Haven't been anywhere
supporting
at all.
I've lost my name and I've lost my reputation. I've lost my sense of security.
Rudy Giuliani's spokesman has not immediately responded to requests for comment about the judge's latest order. A lawyer for Freeman and Moss sent CNN a statement saying they're proud that their clients will finally receive.
Let me pause this right quick and go back right quick. Hold on, let me go back.
A lawsuit.
What does Rudy Giuliani's lawyer have on his head? Do y'all see that? It's kind of dark, but do y'all see that? Why is his head shaved all the way around, but he got this patch of hair just kind of flopping right there? What is that?
I could post it. Link
Can someone explain that to me? I don't know what that is.
Clients will finally receive compensation in this case, and that this should send a message that there's a price to pay for those who intentionally spread disinformation. The judge has scheduled a hearing for next week on the fate of Giuliani's condominium in Florida.
Okay, so that's. Let me see if I can bring this back. So that's a little small summary right there of what we know so far. So he has to pay up all of his assets, like his apartment, these watches, that jersey, the car. They're talking about possibly that condo down there in Palm Beach. The only thing that's up in the air is those World Series rings, because those are in the possession of his son. Now, what I'm gonna go ahead and do now is I'm gonna come over to CNN's YouTube channel, and this video is about 9 minutes and 11 seconds long. Now, this one's gonna really go into detail, and it's also the person also that's gonna be interviewed here as well is the attorney for the 2 women. So let's get to it.
Really hard to get and find. Giuliani also has to turn over all the valuables inside his ritzy apartment, including TVs, furniture, jewelry, and a signed Joe DiMaggio jersey, which is actually hanging above the fireplace, as you can see from Realtor.com. Now, all of this now is about to belong to Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, the election workers that Giuliani falsely accused, of tampering with ballots, which led to threats like this.
Now, before I go any further, because they're about to play some of the threats that I was talking to you about, put a 1 in the chat if you think that the women should keep the apartment, or 2 if they should sell the apartment when they get it.
I say sell the motherfucker.
We're gonna burn your
Eat
store
shit
down.
and die, you racist cunt. We're gonna burn your store down.
So I can only imagine what the other messages were saying, if those were 2 of them.
Now, a jury ruled Giuliani owes them around $150 million for spreading lies about them after the 2020 election. Said he didn't have the money, so now it's these assets. So let's go straight to Caitlin Poland. She's live outside the apartment Giuliani is now being forced to vacate. And Caitlin, you have done extensive reporting on Giuliani's financial problems. So as you're standing outside that apartment building right now, that apartment, I understand, is worth an estimated $6 million. And Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss are going to be handed the keys in just days. So what then happens?
Yes.
Yeah, Aaron, they're going to get control of this, but it's not the real estate that they're after here, even though this would be quite nice place to live and had been in the past for the former mayor of New York. It is the money that they're after, Aaron. There is $150 million that is owed to these two women by Rudy Giuliani because he defamed them after the 2020 election. And so what is happening here is this apartment on one of the high floors in this building behind me, it's going to be handed over to the control of Rudy Freeman and Moss so they can sell it and take whatever they make from it in the millions, very likely. And then in addition to that, they're also going to be getting control of a whole host of luxury items that Rudy Giuliani owns. Things like a Mercedes once owned by Lauren Bacall, a Joe DiMaggio signed jersey, many.
All right, so this is all the stuff right here. It says Giuliani's valuables. So this is listed right here what they're going to get. A $6 million NYC penthouse apartment, which they just showed pictures of. And I was asking, should they sell it? And many of y'all in the chat say sell it. And I agree. They should sell it. Definitely sell it. $2 million in Trump legal fees, a 1980 Mercedes, 26 luxury watches. And it says 4 Yankee World Series rings valued at $30,000 each. And I truly believe it's probably going to be more too, because one thing they don't have there is the condo down in Palm Beach, because they still trying to iron that out to see if they can throw that in there as well. If they can, I say throw it in there as well.
Many watches, more than 24 luxury watches, including one. It was a Rolex one that was given to Giuliani by the French president after 9/11 for his services here in this city as mayor. All of that is going to be given to them so they can sell it off and collect the money to begin to collect on the debt that Giuliani pays them. It is an order with some fine.
SD Johnson says, I want cash. He can keep all that. Well, here's the thing, SD Johnson. This stuff now no longer belongs to him, according to the judge. It now is going to be in the hands of theirs. So the thing is, when they sell it, it'll be in the hands of somebody else. When they officially have it, like when he has to officially sign it over, it's no longer in his possession. And he has to sign that over. And he has to do it by order of the court. He has to do it. So he no longer has those possessions that you just saw on your screen. He no longer has like ownership of it. Or is getting close to the point where he won't have ownership of it.
Finality here in the federal court in New York, because Giuliani hasn't done that much in court to fight this legally and has run out of a lot of appeal options to try and hold off them from getting this property. It took them about a year to get to this point. In 7 days, he's going to be turning over the property itself, as well as all of the luxury items, to them. But then there's more at stake. The judge is still going to have to decide about a condo in.
But to the people that's saying not to sell, I didn't mean to pause it again. You got to understand this too. Rudy Giuliani's name has become so tainted. So it might be a thing where people might not even want to buy that apartment. That thing could be sitting on the market for God knows how long. And basically they will be looking at money that they won't even have to survive or invest if it just sits there.
And sell it to the bank.
Like I said, really think about that. And then on top of that, New York is a very expensive place to live in.
Yep.
So I say just try to see if they can find a buyer. But the thing is, somebody or people probably won't be so reluctant to buy it because of who once owned it or once lived there.
The Rudy Giuliani lived in it.
Now the other items like the watches and the rings and the car, that might be an easier sell. Those might be an easier sell than that apartment.
Yeah, so this is last
Palm Beach, as well as World Series rings from the Yankees that Giuliani has, 4 of them.
Right. Oh, wow. It's really, I mean, it's an incredible moment to think about it again, the former mayor of New York. All right, Kaylin Polance, thank you so much. I want to go now to Michael Gottlieb, the attorney for Rudy Freeman and Shay Moss. So, Michael, what is your reaction? I mean, so all your clients have won this now in 7 days. They're going to have the keys to this apartment, and they've been awarded these other items as well. What do your clients think?
I mean, I think we're all thrilled by this ruling. This is a necessary step in achieving accountability for Rudy Freeman and Shay Moss. A jury of Rudy Giuliani's peers found him liable for $146 million in damages for defaming our clients and terrorizing them in the aftermath of the 2020 election. And this is what accountability for that looks like. This is a necessary and key step in our clients' ability to start to recover some of what has been taken away from them by being appointed receivers of this property.
So let me just talk about some of these assets. The Mercedes once owned by Lauren Bacall that Caitlin Polance was just reporting on, signed Joe DiMaggio Yankees jersey, collection of luxury watches, 26 of them, one given by the president of France after September 11th. So what do Ruby and Shay plan to do with all these assets?
Well, I don't think they'll be wearing all the watches at the same time. They're going to sell this property. The property is.
So there it is, and this is the word coming from. So that just confirmed it, y'all. This is their attorney, the man speaking. That's their attorney. She asked them, "What do they plan to do with these assets?" And he just said they are going to sell the apartment. So that's the answer. They're not going to live there, which honestly, I don't blame them. They said they're going to sell that apartment.
That's an asset.
And maybe if they're lucky, they might actually get more for it. Who knows? But they definitely going to come up. They're going to get some millions behind that for sure.
They've been appointed as receivers by the court. A receiver is a person that the court appoints to take charge and custody of property in order to sell it and maximize the value of those assets.
So sort of like an auction to see if they can, how much they can get. I mean, it's
yes,
yeah.
They're vested with power to auction the property, to sell it privately, to use their discretion in order to turn this property into money to satisfy the $146+ million that Rudy Giuliani owes to them.
All right, so some of the assets are in dispute. Now, Rudy Giuliani is a lifelong diehard Yankees fan, right? So you got the Joe DiMaggio signed jersey. But the World Series victories, he has 4 World Series rings and over the years. And obviously those could be worth, who knows what they're worth. So the right person is certainly priceless. So that's an incredible amount of money, potentially. His son, Andrew Giuliani, though, claims that there's a photo that he's put out, this photo right here, where he's with his father. He says this proves that his father gave the rings to him because he's standing there holding some of the rings. So how much are you going to fight this for that specific asset, or will you let that go? I mean, what are you going to do here?
We're going to fight for every dollar for our clients to satisfy this judgment, and we'll have an opportunity to test the claim that those rings were gifted to Mr. Giuliani's son. We'll have an opportunity to take discovery on that, and the court will have an opportunity to make its decision based on what the evidence shows about it. For all of this, what we're trying to do is use the legal process that's available to Ruby and Shay in the Southern District of New York to hold the former chief law enforcement officer for the Southern District of New York accountable for this debt that he owes to them.
So earlier this month, you talk about how so many families have gone through such sadness as a result of the political environment in this country. And Rudy Giuliani's family is among them. His daughter, Caroline, I was speaking with her. She said that she was going to vote for Kamala Harris because she believed that Trump took her father from her. And I talked to her actually about Ruby and Shay. And here's an exchange that I had with her about them.
Right now, the biggest threat to our country is Trump. So I think it's important to look at the culture that he has created and the way in which he has refused to accept that he lost the 2020 election and get everybody to compromise their values, do anything just to keep him in power and attack citizens like Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss. Like, he's willing to hurt his own people.
But here's the thing, Caroline, is it? Rudy's daughter, number one, Rudy Giuliani was the one that did that. I give 45 a lot of grief. I give both sides a lot of grief, to be honest with you. However, it wasn't 45 that went out there and said publicly that these 2 women were the reason why we lost Georgia or lost the election. It was your father that went out there and boldly claimed and boldly lied on these 2 women, causing them to lose their livelihood, causing them to get all kinds of death threats, people showing up to their home. They can't leave their home to go do basic things. They can't go to work. They can't make money. They couldn't live. And they had to basically live like that for the last few years up until this point, and probably are still getting threats to this day, thanks to those to the MAGA crowd who still believe that the election was stolen. So to just throw this, to dump all of this onto 45, that's
did he call him the dump?
Your dad is the sole reason why he's in the predicament. And going back, because I didn't catch it earlier,
call him the dump, right?
Believe that Trump took her dad from her. No, your dad is a grown man. He wasn't kidnapped. He's not being held hostage or his prisoner. He chose to go over there and do that. And now he's in the position that he is in. Rudy Giuliani has no one to blame but himself. And like Leon just said in the chat, it's his karma.
Yep.
And keep this also in mind, y'all. This is the same Rudy Giuliani who installed stop and frisk back in the 90s, and it was horrible for black men in New York at that time. I mean, absolutely horrible. That's back when he was mayor, and when was Bloomberg? I think Bloomberg was governor. I want to make sure I got that right. Bloomberg was governor, right? And Rudy was mayor.
They were both mayor.
No. Who was mayor?
People just to have power, and
I
Kamala
thought
Harris
Andrew
would never do
Cuomo
that.
was
They
the
were
mayor.
both mayor.
I mean, the governor.
They were
I'm sorry,
both
Andrew
mayor.
Cuomo. Okay.
It might have been Cuomo that was the governor.
Only when he was telling the truth about the kids. That's it.
But they were both mayor of New York City at one time.
Okay. All right.
What do your clients think about? I
Giuliani.
don't know if they even know that Carolina said this and that she's voting for Harris. But you know, how does something like that impact them? I mean, they have gone through obviously, you know, incredible horror. We played some of the calls and the threats that they have received. But yet there's a sadness here too. Other families and so many have been broken apart by this.
Yeah, I don't know if they know about that particular quote. What I'd say is that, you know, Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss are heroes. They made a courageous decision to stand up for themselves. To fight really the most powerful ability for the harm that was due citizens who are participating in our democracy, without whom our democracy could not function. That the justice system will hold bullies accountable for pulling people like this into these kinds of conspiracy theories and trying to scapegoat them for political gain. And today's ruling, I think, is an example of how the justice system, even though it may take some time and even though it may take resolve and the courage of people like Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, will hold powerful people to account for these kinds of wrongs.
Tonight.
All right, y'all. So that was the end of that. So y'all know what I'm about to do, y'all. I hope y'all are in the Discord.
You're just gonna hear from people on the Discord. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on Rudy Giuliani being forced to give up his assets to black
That's
Georgia
great news.
workers?
That's great news. You see, and then keep in mind, you know, for some odd reason, they always want to target our people and what have you, or what they would call soft targets. So hopefully this is sending a message to them. So hopefully them sisters will do something for the black community with that money after they take their luxury trips to wherever they wish to go, which I don't blame them, and start controlling our own economical basis, is because integration is infiltration. It did not, will not, and does not work. Okay. I just tweeted Van Jones, and I'm putting it out there, and I said, Van Jones, you are disgusting, and you're a punk. Give us a call. I'd love to argue with his ass. You know, I really would.
That's like arguing with Larry Elders.
Oh man, Lord! Oh, Shay, you just turned my stomach, man. My God.
I heard somebody say the other day they love Larry Elders.
What ass scratcher? What white supremacist? No.
No, it was somebody that was black, Shabaka. Yeah, go ahead.
They love Larry Elders.
Yep.
Well, that ass is welcome to call in too. You know what I'm saying?
Here's my
Hold on, Shabaka.
here's my thoughts. Okay. On this, I'm always for.
You got the AC on or something, Shabaka?
I'm glad somebody listens.
No, that's the refrigerator, man. I'm making myself a cup of coffee.
I'm glad somebody listens.
Mute me out for a minute.
I'm always like, take a motherfucker's acid. About acid.
I can't mute your mic.
Right? I'm always about that. I love it. So, you know, I'm glad somebody listened to me on that. Even if they didn't hear me, my thoughts were in the ethers. So I'm glad somebody had heard me and took the acids, because I'm all about acid forfeiture, especially when bad things are done to Black people.
Uh-huh.
I find that to be just a little case of Black justice right here.
Right.
The thing I think about them, the reason I say they shouldn't sell it is because we don't know what kind of. I mean, first of all, if you listen to Sister Ruby, or Sister Freeman, the mama, she said her house had been, bothered. The racists that came by, she was getting terrorizing knocks and whatnot at her house.
Mm-hmm.
They were afraid to go to the store. They were afraid to go shopping. They were afraid to do a lot of things. So I think that, you take some motherfucking some sage and some sweetgrass, some salt, shit, cleanse that motherfucker good. That could be your shit. You wait a little bit. Once he signs over the apartment or whatever it is, signs it over to you. If you so choose, you don't have to say
he
that.
Owned it. I think he owned it. I don't think he rented it.
He owns it, so of course he can sign it over.
That's why they want to sell it.
It's an asset. Of course he can. He's good. But the thing is, I don't think he should sell it for this particular reason. It's an asset, and once it belongs to you, that is your asset, and then you can use it. Once you don't necessarily have to say it's his cocksucker Giuliani shit. It now belongs your shit. This is your shit. So you don't have to sell it. You can use it for generational wealth. You can pass it down a couple of lines. You can use it as a place to build equity. If your own, you could do a whole bunch of different things with it. You can use it for a number of things. A vacation away from home. If you wanted to come down to New York and see the sights, you have a place to live for a little bit. You can do pretty much whatever you want. You could sell some of his assets and do some things that nobody would ever think, like build a bomb shelter in that motherfucker. Do some shit that really can make it your own. Either way, it's an asset and it's your asset. The car, the watches, all that shit is like rainy day money. When in case some shit might happen, whatnot, you have a little bit of assets to fuck around with.
Baseball memorabilia too.
You can get it to a son or a nephew or somebody who likes baseball. You can sell it on eBay.
Son has
Speaking of baseball, yeah, Yankees, go ahead and beat them bums in Los Angeles Dodgers. I hate the fucking Dodgers.
Yeah.
Damn it, Saagar.
So now, as saying that, you got a car too. You can get rid of this memorabilia for a high dollar if you want to. You're in New York. You can do a whole bunch of crazy shit. But everything in that motherfucker belongs to you at that point. So in the other place that may go into their hands, the mama could take one, she could take one. I mean, they're owed that. They could keep their places. They ain't gotta necessarily, move in over there. But if it was me and I were them, I would keep the asset because I would use it as a family vacation home. I put it on Airbnb, whatever the fuck I could do to get any extra loot out of it if I want.
Wait a minute, you on to something there, Lady Che. They can make a killing off the Airbnb.
Yeah, they can do a whole bunch of shit. They don't
hell yeah, but
they gotta liquidate.
Not cutting your wisdom, Lady Che. Yeah, I just thought of something. What they could do if they put that on Airbnb, right? They could say this is Rudy Giuliani's home, and that damn thing will stay occupied. And they will get more off the Airbnb money than they would as opposed to renting it out.
Right.
No, but they're gonna sell it.
They don't have to
$6
sell
million. They're trying to get
because
probably $8 million.
You know what it is that when lawyers get around, lawyers try to just hurry up and give you the quick, easy answers. They don't
because they're sharks.
They just don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
They want. There ain't nobody say, hey, look baby, put it on this and this. Pay that motherfucker your lawyer's fee. Let him walk off, and this is what you do with it. And all this money is now residual money. So Miss Freeman and her daughter ain't never got to work another day in their fucking life. Yeah. All they got to do is buy groceries.
Yeah, that's good.
Simple
that's
bills.
Good.
If they were like on this thought process, they got a brand new whip to drive around. They got that shit's nice.
Brand new.
Well, it's a whip. It's
okay, whoa.
They got a
Okay, but hold on, old Lady Che. On the whip, what they need to do with that whip, right? They need to immediately put that motherfucker on a damn truck and haul that son of a bitch right back out there to Los Angeles because they'll make more money off of selling it in LA because Lauren Bacall was one of Hollywood's biggest stars. You see what I mean?
All that shit is memorabilia. They can keep it for themselves. This is something they didn't have before. They got to get rid of it. See, that's the thing, Black family. You don't necessarily have to liquidate anything, especially get it as forfeiture. We're so busy liquidating and buying new shit.
Look, $6 million
that we're convinced that we have to liquidate it.
Apartment.
All you got to do is take your motherfucking cleaning products in that bitch, some sage, some motherfucking salt, and some fucking sweetgrass. Cleanse the fuck out that bitch. Do some hoodoo cleansing, and that shit is now yours. Take your new linens. Get his bed out of there. Keep the frame and buy a new bed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Keep the frame, but toss the mattress. That ain't no telling who the fuck or what he had on the mattress.
At all, because once it goes after a month, it belongs to you. So if you decide to do it, Miss Freeman just put a place on up for auction or up for sale or whatever. You ain't gotta say. You don't have to disclose who owned it previously. You just need to disclose that motherfucker died in it.
Yeah.
So therefore, and this is just, don't quote me if the rules have changed over the last year or so, but I'm pretty sure you only have to disclose death or murder or something in that shit. And Rudy Giuliani didn't die and he didn't kill nobody, so that we know of in that fucking house. Other than that, everything belongs to her. Now, this is the contestant. He has a son that if Rudy Giuliani made a will,
the son has the ring.
If he made a will of some sort and it was predated, and when Giuliani dies, then there might be some contesting against the will. But at that point, if they did sell it, it's a moot point. You know, because some people make wills.
Okay, but they would have to go in a probate court with that if the winner's old bastard kicks the bucket. Fuck him.
This lawsuit would counteract the will. So it would be like that. That's speculation. The other thing I think about real quick, just one last sentence, and I'll be done, is that I'm always for asset forfeiture. Look, he did something, Trump did something, it doesn't matter who fucking did what, but those ladies were harmed. Those ladies were emotionally, physically harmed, and to their detriment, to where they don't want to go to work. They were afraid to come out their house. They were afraid to move around.
Right.
Ruby don't wear her t-shirts no more. You know what I mean? Miss Ruby don't wear her shirts that mom gave her name. She don't wear that no more. She was turned off by the democratic process that she loved so much. That's what she said in the trial.
No, you're right, Lady J. Everything you're saying, you're head on that is because when you go out there and do campaign work, you are literally putting your ass on the line.
But they gave all their all for that election and to be accused. You know, so I would say, since you were accused and all this shit, go ahead and keep all those assets. You don't have to live there, but you can keep that to build residual income for yourself and your family if you want.
Right, generational wealth, facts.
You could build a business in that motherfucker. You could do
facts
for you and your family. And keep in mind, this is not reparations. So they're still owed reparations. So they're going to be living remaining generation after if they do it right. They can take one of those assets and start a whole brand new business. With the car alone and a couple of watches, they could probably start a business. You feel me? If they wanted to, if they're not doing anything.
No, they can, Lady J, and they could start them a lucrative business for generational wealth too.
Yeah,
I'm getting feedback.
He has the rings and the watches.
Okay. Either way, that's all I have to say. Go ahead, Chewbacca.
Okay, no, everything you said, Lady J, is right on point. Is because now this is just a suggestion to them. Is that with that Mercedes being owned by Lauren Bacall, the place they need to do is to put that motherfucker on a truck headed straight to Los Angeles, California, and sell it out there, is because they will get a much, much higher price in LA for it as opposed to New York, or even better, take it to Palm Springs, California.
Right. When did Lauren Bacall die? So the value is up there.
No, that's what I'm saying, Lady Jane. Keep in mind that Lauren Bacall was a Hollywood icon. She wasn't like no second-rate actress. She was a major Hollywood star. So I would say Las Vegas, Palm Springs, or Hollywood itself.
Okay. All right, well, moving along because we too long. For those that's just tuning in, Giuliani, if his assets up to two black women,
lose that pony hat, man.
Never.
Man.
When your Gators get out the basement, maybe. But we'll see.
They need work, man. Yeah, that's why my fanship to the Oakland, Los Angeles, Oakland, Las Vegas Raiders is on hold until you scrubs get out of the damn basement. I hate that saying about my boys. After all, they from the birthplace of the Black Panther Party. You're ruining the legacy.
They're in the basement right now, Saagar. Actually, they used to be in
that's
the basement. I can't even.
Oh, by the way, basketball season is on. Can't wait to beat you buckets.
Yeah, right. When do we
and I'm going with the Lakers and the Warriors. And by the way, on that day, Brother Che, I just want to mention, man, just a small note. I'm not deviating from our itinerary. But in the NBA, history has been made where the first father and son had played on the first team in regular season.
Yeah, I already know that, Shabaka. And your boy Curry endorsed Kamala.
Bruce Curry. Oh, wait a minute. Not Bruce. Seth. Come on, Seth. Come on, man. You know what her record was like over there in San Francisco and Oakland, brother. Come on, man.
Everybody's smoking crack. I'm convinced.
He was probably at a Diddy party. All right, well, moving along.
Stop talking about things like that, Jesse.
We got.
Not in front of me.
Oh my God! To hell with the diddler. I've never been a fan of his.
No, I don't have no comments on Mr. Combs until he goes to his cases, but it ain't looking bad. It ain't looking good for Puff Daddy. It ain't looking good.
I'm Anya's
fuck
indecision.
The commercial.
I
Fuck
thought
the
you were
commercial.
good. Like
Fuck
with
the
home projects?
commercial. Fuck the commercial.
Free Diddy t-shirt on.
Oh my God, I'm gonna burn it. All right, so moving along. So just in time for election day, y'all.
Agree about the bad stuff.
Major hurricane Patty on election day in Western Florida. Good news. Great news. Great news. Great news. Tear down Mar-a-Lago Hurricane Patty, the spirit of the ancestors. Trash that motherfucker. Trash the governor's mansion. You know what I'm saying? Tear up Mar-a-Lago.
Sabaka, you messed up my whole
I would
intro.
love for it to.
I had a whole intro set up for this, so you just ruined it. I was gonna say storms that like to take the routes the slave ships took are gonna hit right in time for election day.
That's beautiful.
Major hurricane Patty is gonna possibly be making a landfall on election day.
Great news. Great news. Great news.
In Western Florida, the same areas that have been hit by hurricanes Helene and Milton this year.
The ancestors are angry people.
So this is out of the blue.
And then of course we wish our sister Rashida down there the best for her and hers.
Yeah. Sister Rashida, if you see me.
Not Sister Rashida, Sister Rashida.
Sister Rashida, I'm sorry.
Sister Rashida.
Love you too.
That woman runs 5 miles a day, people. She runs 5 miles a day. She's in her mid-40s and her eyes are very, very clear, meaning that she has no toxins in her body whatsoever.
And she sells homes.
Yeah, and she's in real estate. So more power to Sister Rashida.
No, we haven't had her on the show yet.
Well, yeah.
We've had her on our Blog Talk show about a couple of years back, and I extended her an open invitation anytime that she's ready.
Yeah, I like that. I'd like to know more about that.
All right, so Into Thin Air is gonna give us the update on this.
About a week from Halloween, and we are talking about yet another hurricane coming up from the Caribbean, making its way towards Florida, and basically making landfall in the same exact spot as Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton. All right, and now the crazy part about this, my friends, get ready for this. Landfall is expected, as of the data we have now, on Election Day, November 5th or the 4th. And as you can see, it's Western Florida, right near where Hurricane Milton and Hurricane Helene were both forecasted to hit. I just want to say we have plenty of time for this to change, but for the last few days, I've been talking about this on X and showing these areas that are still
I'm just hoping it don't hop
of big hurricanes. And once again, my friends, here we are with another potential hurricane. And just the fact that this thing is showing on November 4th is going to put a lot of hype around this hurricane if it does continue to form. So I will obviously keep you updated on this storm from start to finish. But one thing we need to point out right now, as far as what this season has done, we are already the number 3 most costliest hurricane season on record. We are only third to 2 other seasons, which we may still beat. And as you can see right here, we are at $151 billion. Only third to 2017 and 2005. With just the North Carolina damage alone from Helene, we may be pushing the number 1 costliest Atlantic hurricane season we've ever had. Now, for those of you that are going to tell me, oh, there's no hurricane.
The ancestors are angry.
The global tropics.
You see where he's got his thing at right there? It could hop right there into the Pacific.
Exactly where I just showed you. And this chart happens
right there by Central America. It could hop.
After we see landfall near Florida. As far as the stats go for this season, on top of what I told you about the damage we've already been.
That already happened, Shabaka. The storm that's giving you clouds right now, that's the storm that did that. It already hopped over. This is another storm he's talking about. It's supposed to form next week.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Through
because I did see clouds this morning.
Hurricane Milton is still the strongest storm we've had at 180 mile per hour sustained winds. And then we had Nadine and Oscar, which puts us to 15.
Yeah, the clouds are from a hurricane that hopped over into the Pacific named Christy, and it got up to like a Cat 5. And now y'all getting clouds from what the remnants of it is.
Okay.
Total depressions, 15 total storms, 10 of those becoming hurricanes, and as of right now, 4 were major. My friends, whether this storm forms or not, the point here is to show you that the Caribbean and the Gulf are both very much capable of producing and continuing to strengthen these hurricanes. It's no coincidence that we see these storms wanting to go to the same exact areas almost every time we see a storm develop.
Last week, Cuba got hit by a hurricane. Their power grid is completely out. It was already out before the hurricane hit. So if they get hit by another hurricane, they're really going to be out of commission. And, you know, that's
okay, what about Haiti? And what about Haiti?
I mean, they're not forecast to get hit, but they could get some rain probably from the storm.
Okay.
Developing. No matter where they form, they've all been wanting to wrap into that Western Florida area. And finally, I want to end with this. Take a look at this chart. Since 2017, you're looking at every single major hurricane landfall in the Gulf of Mexico. That is 10 major hurricanes since 2017. Now, I want you to notice something right off the bat here. Look at how evenly spaced apart these major hurricane landfalls are in the state of Florida all the way through the Panhandle, and then it basically skips Alabama and Mississippi, and then goes right to Louisiana, where we have 3 major hurricane landfalls, not even counting Katrina, which was in 2005, and then we have Hurricane Harvey over here in Texas. What this leads me to believe, and you can believe this if you want, we should be expecting major hurricane landfalls around Alabama, Mississippi, and then 1 or 2 in coastal Texas between Hurricane Harvey and Hurricane Laura of 2020. Make of that what you will, my friends, but that is something that I very much see happening in the next couple of years, if not sooner. All right, my friends, with that said, that is what I got for you for today. Please share this video. If we have a hurricane on Election Day, that would be complete mayhem. Let's hope that all changes. I appreciate each and every one of you. Shout out to Canada, and I'll see you all in the next one. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, I got $5 the motherfucker's gonna hit right on Election Day.
I have $5 too on it.
Okay, you got 5 on it.
I got 5 on it too.
I got 5 on it.
Yep, what you say, 2? Yeah, man. Where's it supposed to hit? Where's it supposed to hit?
Western Florida.
What's in Western Florida, real quick?
Tampa.
Mar-a-Lago.
Yes.
No.
The Panties Mansion.
No, Shabaka. Western Florida is Tampa, Naples.
Okay, who's in there?
Fort Myers.
And St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
So
Clearwater.
shout out there to our sister in St. Petersburg. Okay, Sister Rashida. Look like you guys got it going on. Our prayers are with you. Hopefully you get no damage. If you do get damage, we pray that it's minimal. But Governor of the Panties of Florida, you're a punk. So I hope that damn tree, man, knocks down your fucking house, you lousy bastard.
That happened. What that happened? That happened in like 2022.
Yeah. Wouldn't that day have more tree hit his crib?
What?
That's what we need. See him?
Yes.
Get the mad.
It's like distracting me with all these videos. All right, so
one video.
It won't be the last. So yeah, so just be on the lookout, y'all. I mean, they're saying something's forecasted to form this week and will possibly make a landfall in Florida. So
okay,
don't be surprised if it happens.
All right, so we pray for our people down there.
Yep. So then moving along, we got black men are fed up with Osambo.
As you should.
Okay, if I may say, because I'm a black man fed up with Osambo, if I want to say about Osambo with his finger wagging shit, and also too, Mr. President, your sorry spanking ass was supposed to give us reparations, sir, or at least start a movement during your term. I was in Denver, Colorado when you told that goddamn lie, change we could believe in. Yeah, motherfucker, you came up with some change, all right. Got men shoving ketchup up their asses, talking about they menstruating. Get the fuck out of here.
It was hope and change you can believe in. I remember it vividly. I worked on his damn campaign.
Yeah, and I hit Denver, Colorado that day when he spoke over there at the Pepsi Center, and the traffic was all fucked up. And I'm saying, what the fuck is all this shit? Somebody told me, well, Osambo's
Well, tonight in the podcast,
said, okay.
ladies and
At the Pepsi Center during that day, during the DNC when he was here.
I worked at Pepsi Center.
I was outside trapping like a motherfucker.
I was working there.
White people love Coke.
And when do we play the buckets?
I don't know when you play the Nuggets, Shabaka. When a fake show plays the Nuggets.
Man, I don't care who beat y'all, man. I don't care if it is the late show, and they need a lot of work. So maybe Seth Curry and company can come down there, man, 400 miles from the north from Golden State, man, and shut down them buckets, man.
The Nuggets, goddamn it, Shabaka.
Ponies and #1 slot behind the Chiefs, man. That's unacceptable.
The Broncos, Shabaka. Get it right, Broncos.
Man, put the ponies in the barn, man. The only way I will say, sir, as sure as shit stinks, the only way I will say Denver Broncos, y'all got to win the Super Bowl. Then I will call you all Denver Broncos.
We already won Super Bowl, Shabaka. We been
No. I'm talking about this Super Bowl that's coming up, sir.
Okay, well, somebody got to beat the Chiefs, and it looks like we're going to be the only ones to do it because y'all scrubs couldn't do it.
No, man, no, we in reorganization, man. We in reorganization, and I'm letting it be known to Mark Davis is that my support for the Raiders is hereby on suspension.
Yeah, we got to tell you about it just first.
For the traitors. Your support of the traitors? Oh, I understand.
So we're Raiders. We Pirates, man.
Just put
just because you're having a winning season, that could change.
Put a T in front of it.
That could change.
No, sir, we Pirates. We sell ships on dry land.
Y'all are traitors.
I'll go get my drum and beat it.
There are so much traitors that your city didn't even want you. So we're gonna play
Which city?
I gotta tap in with the Orishas. I'm gonna go get my drum and I'm gonna beat it into the ethers. That the next game, Jesse gonna lose. You don't want that while he's over talking shit.
Yeah, right.
It's gonna be all night like this. Broncos gotta lose.
Well, Lady Che, like I said, my support of the Las Vegas Raiders is on suspension.
We still won't be in the
You
Oh,
basement.
better stop, Jesse. You better stop. Just stop attacking us.
But anytime that we behind the damn adults, as you call them, Brother Che, that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable.
Y'all deserve to be in the basement.
That's unacceptable.
Keep it up, Jesse.
So Uncle Phil is going to give us an update on us black men being fed up with old Sambo and the disrespectful Democrats.
What's Uncle Phil talking about?
Obama when he disrespected black men, and he's still out here trying to wag his finger, but that's not really working. I want you to hear how these brothers feel about what Obama was really trying to do.
Made remarks on the campaign trail. He was at a stop, I think at Pittsburgh, right? And he said, I think there's some brothers out there who are on the fence and they're saying it's because of this or that, but I think I'm paraphrasing here, but it's because they have a problem electing a woman as president. And I just wonder for anybody who heard that, like what they thought of that.
Deeply offended. I was deeply offended. And it felt like a moment where it's like, you N-words better get in line and do what we say. And it felt like him as the czar of the Democratic Party coming down to say, go get these N-words in line. And the general tone of it was disgusting. It was abhorrent. I don't respect it. I didn't like it.
Brother.
And Kamala, 2 days after that, is like, we love our black men. We have programs and things that we're rolling out for them, and she rolled out policy. You know, because I'm tired of good cop, bad cop. I'm tired of it.
Well, we definitely, agree with our brother. That's exactly what they was trying to do, is trying to tell black men, you better get in line. Like Tiffany Cross, when she told black men, you need to get in line and follow the women. It's the same old.
No, fuck
but let me
that.
tell
You
Obama
motherfuckers need to cut the goddamn check for reparations. Fuck the bullshit.
Go back and tell them we said this. There's no
The
such
quote
thing as
Brother
getting
Paris,
in line.
cut the
There's no such
goddamn
thing
check.
as getting back on the Democrat plantation. We are thinking for ourselves. We are going to do for self, and we're going to build for self. And I know good and well that you don't like that. You don't like that kind of terminology. You don't like that process, because as we look more and more into your policies, that party is not for black men, because that party believes in just a bunch of social programs. It doesn't believe in upward mobility, and black men want upward mobility. Black men want to have the same opportunities as any other man in this country. See, black men know that the Democrat Party has betrayed them time and time and time again. Look at this migrant crisis, ladies and gentlemen. This migrant crisis, Kamala and Biden is making sure to put resources into the hands of other men who are not even American citizens. They're giving them jobs. They're giving them apartments, hotels. They're paying for furniture.
You can be a diasporic African all you want, Saagar. Ain't none of them African countries offering your diasporic African self dual citizenship in any other 55 countries.
Okay, but hold on, Brother Jay. To prove your point even further, Jerry Rawlings, who was the president of Ghana during the Clinton administration, was doing that, and they threw all kind of monkey wrenches in the works. And it was the fucking tethers, as you so point out, like that raggedy ass tether. I don't give a fuck about that. I just want to take. Say, fuck these goddamn tethers. You'll say, no, Brother Jay, doing more research on your position on the tethers. Fuck these motherfucking tethers.
Well, they're diasporic Africans, so you still want to.
Okay, no, but this is why I really appreciated President Museveni of Uganda telling that damn Biden sexual motherfucker, man, get your ass up out of here with this shit. Oh, now for you guys to get more egg, you got to go LGBT. Motherfuckers, you crazy? Get your ass up out of here. And then told the trick, hey, fool, you still standing here? He's standing there with his mouth open, man, like he's ready to suck another man's dick. And they told that motherfucker to shake the spot with a quickness. I love that. I appreciate President Traore of Burkina Faso of seizing the gold, and he's trying to create a currency about that. But you goddamn tethers can kiss our asses. For the simple fact, if you bring your black asses over here, you will get treated the same goddamn way as we are. Okay, just like the sister was saying there on the YouTube to the Nigerian. If you motherfuckers would have came over here in 1963, your black asses would have been hit with fire hoses, had police dogs sicked on you, plus your ass could not sit at a lunch counter and beg for a cup of coffee.
Yeah, but
and that's real. Tell me I lied.
They wouldn't have been able to come over in 1963 because they had a quota on how many black African immigrants they allowed in this country at that time.
Yeah. And then they were told back then, like they told now, that they cannot have no association with diasporic Africans here on the continent of, well, not the continent, but in the U.S.
With foundational black Americans, they couldn't have no contact with us.
Good for them. They don't need that.
No, they told that before they even
doing this
fucking
for all
come
these
here when
other
they go
men,
get the
but for the black
passports.
man in America, they won't do a single solitary thing. The black man that's on the streets in the same cities where they're giving these migrant men money and resources in the same city.
Yeah.
So a lot of black men have seen this. A lot of black men have woke up to this, and there's nothing Obama could come out and say about it.
That's right.
Because Obama doesn't live a life like the rest of us in the black community.
Right.
And so as we are on this last, full week, right, with this election, election day is coming. Like I said, I already voted, so I'm not getting out there with that. So I could sit on the couch election day because I already voted. See, I got that over with. I told you I was going to do mine the very first day. I voted last week. And in Texas, this was the only weekend that you could have early voted because it's getting cut off November the 1st. And that's why I kept preaching to y'all, go to early vote, do it early, do it early, do it early. Don't be caught in that crowd. Because if anybody do something crazy or some shenanigans go on, I don't want my people in the middle of it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want y'all in the middle of it. I wanted y'all to go early vote, get it over with, knock it out, and then that's that. And then we just sit back and see what's going to happen. But see, this election is different for the Democrat Party. See, the Democrats are used to black men just getting, like he said, in line. And the way black men are moving now, I promise you, we have greater days ahead as the black community. We really do. Because now we are, getting off of this Democrat plantation. Now more black men want to focus on having businesses and doing things for themselves. Black men want to make sure black women are good, black children are good. You're going to see a turnaround in the black community. You're going to see it. And anything that we leave, it starts to wither on the vine. Look at the black church. Black men walked away from the black church and now it has no cultural relevance. Jamal Bryant admitted that, right? When we talked about this last night in the podcast. You look at a situation like the Democrats. Black men walk away in mass, that won't have no relevance either. I promise you that.
Right.
It will wither on the vine as well. Because see, one thing the other groups don't have, as I talked about on African Diaspora News channel, they don't have the voice of a roaring lion. Only the black man and woman have that voice.
Right.
And as long as you got black people, and the Democrats had black people, that's why they got to where they're at, because of black people. But if they're so much better than us and everything, okay, cool. You want to prioritize men of other communities? You want to prioritize migrants? Okay, no problem. Well, then go ahead on and deal with them. Leave us alone. Right. You're not doing nothing for us no way, so we'll figure it out like we always have figured it out in the United States of America. See, one thing they're not used to is the black men respecting themselves. Because, see, black men are supposed to be the men that you can disrespect, and they're not going to say anything about it. Remember, we talked about this on the live stream where the default setting for black men is supposed to be at the bottom. Supposed to be taking disrespect. Supposed to on now or saying, no, I know my worth. I'm not taking the trash from anybody. I want my piece of the pie like anybody else is going to get. I'm not going to vote for somebody that's going to give my piece of the pie away to men who just got over here yesterday because they chose to come up here and they're entitled. No, I'm not going to use my vote and reward them with any kind of political power.
Right.
And look, they tried everything they can. Oh, Trump's racist, Trump's a fascist, Trump's he wants to judge generals like Hitler and all this stuff that they say about Trump, right? This is all what they said about it. As of recent reports, black people like, you know why black people like that about it? Because it lost its sting. Y'all said it so much. And if he was gonna do anything like that, like a fascist, wouldn't he did it the 4 years he was in office? The way y'all talking, Trump was gonna put it. You remember they were saying Trump gonna put y'all back in slavery. Last time I checked, we
remember Sleepy Blitz and Joe.
Last time I checked, because you got some people say that he gonna put y'all back in. Man, the Democrats will put us in slavery quicker than Trump will.
Right.
Democrats have put in jail. Look all the black people Kamala Harris have put in jail.
Right.
Look all the black people Joe Biden have helped put in jail.
Right.
Facts.
They put more people in jail. That's a true plantation to jail. Because that same 13th Amendment that say you're not a slave no more, that same 13th Amendment say except for crime and punishment. Except. So you can be a slave that way. And that's why Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have been harmful to the black community. They both been behind legislation and prosecution of black men and black women. Kamala Harris set up here and locked up a bunch of black mothers.
No, what's the comparison, Shabaka? And they both ain't good for us. So we shouldn't.
Okay, but what I'm just saying though is this here though, Brother Paris. Okay, being incarcerated stinks. Okay, I do not believe sitting up here organizing with these other groups who do not have our best interests at heart. They just look at us to enhance their efforts. You see what I'm saying? Classic case of this, man, is look at the rap industry. Say these other groups come out there. These other groups come out there talking about they want to do rap and all this other type of shit. And then one white boy who's going to do this battle rap with a brother who's going to sit up there and says, well, y'all use the word, I'm going to use the word nigga too. Bam, beautiful right cross bounced off his chin. That was beautiful. Yeah. Need more of that. You see, it's because what it is that they want the black man to be conditioned in his youth for two things: the penitentiary or being a homosexual. And that's the American social order currently here in 2024.
Or dead, Shabaka. You forgot one. Dead.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to, let me pull this up. All right. So what do you think, Lady Shay?
About black men voting?
No, black men have had enough.
I just read something really so disgusting and ugly. Disrespectful. Okay, real quick about this, and I kind of want to share it with Jesse, the thing I read. Okay, so about this, Obama has worn out his motherfucking welcome. He has shamed himself. He shamed everybody. He was a horrible president. Round two. I'm glad that he was kicked out of Africa for bringing over that those atrocities over there for them to simmer on. And I don't even want to get into it because then we'll have a whole new dialogue going on. But I'm glad he got kicked out and told to kick rocks. So because that shit does not belong over there. They got enough problems. They don't need that. The other thing is him kind of berating, or like how it's been used, wagging his finger at everybody, talking at and down to brothers, is a slap in the face of disrespect. First of all, brothers, I don't know. I don't want to speak for the men because I'm not a man, but I do watch other strong black men make decisions, and they're thoroughly, formally capable of dialoguing amongst themselves and making prime decisions without asking for a woman's thought or advice. That's one piece. Two, If they wanted a woman's advice, they would ask a woman. 3, the third thing, it's not necessarily that a black man will take a woman's advice, even if she shamelessly gives it to him. He doesn't necessarily have to take it. So they're very capable of making motherfucking decisions. I think that where women get lost in translation is that we underestimate the black man because we've been so used to either fighting them or coddling them, fighting with them or fucking with them till they leave us, or fighting with them, fucking with them, or babying them, or giving them everything. It's like we just don't have a medium, like a ground of just chill. And I say that because I'm not perfect. I do it too. So I've had many disturbing moments of coddling, overly protective, either or way left disrespect. So I'm not perfect by any means. And no sister is either. That's what we need to come to understand is that sometimes we just underestimate their skill set. Sometimes we underestimate them altogether because we're on some old egotistical shit. And we just forget that they've been making decisions and they've been moving the world along. This is a man's world. Okay? And yes, we're in the back, but maybe that's where we need to be sometimes. Sometimes we don't really need to be all up front. Sometimes it's cool just to submit, just let it go. Trust me, man, the submission just from this aspect is fucking like 100 times lighter than carrying all the way to the motherfucking world. But it's because some people, we just have to understand that you gotta let the black man be the black man. That, or else how is anybody else gonna learn? Right? So Obama hiding behind skirts, licking boots, and doing the most. He's shaming whatever black is left in him. So he's disrespectful. Anybody that he made get up there and co-sign that bullshit, or he went and co-signed. Eminem get a pass. I guess he's in Detroit. That's whatever, right? I personally would never have had that happen. But I was also curious that, like, this election season, how many of these individuals stumped for him? If we are going to compare apples to oranges and say she's like Obama 2.0 because of the lineage or the mixing, mama and daddy type issues, whatever. Did Usher stump for Obama too? And we know Oprah did. Did Beyonce stump for him?
I think everybody.
Did everybody do that? Because then it won't be weird. Because right now I think it's weird about Usher and Beyonce.
If you recall, 2008, I believe every black celebrity was backing Obama.
That was the first season, right? The first time.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. After that, then no, right? All right. If it was the first season, yeah. But we had already seen 3 years of her in office, so this kind of is something else. I say that only for the simple fact that she was been vice president for 3 years. Even if a senator has more weight, she's still been vice president.
Oh, Sambo was the senator.
Kim, though, he was president for 2 terms, right? 2 terms?
Yeah, he did 2 terms.
So we're not really gaining any real leverage or any new knowledge. Doesn't matter if she's gonna be like President Biden or not. At the end of the day, it'll be President Biden who successfully transfers to whomever, right? The other thing is that all these stars, they're not really elevating themselves after they vouch or they endorse her. They're not getting any more bread and they're not getting any more status. So I think it's a waste. And I'm starting to look at endorsements like that altogether on the Democratic side, only from a personal aspect of asking or just even looking at endorsements, running at the state level or whatever. For Jesse's campaign, I saw some really treacherous, ugly shit. And so it kind of feels like one of those things that maybe we should phase out because they're not really, unless they're valuable of some sort, it's just a clout chasing thing, I think, in my mind. That's how it looks. That's all I have to say. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, so I agree wholeheartedly with what Uncle Phil had to say. So, Bucket, did you have anything else to say about the subject? You were on mute.
Well, first place, you know, like I said, and I've
Well, she's supposed to be a sister girl, ski-weeing it up, right?
Is that Osambo?
Hold on, Shabbat.
He was way.
I didn't even finish the clip.
Oh, he's asking.
All right.
What do you have to say?
Right. That's why even black women come out and say, "Ain't no black woman. That's not a black woman." Because a black woman doesn't want to lock up a bunch of black women on some stupidity like truancy.
I wasn't done playing the clip.
Oh, why'd you ask me?
So Joe Biden and Kamala, they were perfect for each other because they both had anti-black racism in them.
You or Shabaka wanted to comment on.
Oh, Shabaka, they want.
Now I'm a firm believer. I want to see what this election is going to be, and I know because they already preparing it. If they lose, it's black men's fault. But I'm be waiting for them exit polls because I already know white men and white women are not going to vote for Kamala. Hispanic men is not going to vote for her like that.
Right.
Asian men, they're not going to they may be split with them, but definitely the white men and Hispanic men, they're not fooling with Kamala. You got Muslim men that say they're not fooling with Kamala. There's a lot of men that's not fooling with her in this country, ladies and gentlemen. And some women of other communities aren't fooling with her either. So they already trying to craft the message of blaming black men, and we not going to let that happen because we're going to use facts.
Right.
We're going to post the exit polls. We're going to talk about them, break them down, and everything. But we will not let you lay the feet of the feet of this woman at the feet of black men. Black men is only one part of that story. Because trust me, there are Democrat insiders right now that fear she's going to lose. They're saying it. They're now saying it. We fear she's going to lose this election. You think? The more and more she talk, the more and more she make people don't like her. Then that recent bait and switch with Beyonce. You have Beyonce come out. People think, oh my God, we're going to get at least a song from Beyonce. And Beyonce did her little thing like Usher did and left. And people was hot. They was hot. They bait and switch. They bait and switch people. And one thing people do not like is to be deceived. If this woman, knowing how people feel about Beyonce, right? They don't go to Beyonce to hear her talk about politics. They go to Beyonce to hear her sing. And let me tell you something. If this woman and the Democrats, well, that's basically a lie to you because they lied to you. They made you think if she was coming there to sing. They didn't say, hey, she's not singing. She's going to do a speech. No, they didn't do that because they wanted you to fill the room. So you really trust this woman to be a president? I don't. Like I said, I ain't vote for her. But do you really trust this woman to be president? Really? No. Then these people that support her, if you ask them what policies is she's going to put in that you support, they look like a deer in headlights most of the time. You say, give me about 5 policies that she's going to put up that you just really support. And like, oh, well, I wanted to vote for her because, you know, she's would be the first woman, black woman, abortion, you know, that it's not really much they can say. And that's not good. That's not good at all. Because she ain't really said much or nothing what she gonna do either. So how can they really repeat it, right? But shout out to the brothers. Man, I'm proud of black men. I'm proud of you because you're standing up. You're not allowing the disrespect. You're not allowing it, and that's such a beautiful thing. Obama don't have respect from black men because he didn't do right by black men when he was in office. He talked down to black men because you know why he talked down to black men? Because he don't relate to black men. He don't. He wasn't raised like we were raised with black people. He was raised with them folks. He relate more to them, but he don't relate to us at all. And that's always been his issue and problem. That's why, you know, he others us. Just like that's why we had to delineate. Because see, delineation, we understand the mindset of Obama and Kamala with delineation. They don't come from our group, but they want to put them as representation of our group.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a web.
That's right, Uncle Phil. That's exactly why we're delineating. So shout out to the brothers, standing on business, standing on code, and not letting these suckers, these Democratic shields, knock us off our square. We're not voting for Kamala. We're not voting for the Democrats. All the finger wagging, all the shame blaming and explaining. Shout out Rob, Black Light Revelations for that. Is not gonna get our souls to the polls. For no Kamala, Brahmin, East Indian, Hindu bell wench. It's not happening.
Right. Yeah. You're damn right about that.
So we talked about how much Kamala is a damn chameleon, right? So she goes on Telemundo. She doesn't say, "I'm not gonna do nothing specifically for you Latinos." No,
Black people, no.
Telemundo, Saagar. She doesn't go to the Latinos telling them she's not gonna do nothing specifically for them, and shaking her neck. She tells them she's gonna give them amnesty. So, Telemundo reporter pressed VP Harris over giving amnesty to illegal migrants.
Yeah. Yeah, so therefore we're all we got.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to other groups, they always going to fight and advocate for their people. Unlike the black people in the media who work for CNN and MSNBC, etc. Case in point, Vice President, on a Spanish, network. And I want you to listen what they start asking her and advocating for their own people. Let's check this out.
I hear you, but I think my question is, right now we're talking about border security, and there's no Democrat talking about pathway to citizenship, an immigration relief, and the benefits that migrants bring to this country.
Oh, but there's no question that migrants bring. America is a country that was built in part by immigrants.
But people are concerned about their TPS, their DACA, we're talking about mass deportations.
I'm not talking about.
What do you stand on mass deportations? What's your stand there?
We need smart, humane immigration policy in America that includes a pathway to citizenship, put resources at the border in terms of security, honoring America's history as a country of immigrants, not vilifying people who are fleeing harm, but instead creating an orderly system for them to actually be able to make their case.
Now, did y'all see, how this Telemundo reporter was pressing her about immigration? He was pressing her about temporary protected status so people could stay in this country. He was also pressing her about citizenship. See, these people run up here and they do not want to leave. Nobody hates their homeland more than a lot of these immigrants that come to this country. They do not want to go back. They don't want, they'll be swinging their flag so be there. Now, this man, in my opinion, has some nerve, but she also got some nerve. Because you say, this country is built in part by immigrants. What immigrant was on them slavery plantations for 250 years? I'll definitely wait for y'all to tell me what immigrant did that. Because last time I checked, that was the freedmen that was on those plantations for 250 years. After the freedmen laid the foundation of this country, other people came in, and like when you had the Chinese come work on the railroad, the freedmen got the railroad started first. They just started to help add on to it.
That's the Southern Pacific Railroad.
The other groups that came in,
no, Uncle Phil, you're
whether they
wrong.
come
That's
in
the
from
Southern
Europe
Pacific
or
Railroad.
wherever they came from, right? They came in to do work after the foundation was already built by the hand of men. So no, immigrants did not build this country. It was the freedmen, the slaves. They built this country. That's number one. New pathway to citizenship. Now, if you do it the legal way, go through the process. Okay, cool. But this mass amnesty that these people want, no. Go fight in your homeland. Go build up your homeland and go make that a better place. Sit up here demanding Vice President Kamala Harris, she become president, basically do amnesty. Now, I would say this much, she probably would do amnesty because Nancy Pelosi has said, well, you know, it wouldn't be, none of them would be illegal if we just go on and just do amnesty. Yeah, that's what she wants. It's amnesty. And you know, Kamala is an empty pantsuit. And she gonna do what Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama tell her to do. Even if she become the president. I know that, right? Barack Obama said that he said he would do the job again if he could just sit in his basement and tell somebody else to do this and that and the third. He said that. Yeah. But it's the thing. When we have a black reporter talking to her, they're not advocating for reparations. But when you have the Hispanic, he's advocating for amnesty. Y'all want to talk to her about some collard greens in the bathtub. Y'all don't want to talk about an anti-black hate crime bill. You don't want to press her about her record with black people. No, you want to ask her about Howard University and ski weeing it up. You want to ask that, but you don't want to press her about something for the black community. How is it that every community is sit down for something for their people?
Right.
But when it comes to the black ones, y'all just acting like y'all never been around somebody before and just giving her softball questions. What that silly Steve Harvey said, I'm not asking about all the reparations. This is an alley-oop, you know, and I'm like, what? When you get in front of these people, you're supposed to be asking and demanding. Hey, what are you going to do for the black vote? What are you going to do for it? I just want to know. Are you going to do the reparations? Well, I support a study. That's not good enough. The only thing you got to say back to that is it wasn't no study done when you gave all this money to migrants. No study for that. Right. So you need no study for reparations. Second question is say, well, they did a study for reparations in California, a good study. So you can take their study if you want it, but you do not need a study. That's done with already. California did a study. That's good enough. Start passing out the checks. And get her to say, well, no, I'm not going to do no checks. I was like, okay, cool. Well, we're not going to vote for you. It's just that simple.
Right.
But ladies and gentlemen, I will say this. She's being pressed all over the place. But if she go on, that's why she didn't really want to say she's going to do mass amnesty, because she knows if she told that man she going to do mass amnesty or you know, she gonna make everybody TPS be good and all that, she knows she would lose immediately. Well, she's already on the verge of losing, but she would solidify the loss if she get on there saying she's gonna do amnesty. She know a lot of people don't want that in this country. She know a lot of people are sick and tired of the border issue in this country. She knows. Why do you think she's not really rah-rahing it up about immigrants like she used to? Because that is a very touchy subject. And Trump is doing very well on that particular issue. He's doing extremely well. So other groups advocate, but the people that we have, your D.L. Hewley, your Ricky Smiley, Charlemagne, you would think of anybody who did interviews with her. Nobody pressed her about no reparations or anti-black hate crime bill or nothing. And that's why black folks don't get nothing. Because we got people in front of them who could be asking these questions, they say nothing. And that's been the biggest problem. See, she wouldn't interview with somebody like me. Now, I would treat her with much respect. I wouldn't dare disrespect her at all. I don't disrespect no guests that come on my show. None. I wouldn't dare disrespect nobody. But you will be asked the hard questions. And whatever she say is what she say. That's it. We would just like say, hey, yeah, okay, that's your answer? Okay. Let's move on to the next thing. And that's it. That's it. But she won't sit down with people like myself. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I need your help, and here's why. I'm on a mission to recover $10 million within the next 12 months to American
Latino men are freaking.
Patricc already offered to meet with both her and the dump. All right, Shabaka, what are your
Hi, I'm Micheline, and I'm a therapist that goes to therapy.
Okay, just like what Uncle Phil was saying right there, man. And I'm gonna put it in a nutshell, man. More reason for us to control our own economics, man, our own politics. As Dr. Claude Anderson had stated, man, when you control your own economics, you can control your own politics. It's because politicians are on economical strings. You see what I mean? Okay, and the reason why we're fucked over, the reason why we are marginalized, as you put it, and grouped into with these other groups as and we're grouped in and marginalized. You see, so we got to step off and have our own platform. You see what I'm saying? I mean, look at how social media regulates us. Look how social media restrains us. You see, and then when you got Black entrepreneurs that try to get their own tech giant firms, they got all kind of obstacles that they got to go over. You see what I mean? So therefore, too, in addition to the reparations, we got to have our own social media. You see? I mean, straight out, man. I don't want to see these damn tethers, man. I don't want to see these other groups with this all-inclusive bullshit, because every goddamn time they're talking about we got to be all-inclusive, we lose. As soon as we're talking about being self-sufficient, what does Facebook do to us? Well, you know, that goes against community standards, guy, and all of that old type of shit. They want to tear down our pages. You see? You know, they want to see all our goddamn men feminized and see all our women emasculated. No, that is disgusting and an insult to womanhood for a man to go shove ketchup up his ass talking about he's having a menstrual cycle. That is an insult to womanhood.
I agree.
And then all you trans motherfuckers out there talking about you want to compete in women's sports, go form your own goddamn leagues.
I've seen some shit where they said they had took away like 900 medals from actual women.
So that's disgusting. And then when these confused ass motherfuckers call themselves women trying to go in a woman's sport, you denying a bona fide woman of her rightful place to compete.
Right.
Yep.
See. Then you got a lot of the women who are saying is with these confused motherfuckers going off there in the women's restrooms and women's locker rooms and shit, they feel threatened.
Yeah.
As well as they should.
Let's hear from Lady Check. Go ahead, Lady Check.
All right, like one, you know, in regards to that, I had a situation one time, well, a couple times when I was homeless. I was going to the rescue mission, and I was in there chilling with, some female friends of mine that I knew. We were up in the back stall in the big handicap stall, right? And we just in there bullshitting, you know, chilling for like, it was cold outside, so we're in there kicking it. We're in the rescue mission. Girls could only be in there till like 4 PM.
Yeah.
So the whole bathroom's full of broads, you know, and we're in there chilling and shit, just laughing, giggling, going to the bathroom, washing up when you're not supposed to be washing up in there, you know. And these particular girls I kicked it with on the street, we just in there just in one stall doing the most, right? Trying to get cleaned up and whatnot. And a man, or excuse me, he identified as a woman, came up in the bathroom.
Oh, God.
Started going, and immediately all the girls started to get upset, okay? Because we recognized that you know the energy had shifted. It wasn't a you know, woman like us.
Right.
And I mean that like us, born naturally, you know.
Right, a natural born woman.
So you know, everybody started getting upset, but we'll just call it a girl for right now. She started to get bucked with the other women, and then it became contentious. Because then we're like, hey, cuz, you know, you got a dick, take that somewhere, take that to the other restroom. Right. You know what I mean? You got a whole dick, cuz you ain't need to be up in here with your little tennis skirt shit. Get the fuck up out of here.
Right.
Like, it became like that because
Right.
it was respectful. I guess when she came in the bathroom, I'm an adult. She came in the bathroom. I guess she was trying to push the other stalls are for able-bodied women. So the big stall, the handicap stall, So I manned it with my chair, and I brought all my friends in there to watch up and shit, right? Because it's a big little area. So, but that's what we're doing in there. So I roll out, there everybody's like leaving because it's starting to get, bathrooms starting to get hot. So that means they're going to come break shit up. So we're getting ready to leave. And I see this person throw something wet at a lady, like a wad of wet tissue, threw it in her face. And I kind of went off. I was like, hey, cuz, I'm like, get the fuck up out of here. You don't be doing that shit in the first place. Who the fuck is you? And I went off, right? It became a contentious thing, like that I'm being, I had a phobia of some sort. And no matter how I explained it, they would find every word to step on to make it seem like it was me, right? And I was like, in reality, what it is that we shouldn't have to compromise. The girls' bathroom should not have to compromise. Okay, there should be something for them so they can be comfortable. Because in reality, women aren't comfortable unless it's your man, your son, and that's pushing with a brother, whatever. But unless it's your man or your son, and he's little, then you're okay with masculine energy being in the bathroom. Like I had a son, I had to take him. There was a time where I had to let him go at the movie theater so he could walk his 4-year-old self to do man things in the boys' bathroom, in the men's bathroom. I can't go in the men's bathroom, and I had to trust that he could say no to strangers, close the door, lock it behind him, handle his business, and hurry up and walk out. You know what I mean? I had to trust him because he was 4 years old. I couldn't, though, take him at 4 years old to a girl's bathroom because his brain is already working in the, I'm a boy, I wear jeans. I'm a boy, I wear Levi's. You dig? I can't be in a girl's bathroom. Mommy and my sister go to girls' bathrooms. You dig? So psychologically, I was just saving my son for manhood. I couldn't walk him in there, and I didn't want to get. I like to fight, so I didn't want to get in no fights either. So I was just like, whatever, right? But we don't like, technically, and I'm not the only one. Just because nobody's saying it, we don't like masculine energy in a girl's place, just like men don't want no feminine energy in a man's spot. Because men go to the bathroom in clubs and shit. They talk about bitches. They talk about whatever fuck. It's just like the barbershop, right? Girls do the same shit, and we don't want none of that in there. However, there has to be a medium for them so they can feel safe, and it's got to be integrated. And the only integration is these wonderful things called a family bathroom, right? That means anybody, both men and women and a baby can go up in there. They can just do family things. That should be the middle ground so that, there's no weirdness. Because motherfucking bitches get weird in there and they don't like that shit and then they get mad. And you can't you can't tell them they're being phobic or not because it's a lie. That's gaslighting. 2, what this is Stacey Abrams thing? Why defend if you're not going to go all the way with it?
Right.
That's bullshit. And everything else is like whack. Like if you're gonna do something, defend it all the way or don't do it at all.
Right.
And who the fuck is Stacey Abrams anyway nowadays?
Nobody.
It's a nobody. So it's a nothing burger again. It has no weight for the black man. It's just another nothing burger. And if they're not tired of hearing it from black men that are masculine, even if they're not masculine, they're not tired of hearing it. They're gonna be tired by the spit. And then after that, what you gonna do about it?
She gonna go back underneath
what they
the
gonna
rock
do
she
if
crawled
they
under.
lose to the orange man? What's anybody gonna do? What's the plan for if it goes either way, which is in the negative? What's the plan? That's my question. Go ahead, I'm done.
The plan for who? The Democrats
Both.
or just in general?
In general, you got the
Well,
fear-mongering on both
Kamala is already talking about she got her lawyers ready to
Uh-huh.
challenge any kind of results
For what?
for the dump, and then
I bet you he don't challenge it. You know why I don't think he's gonna challenge it? Because he has a history already. And he's already
Well, see, but here's something else too that you got to consider. Okay, with Kamala being the vice president, you do know after the election she has to go to the U.S. Senate to count the electoral votes.
Yep.
Because with her being the vice president, she presides over the U.S. Senate, and she will be presiding over the electoral college. You see that this is what they're not saying in the news. You see what I mean? But Jesse knows that.
Yeah, they're not.
Because that's political science 101 right there.
Right.
That's what I asked last
Exactly,
week.
but they're not saying it in the mainstream.
I asked it last week. I said, so
Right. You see, and that there should be mentioned in the mainstream media. So they're not telling you that part. You see what I'm saying? And then on top of it, what kind of military experience does she have? What type of military training has she has? They say
0.
Exactly.
they're not happy with it. So judging that, everybody finds her laughter and talking about a friend in need is a friend in need.
That cackle is horrendous.
And then to find out that Kamala is a drunk.
That cackle that she does.
That's what they're calling.
Yeah. But you all know about that though, right? That she likes to drink.
Yeah. So she's always hot. Well, apparently she likes to play with her nose too.
Who said that? Who said that? Cause
she was messing with her nose a whole lot this past weekend.
Because that's
a whole lot.
Y'all just be eyeballing this broad way too hard.
A whole lot.
Way too hard. Y'all up in her face.
So we might have found whose white powder that was in the East Wing.
No, nigga, that's.
Damn, so they had an ounce of shit over there in the East Wing, huh? Damn.
That bitch's face. Let that bitch live. So what? He's all up in. She had a cold, but we don't know. With COVID is in high spirits now. You're rubbing her nose like she was different lines, hard lines. Because you all up in her face. Everybody's in her face like that. Y'all need to slap yourself 3 times on the tracer for that fucking black.
She's in the public eye.
So fucking what? That's like you rubbing a booger out your face.
I'm
and somebody
still
saying
in the
you're
public
doing
eye.
Okay, you're like this, and you do this, right?
That's still gonna be
so
public.
Is it all right if everybody accuses you of getting out?
No.
All right. Well, that's what you're doing. That's what you just did. Yeah. So get out that bitch's face. Leave that bitch alone. For some people who didn't like the way she looked, y'all up in her face. Leave that bitch alone. Let her live.
She's in the public eye.
Let her live, man. She only got a fucking 2-3 more weeks of life.
She refuses to answer questions.
Who cares? Why does it matter now? I told y'all last month. If you already knew who you were gonna vote for.
I didn't.
It doesn't even matter what.
I knew it wasn't gonna be her.
You don't think? Okay, so first of all, look at this. I leave from your house to my house, and I catch a cold, right? She's been traveling all over the motherfucking nation for like 2 weeks. No, for like 3 weeks, and you can't catch a cold without a handshaking and nodding and shit.
Rails.
No,
That's the difference.
You don't know she snorted rails. She could have just had a runny nose. I had a runny nose coming in this bitch.
I think it was beyond a runny nose.
You don't know that. You didn't see it, so you don't know. You're just making water.
This intoxicating.
Okay, but Lady J, give Kamala the benefit of the doubt.
I'm giving us benefit of the doubt.
All over the country, and she's going to different extremes.
You're in her face. Her face way too much.
She's going in humidity, out of humidity. Okay, yeah, that can make you ill. You see what I'm saying?
When I'm in the public eye and you accuse me of doing this, and I'm like this, you don't know my runny nose because I'll be like, look, my hand wet or whatever. But yeah, even then, hey, look, don't make me go call Brosia.
Doing the most like she was like this, yo.
You're a fucking liar, guys. Not lying. Not lying. That's slander, guys.
She was
not
doing
lying.
the most with her nose. Lady Shay don't know if you didn't watch it, but
hey man,
she was doing the
did
most.
cocaine for 10 solid years. You think I would recognize a motherfucking snorter if I saw one? And I don't think that. I freaking red wine if she wants to. Yeah, well,
She's definitely sipping on that wine.
Leave it alone. You eat too much. What's in her fucking dietary after work habit? Who gives a fuck?
After work, she's the vice president.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck for real? We're worried about the small shit. Hey man, you know?
Right.
She might need some help. I help you drink that shit. Is that what it is? Calm down, Jesse. It's not that hard. You still ain't got no policy for white men. There you go. Doesn't matter how much cocaine you start. You still ain't got no policy for black men. Motherfucking old Obama still sucking and jiving. It don't matter. It don't matter how much cocaine she does. Okay? At this point, she's probably just ready to just get to the let that.
Lady Che, I'm gonna say something on that.
But if you're a doctor or somewhere like that, and you will say, I can come in once or twice a week.
I don't know the woman
break
personally,
bread with the people.
but this is just me though. I don't know the woman
Yeah,
personally to say what she does. I know she's a drunk. Cause she was sitting up there on the campaign trail, sitting up there, and I forgot who she was with. It was somebody on her staff, and they were sitting up there ordering drinks and shit. Now, if you're running for the presidency of the United States, I don't give a fuck what you do, okay? You don't put it out there like that. You know, like Obama's sorry ass, you know what I'm saying, when they fucked around Henry Louis Gates. Oh, instead of filing a lawsuit, let's sit down and have a beer. Let's sit down and have a goddamn beer, and this man is scaling the fence of his own property. Race soldier comes out, detains him illegally. Let's have a beer, but I don't have too much respect for Henry Louis Gates anyway. And Dr. Gates, you're welcome to call into Shabaka's Black Experience and Ants, and I will tell you about your ass. You're more interested in tracking down raping, slave trading, pedophiles, talking about these your relatives, as opposed to your own people, like I told old stupid Sarge.
Oh
yeah, go look at a movie called Band of Angels. Go look at a movie called Imitation of Life.
It starts playing in them?
All right, y'all. I gotta get to this goddamn clip.
I'll get to it. What did Sarge do?
Let's talk. Hey, I got a LinkedIn out there, and hey, you're a doctor, brother, sister, yeah, you want to do that? Let us know. Also, who are we missing? It's a lot of other topics, that, and throw some topics out there to me. You say, hey, y'all, we'd like y'all to cover these topics, right? And just something different that we're not doing, or maybe not covering, or maybe we used to cover, we don't anymore. Throw it out there, because the political content is we got that on lock. That's too easy, right? So we want to draw in new audience. Traveling, we do have a travel channel, and our articles I saw of them, white men, no criticism other than they just not voting for her, but no criticism, no talking down or calling white men a name. But black men is all over the place. We got right now. It is anti-black racism. It's also misandry. And
there ain't no such thing as black racism. We don't control no police departments, Uncle Phil.
Black men.
We're in no position to be racist because we don't control no goddamn banks. We don't control no goddamn police departments. We don't control no goddamn kangaroo courts. Ain't no fucking way we could be racist. Sorry, Dr. Phil, I have to disagree with that one.
That's not. He wasn't talking about us being racist. Damn. Okay, look, lady say, misandry is hatred of men. It's the opposite of misogyny.
I thought that was feminism.
No, that's not feminine. Well, it's radical feminism.
Carry on. I learn something new every day.
Into it.
Numbers continuing to grow.
All right. So even Kent was there, and she spoke to Georgia pastor Jamal Bryant after Harris visited his church this weekend. She interviewed him. Let me just play one exchange.
You said something is wrong with brothers who don't know how to support a sister.
Yeah.
Misogyny is still real. Just ain't gonna be no in
our community. We've got to get rid of it. 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 We'
to address it head on and not act like it doesn't exist. The reality is, if Black men, Stacey Abrams would be a governor.
Puppet pimping motherfucker, you full of shit.
I know this is a layered onion here, Stacey, but do you agree that Black men who are not
7, 8 kids, he ain't paying child support for? That dude's trifling.
Right.
And plus, that who is this white broad up here talking about Black issues?
Are misogynist. As he said, misogyny is still real in our community.
I would say, number one, I know it's a shock to everyone, but sexism remains real and a very pertinent issue. But I want us to be really clear that Kamala Harris is doing very well with Black men. Black men are the second strongest cohort of Democratic voters. What we're seeing, though, is that she is showing them due respect by actually speaking to their issues. And those issues differ from other cohorts. I'm not quite certain why there is this panic about Black men voting. They vote. In fact, they vote more than their counterparts in any other community for Democrats. However, we do have to acknowledge that there is sexism, there is racism. There are challenges in our electorate, and that's why it's so important that Kamala Harris is going everywhere and talking to everyone. She respects voters, she meets them where they are, and she refuses to be told that she has lost a cohort, lost a community, simply because she's different. The best candidates recognize that you win by meeting people where they are, and Kamala Harris is doing that every single day, and we'll keep doing it for the next 14 days until we get to Election Day.
All right. So let me point. I'm gonna point out some things. So let me start where I would like to start here. Not this silly fool here. We covered him the other day. All right. So let's start right. Let me see. Hold on for a little bit. All right. Let's start it over.
I know this is a layered onion here, Stacey, but do you agree that Black men who are not voting for Harris and who didn't vote for you, as the pastor sees it, are misogynist? As he said, misogyny is still real in our community.
First of all, Aaron Burnett, let me start off with you. Before I even go and talk about Stacey Abrams, okay? Why do you care about what Black men are doing? Right. Why don't you care about what white men are doing, ma'am? That's what you need to care about. What white men are doing. Right. White men have a lot of issues that you need to cover on CNN, that you need to talk about. Why every night on y'all network it's Black men, Black men, Black men, Black men? Aaron, you don't go home to no Black man. You don't interact with Black people like that. So why do you care? See, Aaron, when you talk about it, it's almost we know there's a propaganda happening. It's a propaganda at this point, and a racialized propaganda. It's racial. Because it's saying, how dare you Black men? How dare you do anything outside of what we talked about last night, the default setting for Black people? You don't do anything that we didn't give you permission to do. Did we give you permission to vote outside of Democrat? Did we give you permission to think for yourself? Did we give you permission to label yourself other names? That's a problem, because we didn't give you permission. And we know that y'all enact the Willie Lynch letter on the Black people every day. If you really want to understand racism, white supremacy, all you got to do is read the Willie Lynch letter. It maps them out to a T, to divide the young and the old, to divide the male and the female. They keep that going. That's why they're saying all these Black men. They know good and well there's Black women too. There's Black women every day coming out and say, I'm not voting for that lady. Some of them don't want to vote for her because they just don't trust her. They don't like her politics. They just don't feel it like that. Some don't.
The bride ain't to be trusted.
Cosplaying. Then I've heard one, I think today, I'll listen to her on the radio. One Black woman call in and say, I'm not voting for her because she's a woman. Oh, and there was a Black woman said it. I ain't voting for no woman. She said it. He's like, I don't trust her with the world leaders like that. They're not gonna respect her, trust her. And so you got women saying it too. So you're gonna call those women misandrists? Because you can't do that. See, there's a lot of women talking like that. But no. The Democrats say, listen, we know the black women is actually doing bad against us too, but we still got to hold them a little. We can use emotion to hold them a little bit, but we got to divide them. You have to understand the strategy is to keep black men and women divided. By all means, do not have us unified, because when black men and women unify, things get done. That's why I'm not for that gender politics crap. I'm not. Black men and women have fought together. They've died together, literally. They have bled together. They've been blown up together. They've been water hosed together. They have, we're enslaved together, on trees together, experimented on. Any evil that's been done to the black people who is a freedman, it's been done to the men and the women, period. The experimentation on black women is the reason why you got modern day gynecology. They've experimented on black men. They've done gross things to black men and women. Nobody will escape it. So we're always going to be tied at the hip.
And Margaret Sanger.
You can't separate us, even politically. You can't. Now, of course, you can separate the boo-boo the fools. Of course, you can. But we talking about the rank and file black man and the rank and file black woman. We aren't divided like that. Much of even with social media, and they try to say, oh, this is gender warring on social media. Listen, what Dave Chappelle said a long time ago is true. Social media isn't real. It is. When I see black women in the street, they say good morning or whatever like that. You brothers see them. I see brothers holding the door open for black women. I don't see brothers acting a fool or talking like they talk online. I don't see any of that. And I'm telling you from experience, a lot of people that talk crazy online would not say 2 words to you in the street. They're bold when they're in their house, or they bold with nobody can get to them, and they'll talk crazy. And no, they get in the street like, oh man, I'm just playing. So no, we are not divided like that. But Erin need to worry about the men in her community. Why the men in her community is not voting for Kamala Harris? That should be the story. Why so many white men won't support her?
Well, Dr. Phil, is obvious why the fuck they ain't gonna vote.
That is the major question. But let's continue.
My name is Cindy, and I'm a happy Applewood customer. Applewood Plumbing will always be the company that I call.
Fuck the goddamn commercial. Fuck the commercial. Tired y'all putting that bullshit up on our platform. You ain't giving us no goddamn money.
I shocked everyone, but sexism remains real and a very pertinent issue. But I want us to be really clear that Kamala Harris is doing very well with black men. Black men are the second strongest cohort of Democratic voters. What we're seeing, though, is that she is showing them due respect by actually speaking to their issues. And those issues differ.
No, she ain't. I'm sorry, Miss Abrams. I'm sorry. Look at her record in California.
About black men voting. They vote. In fact, they vote more than their counterparts in any other community for Democrats.
Now, what's the I'm pretty Erin didn't like that, because Stacey was actually telling the truth. Stacey Abrams told the truth. Okay, if you look at the numbers, black men have voted for Democrats, even though the numbers are trending down. Black men still vote for Democrats way more than white men do, way more than Hispanic men do. That's the truth. It's a collective of them doing it now. It's a collective, and they being vocal about their disdain for the Democrat Party. And this is the thing. They're freaking out because when we talk, our voice travel. Other groups of people talking, okay, you hear them, but you don't hear them. But when black people talk, when they say, I'm not going to do this, hey, I'm not going to be a part of this party, hey, I'm not, listen, when we move anywhere, people move with us, because let's call it what it is. We are the cool people.
That's right.
The reason why some people are in the Democrat Party, because we're there. Anywhere we're at, we make that place hot, right? It's just bottom line. No matter where we go, we are the salt of the earth. Take us away, and then you have
nothing, no flavor.
Them.
Yeah.
And you know they ain't got no salt to them.
Right.
They bland.
Right.
So if more and more black people say, hey, this is not the place for me, I'm moving away from there. I'm coming to the political middle. I'm not going to no Republicans either. I'm going straight to the middle, and that's why I'm staying. Now you got to fight for my vote. That's going to inspire other people who are not black, to follow your lead. Do you know, black man and woman of America, you are a leader, whether you realize it or not? You are a leader. No matter what they tell you, no matter what your economic condition is, and that's not a natural condition, that is a sabotage condition. No matter what your condition is, you're still a leader. All the money and all the power that they have, they still cannot outdo your collective voice.
Right.
They have all kind of media outlets. They can carve people who is deemed insignificant is actually battling and actually winning against the multi-billion-dollar mainstream conglomerate. In a lot of instances, it is the mouthpiece. It is the fourth estate, right? Who's being funded by the government. And they're taking a lot of their cues from what? The insignificant. But what did the scriptures teach? Ladies and gentlemen, what did the scriptures teach? That God will use the foolishness of preaching. And we preach over here. And there's many other brothers and sisters out here preaching to y'all. They're preaching the truth. And they don't understand how them insignificant people that didn't go to Harvard, didn't go to Yale, didn't go to Brown, they have no political connections. They in some little YouTube channel, Instagram, X, some apps where some website. How is it that people are listening to them and they're not listening to us anymore? What is that? And they have admitted on CNN they're not listening to us. All them big, beautiful studios that people like myself would love to have, all them big, beautiful studios, and you got staff all over the place, and oh man, it's a work of art to see when you go into those studios, right? And yet, with all that fanfare, all the makeup, all the staff, nobody's listening to you. And y'all gotta think about it. That gotta be frustrating to them, because they have always been the pinnacle of who everybody's gonna listen to. Not some guy on the internet, not some lady on the internet.
Yeah.
So the Democrats are nervous that this is gonna turn into an avalanche of people walking away from the Democrat Party. Not just black people. It's gonna start off with black people, but it's gonna be whites. It's gonna follow. It's gonna be Hispanics. It's gonna be Asians. Muslims are out there talking against them too, but the Muslims don't have a voice. I told you before, we're the one to have a voice. This is why we're demonized if we don't use our voice for other groups. Think about that. No matter what the issue is, why you black people won't say nothing about this issue? Why you black people in unison won't talk about Palestine? Why you black people in unison won't talk about this issue and that issue? Why won't y'all say nothing? Why? They saying something every day. They're protesting about Palestine every day. But their voice is just chatter, but ours is a roaring lion.
That's right.
And they want the roaring lion to be speaking for their issues. All of them. Remember Michael Rappaport? He was telling black Americans, hey, y'all not saying nothing. What is it? Why is Michael Rappaport, he has a platform.
Remember,
why is he worrying about black Americans saying anything?
Write it down, take a picture.
Because Michael Rappaport know we have the voice of a lion, and that voice carries. Listen, I've seen a lion up close. And listen, TV don't do that thing justice at all. Even a female lion, TV don't do it justice. Them things are so huge. And I mean, they paws is, man, it's crazy to see that. But we have that voice and that power of a lion. That's who we are. That's why they want us to speak for everybody. So we can't be in unison roaring like that about the Democrats. That's fearful for them. We gonna mess everything up. Now Timothy says elections drain me. Be glad when this is over. Trump. I will be glad when this is over too, Timothy. Because I'm gonna say, Timothy, this election. It hasn't been all the elections. No, I can't say that. It's been this election. Something different with this election versus the other one. Look, Trump ran before. Trump and Hillary wasn't draining like this, and they had drama. Trump and Biden, they ran, and it was in the midst of George Floyd, and that wasn't draining. This has been draining. I don't know what it is with this situation. I don't know, but I'm kind of like you. I want to see what the conclusion is of this, and then I want to see what happens after this. I told y'all, if y'all put her in office, I ain't got nothing to say about it, because I'm gonna say this: whatever she do, and I'm gonna repeat this, whatever she do, and y'all complaining about it, the only thing I'm gonna say is that's what y'all voted for. That's what y'all wanted.
Right.
So don't complain on her now.
Yep.
Right.
If Trump get in office, I'm gonna talk about the crashing out. Oh yes, I'll be epic, okay? But when it comes to us, they gotta have black people. Listen, the Democrats want to control our voice, right? They want to say, hey, you only speak for us. You don't speak for yourself. You speak for us. You advocate for us. You come out every couple of years, you black celebrities, and speak up for us. Get them on the Democrat, voting train, and that's that. Okay. You say you saw a tiger at the St. Louis Zoo. Okay. I never seen a tiger up close, but I definitely seen a lion. All right, let's continue.
However, we do have to acknowledge that there is sexism, there is racism, there are challenges in our electorate, and that's why it's so important that Kamala Harris is going everywhere and talking to everyone. She respects voters, she meets them where they are, and she refuses to be told that she has lost a cohort, lost a community, simply because she's different. The best candidates recognize that you win by meeting people where they are, and Kamala Harris is doing that every single day, and we'll keep doing it for the next 14 days until we get to Election Day.
All right, so now she had to throw in there the sexism part, right? That's not the issue people have with Kamala Harris. It's not about her being a woman. The fact is, real talk, she comes across as phony. That's what it is.
Pretty much.
You look at Trump, good, bad, in the middle, don't matter. He let you know who he is. He's pretty loud about it.
States how he honestly feels.
Most people
Trump
are not unsure about
that.
him. With her, you're unsure.
Yep.
Because I told you she plays and I've seen it, and I've seen this before. People like her, whoever she get in front of, that's what she's trying to please at the time. You know what I'm saying? And I've seen it with people like her with those backgrounds.
He talking about shit.
When they have, when they're not secure in themselves.
We're still on.
You got people that is quote unquote, biracial, and I say that with air quotes. When they're not secure in themselves, they think they're gonna morph themselves into whoever they're in front of, instead of just being secure in who they are. And I'm not saying all quote unquote biracial people are that way, but they got some biracial people. Now I'm saying that because that's not really an official term for people. But people that know who they are, confident in who they are, they don't act like her. But the ones that don't, well, I'm gonna act like this day. Well, I'm gonna talk this way. And whatever people pleasing, right? And that's what she likes to do. People pleasing is phony. People can see through you when you're people pleasing. Just stand on what you say, and people are gonna respect it. They disagree to disagree, but at least they gotta respect it
40 years.
when it comes to her. Now, let me show you some news stories real quick about Latino men.
All right, man, I got to call it a night.
And
all right, okay, I'll give you a call tomorrow, brother Paris. Huh?
Okay, Shabaki.
Okay.
All right, Shabaka. Have a good night. When are you coming back? See Tuesday?
No, okay.
Tuesday.
Huh? Yeah, Tuesday night.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, because I'm gonna check Jesse out and shit. Okay, you going to the food bank tomorrow?
No, Shabbat here. It's Monday.
City
City
Council.
Council.
City Council, Shabbat.
Oh, you got city council tomorrow.
Yeah, he'll probably be
See
streaming
how
it live.
fucked up I am? Shit, today's Monday. Damn, man, that's bad. See, this is what happens when you get old.
Yep.
Shit, we've been putting in so much work on here. Shit, I'm forgetting what damn day of the week it is. Shit. All right, thank you for reminding me. Okay. All right. So I'll talk to y'all tomorrow.
Okay, have a good night.
Good night, Chewbacca.
All right. All right. Thanks for having me on.
Yep.
All right.
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens.
Because it's cold.
Oh, wrong one. I think it's the wrong one. Hold on. I think it's the wrong one. Right one. Let me remove this one out the way here. Boom. Dems see warning signs for Harris with Latino men in Pennsylvania. Okay. So the Democrats know they have a Latino man problem. And yet they're not on CNN bringing on Latina politicians and saying Latino men is misogynist, they're sexist, oh, they just don't want a woman. And, just to go into this a little bit, say Latino political and business leaders in Pennsylvania have probably warned the Kamala Harris campaign that it's not doing enough to engage Latino voters and elected officials in the state, imperiling her chances of defeating Donald Trump here. Okay? They say at a recent reception in Philadelphia, multiple Latino leaders approached Harris staffers and campaign allies privately to deliver versions of that admonition, according to two people who attended the event and were granted anonymity. I hate that word sometimes. I always mess that word up. I like saying anonymous more so than anything, to describe private conversations. It's and interviews with a dozen Latino Democratic elected officials and strategists in a key swing state reveal ongoing fears that Latino men in particular aren't on board with Harris. And this is the interesting part. Her administration's done a lot for Latinos. They have. They let a lot of migrants in here, and most of these migrants are Latino. And yet they not feeling her like that, right? Let's go to another article. In a razor close Nevada, Latino men shy away from Kamala Harris. So not only does she have a black men problem, because Stacey Abrams says she don't. Oh yes, she do. So not only does she have a black men problem, she has a Latino men problem. And that's in Nevada, okay? And then you have Harris losing ground with young Latino men. So this keeps coming up about her and Latino men. Vice President Harris losing support among young Latino men, even as she continues to hold a lead on Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump among Latino voters in Nevada and Arizona. Now, they said two key states that will help determine the 2024 election. More than half, 57% of Latino voters in Arizona said they plan to vote for or lean toward Harris, while 38% said they lean toward Trump, according to a poll of statewide 500 likely Hispanic voters. It said Harris also leads Trump among Latino voters in Nevada, 56-40. It said the statewide poll of 500 likely Hispanic voters found, but both polls were conducted in English and Spanish between the 27th and October 2nd. That was kind of early. Some of the marginal error is 4.4%. Now, they say Harris and Trump are locked in a razor-thin election where it comes down to a handful of key states. And they've been saying that. Listen, let me tell you something else about that. So she has a Latino problem, and she has a white man problem too. Get it back on. A lot of them not feeling her. They're not. Then what she's recently started to do is she's mashing the gas hard now about abortion. And people were discussing that, today. A couple of people were discussing that in the barbershop today. And a lot of men are so turned off by that conversation. Do you realize that a lot of men aren't out here, even though men got to pay child support, right? Now, Mike C says the Democrats are done to feel the FBA community is done with the benign neglect and disrespect. I agree. Even though men are put on child support, most men aren't out here saying, yeah, you know, we need to make it legal or make it easy for women to use abortion like birth control. That's really what that is. When I did my research on abortion, when it comes to, you know, women being violated, you know, by a man, they say 1 to up to 2%, at the most 2% of the abortions are because of that reason. The other 98, I think it was 1% medical necessity, and after that, convenience. So basically 3% of all abortions are rape, incest, or medical necessity. The rest of them, convenience. Well, I just don't feel like having a kid right now. Convenience. But okay, if you didn't want to have a kid right now, well, there's many forms of birth control. It's still got Plan B out there. There's still condoms out there. It's all the things you could use to prevent that from happening. But that is what it is. So Kamala Harris, according to the polls, she's like 21 points ahead of Trump when it comes to that issue. And they'll say like 10 points ahead when it comes to democracy. But when it comes to the economy, immigration, and foreign policy, that's all Trump. And let me tell you something, the economy is more important than a woman having access to terminate a pregnancy. Because listen, if my wife had got, you know, had a pregnant, I mean, well, she probably wouldn't at this stage of the game, but if my wife became pregnant, that wouldn't even be anything for me, because when my wife was pregnant with my little girl, I was happy about it, very happy, and couldn't wait till she got here, right? And plenty of men feel that way. Hey, okay, you got, oh, I'm gonna have a baby, okay, cool, you know, and that's that. Now you got a couple of fools out there who's no earthly good, and like, you gonna keep it, you know, you got something. Not the majority stand. It's definitely not the majority of black men. So now Vice President Harris has become desperate. Now she's come out. I was kind of shocked she's starting to do this. She's coming out calling Donald Trump a fascist, and she said he wants generals, loyal generals like Hitler had. I'm like, what? I'm like, what is going on now? Like, this is crazy. Like, you know, I mean, she kind of was talking about Donald Trump and all his mess, and now you have reverted to Trump. Then she recently did a town hall, and they counted, she said Donald Trump's name 100 times. Why I'm gonna mention Donald Trump's name 100 times in anything? I mean, you bigging him up. Like, you don't big up your opponent like that. You talk about what you gonna do. You can say, hey, yeah, my opponent wants to do this, but this is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm proposing. You understand what I'm saying? Then there's some people that was mad at Anderson Cooper by actually questioning her behind. She needs to be questioned. She's running for the president of the United States. I didn't know we couldn't question people that want a job. That's like you going on an interview and you telling the people that could potentially hire you, oh, don't ask me that question. I'm not answering that. You know, like they were like, you ain't gonna answer this question I got for you. You don't you want the job? Yeah, but don't ask me that question. I don't want to answer that. It's not nothing like personal or offensive. It's just asking you a question about what would you do on the job, or job history, job performance, whatever in the past. And I don't want to ask that. But you want the job though. Stan says, how is what Dems and their shields doing bullying us, not voter intimidation?
We're made of passion.
Steve Harvey.
Well, it's not voter intimidation because they're not at the polls doing it. They're doing it on TV. They're doing it online. So it's not voter intimidation. Now, if you want to say, is it a form of election interference? But this is the thing. It's not really election interference because you can turn the TV off. You ain't got to listen to them. You can turn the channel. You don't have to watch not a CNN. You don't have to watch Fox. You don't have to watch none of that mess. Just like on YouTube, you can choose what YouTube channel you would like to watch, right? And anytime you could shut something off, you can put it on mute, whatever. The Democrat shields, all that yang they do on X and all of that mess, or the comment section. Look like here. The reason why we do members only chat here is not because of the regular people that come here, okay? It is because the Democrat shields are acting a fool in the chat, and they was flooding the chat so much. I said, you know what? We're gonna go to members only. And the moment we did that, the comment section got back to normal because most people don't want to, be a member to troll. Alonzo says off topic, but notice the East Indians haven't said anything. Say, are they attempted to blame black people for whatever diabolical move they got planned? So they gave them protection from the heat. East Indians have been extremely silent. You would think they'll be out here stomping for her and saying she's the first Indian woman, but I did a video. Let me see if I can find that video and play that for y'all. Give me a second. Let me go here. Give me a second. I gotta go to my Emancipation Media channel. I want to play this clip for y'all from an East Indian woman. Just give me a second. I gotta find that video. And she's talking about how they don't accept her like that. So let me. So you heard what she said, right? Let's start that over again. She just told the truth about her community. Let me rewind it.
Families that disown their daughters because they were marrying black men. And let's be honest, if Kamala Harris was half Indian and half white, we would be much more excited for her candidacy. But now is not the time. Indian women need to get out there and start organizing and not leave it all to black women.
All right, so y'all heard that. It's because she is, according to her, she's half black. Now, she said if she was half white, they'll be behind her. So her community don't support her because they claim that she black. That's what they say. We look at it and say, well, that man that say Donald Harris, like, what he got going on, right? We just don't know. Yes, I've played a video of him when he was doing like a yes, I think what did he go to teaching at Stanford or something like that on the podcast? He has that patois accent and all of that, but his background is a mystery. Now I know I've heard Candace Owens been deep diving into their background, into their family. I'm just at the point like I don't care. I just don't care. The fact is she's running, but her community just don't see her as one of them. And I just posted a video on the Emancipation Media channel where her aunt basically didn't come out supporting her either. And that's supposed to be her aunt, her mom, her mother's sister. I'm saying what? Hold on. Okay, what happened with D.L. Hughley? What did he do? What did he do? Because you mentioned D.L. Hughley. Hold on. You mentioned DL Hughley. You say guest is backstage. Let me see. The guest is not backstage, not whatsoever. The guest is not backstage. We're just gonna have to reschedule that. Anyway, back to what we were saying here. So Kamala just did a whole. I wouldn't want to jump in a race with that much short time anyway. You need, if I had to jump, okay, you say what would have been a perfect time for her to jump into the presidential race? Minimum 18 months. I mean, had to do it at least a year prior. And with a year prior, she has to be hit the ground running, from rallies to interviews. Somebody was saying that she about to go on Club Shay Shay. That's what they said. She about to go on there. And one thing about her is like she don't bring nothing exciting when she talk. She word salad all day long. And I know people tell her, can you not do that? Because the more and more she babbles like that, the more and more she kind of exposes herself.
Right.
Oh, you say you heading to Houston tomorrow? Okay, what you going to do in Houston? Just visiting family and friends, or just hanging out? That's cool. That's cool. Y'all, you heading to Houston. Oh, I said I was gonna read something to y'all last few minutes or so. Let me
Would you be interested in collecting 5-figure paychecks for a few hours of work, helping me in your spare time from
Okay, let me see here. Hold on. Let me get to this thing here. So I had got a message from a person, right? Interesting message. Let me read y'all this message. I thought it kind of tickled me right before we got started on the stream. This lady, her name is Linda, actually. And Linda says, you need some diversity in your show. She's talking to me. She sent me this message. She says, always black folks with 2 question marks. Okay. She continues to say, if a white show only had whites, they'd be sued.
Oh my God.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a white lady named Linda sent me that.
Wow.
She sent me that. And I'm like, first of all, I know people like yourself have a problem when you're not centered, because that's an issue for y'all. It's not an issue for me, but it's an issue for y'all. When y'all not centered in what black people are doing, you have a problem with that. Well, it's like this. Are you of African descent? Like, can you trace yourself anywhere? You know, are you related to? You come from the freedmen? Are you part of any indigenous tribes on the African continent? You know, are you a descendant of slaves in the Caribbean? Like, you know, anything of African descent. I want to know why you want to be centered.
Right.
Like y'all own all the media outlets. Y'all own them all.
Right.
CNN, MSNBC, Fox, News Nation. Y'all own anything I can think of. Y'all name a few more. BBC. Y'all own the major outlets. Y'all getting billions of dollars in advertising every year.
That's right.
We don't get not even $1 million in advertising. I can't even say we get even $50,000 in advertising of 30,000. I can't even say that. And I'm going, and I can go down lower than that. We get no advertising. We don't have the budget. We have none of that. And yet in the middle of all that, you could kind of say what we do is kind of mom and pop. In the midst of our black mom and pop, you want to be centered in that too. They want to be centered into that. And it's like this. Okay, let's say we had a white person come in here. I don't think you would like the white person that I bring on. I don't think you would like them in the end. Because I tell you this much, if you ever seen, all of a sudden you cut on here and there was a white person talking here, they're not going to be that average white person. I promise you that. They're going to be that white person cooking y'all every day. And cooking y'all for real every day. That's all. That's that. And y'all can't stand them kind of white people. Y'all have more hatred for white people, for a white person that's cooking their own community worse than they have for a black person. I know it. I've seen it. Matter of fact, we used to have a white lady on here named Tanya. Nobody had a problem with her. She was coming on our radio show all the time. And what Tanya was doing was cooking y'all. And y'all didn't like her cooking y'all. She was talking about why they always calling the police on black people. She was talking about what their relationship is with the police. She was always breaking down every single thing that y'all do, why y'all do it, how you do it, what's the conversations behind the scenes. She was telling on y'all, and y'all didn't like it. So don't be asking me about no white people coming on here, because you may not like the white person that is making a video here. Hey, Linda ain't getting me off of nothing. Linda ain't getting me off of a thing. Trust me. You know, I'm petty. I'm extremely petty.
Yeah, she's cooking the crackers.
You mentioned Richard Sudan. What about Richard Sudan? Richard Sudan isn't white. I don't know why y'all saying that. He isn't white. He isn't white at all. You say welcome to Alabama. Okay, I don't know why nobody care about that lady's looks. Like I said, that's not our issue and problem. Nobody care about Donald Trump's look either. We worrying about what they're gonna do in office. No, Linda wasn't in the chat. I was actually reading what Linda said to me on Facebook. Actually, that she said it to me on Facebook. But the interesting part says you need some diversity. I didn't know I needed it. That's the thing. I need diversity. I need it. I didn't know I needed that. Okay. That's cool. No. I'm just trying to focus on we trying to focus on here. And I don't get a bunch of people. No, we don't get a African diaspora news channel. I don't get a lot of that. I haven't.
All right.
Yeah, of course you need to mind her own business. I'm with y'all, but they always staying in our business. That's the point. That's what I'm trying to get to y'all. It don't matter what we have. We can be in our own corner somewhere. I told y'all that. It don't matter where we go, what we do, they're following. We could say this is a FBA, you could say African, you could say Caribbean, you could say whatever, right? And you say, I'm only gonna focus on these issues. I'm not focusing on nothing else. And they still gonna be right there in the mix. Let me tell y'all something. They cannot stand not to know what we're doing and what we're saying. If we're gathering anywhere, they gotta come around and say, hey, what they talking about? We don't go over there when they having their meetings, wherever that may be. We don't care. But we can't have a mom and pop anything of our own without them showing up and want to be. The thing is, it's not viewing content that you can watch all day long. But the fact is, you want to be centered in it, and that's that oppressor that's in them. Because when you're an oppressor, you feel like you have to be above everybody, right? Because you're an oppressor. And over here, you're not centered, and you can't be above anybody here. You understand what I'm saying? You have to be, you're gonna be equal here, and y'all can't even say equal because you're not even even in a conversation like that. You're in the audience. So people like that want to see themselves because they're gonna say, oh, okay, it's I can really watch this because it's legitimate because now I see a white man on here. Oh, I see a white woman on here. So now it's legitimate. It's a legitimate platform to me. But if I don't see them, then because you got to think about it, anything that we create, they try to put it in a quote unquote black ghetto category. That's why I didn't want to just focus all my attention just on America, because at least if you focus your attention internationally, you kind of get away from certain constraints that's within America. Make sense?
Continue to fill up the water.
Yeah, you're right. We cannot be great at anything without them following, without them trying to get involved, without them saying, what about us? Why we can't be in the mix? Why is it only got to be for black people? Why is it got to be for the Africans? Why it got to be for the Caribbeans? Why not us? And all that. Oh, you guys are practicing reverse racism. That's what y'all think that's okay. You guys are practicing discrimination. Well, look, we want to be included. We fought for years. Think about it. Black people fought for years to be included in y'all stuff. For years. Now black people say, I'm cool with that. I understand you don't want us there. We ain't gonna beg you for nothing. We're gonna go just create our own stuff. And we're gonna go in this corner over here and do our thing with our community.
Nobody's gonna know.
And because we're not begging them anymore, we're not begging them for TV time. Think about it. If I was waiting on CNN to call me, or MSNBC, or Fox to call me, don't hold my breath on that. But creating my own platform, I don't have to call them. I don't have to wait on them, or beg them, or go to the Diddy party. You know what I'm saying? To get put on.
A parade of people have had encounters with the Galactic Federation, but they're staying hidden right now because we're not ready for them.
The Galactic Federation are concerned.
Paul Hellyer told me we had extraterrestrials helping our scientists on Earth at bases, and there was full cooperation.
You would think he'd be in a happier mood as team-wise.
You're right, and you're right. The same with Black Wall Street. They went create their own. They was making money, doing for self.
Yeah,
and the whole time they hating on it. And you remember the account of that? Like, how is it that those blacks are over there they're rich and we're poor? Instead of worrying about themselves, leave black people over there. You didn't want black folks around you. They couldn't be around you. Say, go over there to Indian territory with that land. Y'all go do whatever y'all want to do over there. At least just stay away from us white people. Okay, black people say, cool, bet. I'll go over here and we're going to work together as a community and build for ourselves. And then now they mad. That same spirit that Linda has, it's that same spirit they want to destroy Black Wall Street. How come we're not centered in the middle of what you're doing? It's that same spirit. The same spirit. That's why black people, we got to support the platforms that we have. Watch them, hit the like button, app, download the app. That's something we own. Get a membership there, either monthly, quarterly, or yearly. Get a membership, and that's how we support our own. Because Linda here, she wants to come in. Look, I never know. Linda may have a membership to the app. They'll do that too. I hope y'all know that. They will give memberships to your app so they can keep an eye on what you're doing and what you're saying. So you know what? I'm not gonna say that here on YouTube. We're gonna go say that on the app, right? People like Linda will go pay for a membership to hear exactly what we're saying on that app. Oh, they dedicated to their ear hustling. They are dedicated.
That's so attractive.
Tim say, I hear pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I heard saying pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Peaches says people can't stand it. We mind our own business. Oh, they don't like that. And other groups don't like we mind our own business either. Not just the folks, the other groups. Because these other groups, they want to be in the midst of what we're saying too. That's why with the delineation movement, everybody's mad about that. Everybody's mad about delineation. It don't matter where they come from. They mad about it. Why? Because we're not going up there using that voice that we have, like a roaring lion, to speak for other groups. Now everybody on their own. See, at one point in time, when everybody was on the, like talking about the Springfield, the Haitian, whatever situation, at one point in time, black folks would have been all on that. Now everybody got to stand on their own 2 feet.
They got to hold their own.
And black folks looking at them now like, hey, good luck with that. We're praying for you. Go ahead and fight.
Yeah.
So show us how it's done.
Exactly. Bye, Linda. Yeah, sorry, Shabaka. He said he's done with them.
Yeah, you say we don't pay membership in their channels. I don't. No, whatever, but it's just boring to me. I mean, I need somebody with some charisma, somebody with a gift of gab or something to talk. I can't, man, put me to sleep.
I just want to know if you said my chances go.
Okay, the fam god says voted today, had an older sister talk to me, don't vote for Trump. She looked so disappointed when I said, I have to, ma'am. Uh-oh. Yep. Boy, I tell you. Hey, it is your American right. You vote for whoever you want to. Just like she has her American right. If she want to vote for Harris, that's her right, and she should do it. Just like it's your right to vote for Trump. I'm not tripping on nobody who they vote for.
I will be after that.
Yeah, they are mad we stand up for our own self. Listen, the one thing they don't want us to do is, I told you, is to think for ourselves, do for self, and build for self. They don't want that.
No, they don't.
Because white supremacy won't work too well if we're doing that. It only work well, we're super dependent on them. You can't be superior when people are actually building and even getting past you. Where's your superiority gonna go? Beauty with brains, appreciate it. We're taking all kind of advice and seeing what we can do to improve the show, make it better. That's definitely for sure. We got to make it better. That's things I think about all the time, because we got to constantly innovate what we're doing, and we're gonna do that.
Yeah, we are going to do that. All right, that's the end of that clip. All right, to hell with you, Stacey Abrams. That's why you lost in 2020. And you don't control nothing. You don't control no narrative. You have no sway, no pull, none of that. So your opinion really does not matter. All right, moving along. We got, did Beyonce's endorsement help Kamala's campaign? I would say hell no.
I don't think it did, but I didn't see it. I'm just telling you, I feel like the ethers are shifting in any minute.
Woo! Come on!
Okay, first I gotta play that clip of this bullshit. Let's pull it up.
So tomorrow's a big day, family. I'm just gonna kill time while Jesse gets it together. Should be any second now.
Hell is Kelly rolling?
I ain't gonna lie, from this angle, as far as back and as bad as my eyes was, I thought that was Jay-Z. Apparently, so did other people.
No, y'all clearly don't know what Jay-Z looked like.
Well, that's what they
That's
say.
not Jay-Z.
Clearly not Jay-Z.
Clearly, that's not Jay-Z.
But could you really blame us for thinking that?
I mean, if you're completely clueless, you would think so.
Look at the angle. Look at the way. Just look at the way he's walking. Let's look at it.
That's not even him, though. Like, this person is too short to even be him.
Oh my God! Just the semantics. Look, even the person commenting on it said it.
No, that's not.
Rewind it. He said it.
That's not him, though.
Okay, well, rewind it. They said it too.
Rewind what?
Just rewind it 2 seconds. You heard it. I heard it.
It's Kelly.
No. Some motherfucker said Jay-Z said no, it's Kelly.
It's a white boy that think all black people look alike.
Come on now.
was clearly a white dude that said
All
that.
right, never mind. Carry on. My fault.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to my Houston family. I am so proud to be here back in Houston with my mama T and my sister. Welcome to this day, this remarkable, this joyous day. A date, a day, a time, a moment with weight and meaning for our country, for our people, and for the world. A moment, Houston, where we grab back the pen from those who are trying to write an American story of division and hatred. A moment when we grab back the pen from those who are trying to write an American story of misogyny and racism. We are grabbing back the pen from those who are trying to write an American story that would deny the right for women to make our own decisions about our bodies. Houston, we are grabbing back the pen. We are grabbing back the pen. That pen to forge a new path with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. We are grabbing back the pen to write a new American story, a story of community, of equality, strength, of kindness, and of hope. When I was a little girl and I pledged allegiance to the United States of America, that meant something to me. That flag meant something to me. And today, that means grabbing that pen and casting my vote, as I already did 2 days ago, for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Now, Houston, you've already had a hand in creating destiny. So do what you do and do this thing again. H-Town. We are so happy to be standing here on this stage as proud country Texas women supporting and celebrating the one and only Vice President Kamala Harris. A woman who's been pushing for what this country really needs right now: unity. It's impossible not to feel the energy in this room, the positivity, the community, the humanity. We are at the precipice of an incredible shift, the brink of history. I'm not here as a celebrity. I'm not here as a politician. I'm here as a mother. A mother who cares deeply about the world my children and all of our children live in. A world where we have the freedom to control our bodies.
So you think you know Wix, do you really? First up, we've got shape video masks. You can use different shapes to create completely different vibes and aesthetic.
A world where we're not divided. Our past, our present, our future merge to meet us here. Imagine our daughters growing up seeing what's possible with no ceilings, no limitations. Imagine our grandmothers. Imagine what they feel right now. Those who have lived to see this historic day. Even those who are no longer physically with us. Imagine all of their sacrifice. The sacrifices made so we can witness the strength of a woman. Standing in her power. Reimagining what leadership is. For all the men and women in this room and watching around the country, we need you. Your voice has power and magnitude. Your vote is one of the most valuable tools, and we need you. Your freedom is your God-given right, your human right. Everybody say Texas. Texas plays a pivotal role to change the course of our future. Texans and Houstonians from 3rd Ward, River Oaks, Sugarland, 5th Ward, 8th Side, all the way down to Mo City. We all have a role to play to make this a reality. We're all part of something much bigger. We must vote. And we need you. It's time to sing a new song. A song that began 248 years ago. The old notes of downfall, discord, despair no longer resonate. Our generations of loved ones before us are whispering a prophecy, a quest, a calling, an anthem. Our moment right now, it's time for America to sing a new song. Our voices sing a chorus of unity. They sing a song of dignity and opportunity. Are y'all ready to add your voice to the new American song? Because I am. So let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a big, loud Texas welcome to the next President of the United States.
No, she said Vice President.
Yeah, and then she said something else right after that.
Let's rewind, yeah.
So let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a big, loud Texas welcome to the next President of the United States.
The next President.
What she say after that? What did she say right there?
Kamala Harris.
Vice President.
All right, you need to keep fucking around with the thing.
No, that's what she said because you won't listen.
Oh, all right.
You can't hear it because you won't listen.
Well, you keep stopping it, cuz. Just let it play for a second. If I can hear the words. Put the fucking count.
Loud Texas welcome to the next President of the United States. Vice President Kamala Harris.
Freedom, where are you? 'Cause I need freedom too. I break chains all by myself. Won't let my freedom rot in hell. Hey, I'ma keep on running 'cause the winner don't quit on themselves. I'ma wade through the waters. Till the tide don't move
All right, so that was the ridiculous speech that both Kelly Rowland and Beyonce Knowles did, or it's Beyonce Carter now. Beyonce Carter did at the Houston rally for Kamala Harris last Thursday. So, do you think that this endorsement is going to help Kamala's campaign? I would say hell to the no. Especially you had Kelly up there looking like a straight up dude. Like,
And she was making subliminal messaging.
what's that shit about?
Subliminal messaging. Like being in a man's suit, man ain't gonna tell her what to do with her body type. Messaging, you know.
Yeah. If Kamala loses with Taylor Swift and Beyonce, I'm going to laugh my ass off. And now she's using her fake Texas accent. Well, whatever crowd she's in front of, that's what she.
She does it. Does she do that?
Yes, she does do that.
She didn't say anything, right?
If she, well,
You just played like I don't know. Just played 1 second of it, so I didn't catch it.
No, it wasn't 1 second. I played 8 minutes of it.
Yeah, but when she speaks, I didn't know she was using her accent, her fake accent. Don't look at me like that. How am I supposed to know? You said it. I'm just like, wow. What's the, you know? I didn't see it.
Do you want to hear the speech?
No, I just wanted to hear a couple seconds of it. Like, well, never mind. It doesn't even matter. Just forget it.
That's good. Nothing. I just think it's retarded for us.
Our beloved FBA brother running for office. So y'all go to AmericanFreedmanApparel.com. So while we're waiting on everybody to get in the room, let me shout out some of the regulars as we always do. Sister Nikki the God in the house. Y'all give it up to Nikki. Brother Adonis, I see you in there. Okay, we got somebody named Marcel Lovett. He's giving a lot of thumbs down. So let's see. He has something to say. Let me get him in here early. Mr. Lovett, you're doing a lot of gesticulating. What's going on, man?
Yo, Tariq, you hear me?
Well, I do. I hear you, sir.
All right, I called in before a couple times. I'm the guy from Philly. Listen, my new nickname is the Pocket Watcher FBA, all right?
Okay.
Because I seen your video. You talking about us buying sneakers, right?
Yes.
Why do you think that's okay? Like, why do you want certain people to live up to stereotypes and buy Jordans as if we make any money off that?
Because that's part of our culture is having a clean presentation. There's nothing wrong with buying sneakers. What's wrong with having clean shoes?
It's not about that, but it's about like I talked about this last time I was on here, and people kept calling me a pocket watcher. So when other communities come together and talk about money, they don't call each other pocket watchers. But when I talk about let's start our own sneaker brand or something and circulate our own money, they like, oh, this guy's a pocket watching tether. I'm not from the Caribbean. I'm not from Africa or nothing. I just think it's retarded for us to spend money on Nike. We don't own nothing in Nike. Like, what's the point of doing that? I understand we get fly and all that.
Okay, so you only spend money on the things you own? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that we should start some type of enclave, or I don't know. Like, we can start something. We can start our own Nike brand, our own clothing brand, and we can circulate our own money in our own community. I'm saying,
okay, so
the Japanese.
Okay,
the
Japanese
do it. They do it.
Right.
And I talked about this last time. I don't want to be like a broken record, but I seen the Japanese. They all drive Japanese-made cars. Everything they do is Japanese-made owned.
Okay.
We can do that. We can do the same thing in America. And I'm not.
How come we haven't done it? Okay, if we can do the same thing, like you said, how come we have not done it?
Because I think we need people like you to influence people to do that.
You think nobody thought of putting something together until me?
No, not just you, but I'm saying we need like bigger influences. I mean, we had that in the past before.
Yes, we have. We've had that before. We've had black hospitals. We've had black car manufacturers.
Where is it now? Where is it now? You keep saying that. Where is it now?
Where is it? Why? Now, why don't we have them now?
I'm asking you that too. I'm asking you that.
I know why. I know why. But why do you think
shoot us down? They shoot us down, right? When we try to do something, they stop us.
So that's why we got to focus on white supremacy and stopping them from sabotaging us, because that's the problem. We are the only group of people who get sabotaged over and over, sir. That's the thing that people always want to ignore.
No, I don't ignore that. Like, I'm just tired of like the excuses, bro.
Well,
It's like,
okay,
when we gonna come
we cannot ignore the sabotage, sir. The sabotage is real.
I'm not ignoring this.
Right. So, yeah, but you are when you go just talk in circles about how come we don't have our own Nike? How come we don't have that? Man, we've had stuff like that. It always gets sabotaged by society. That's the problem.
Yo,
that is
I
a
was
major
talking
problem.
about this last time in your comment section. You muted me. People in the comments call me a tether. I'm not a tether, bro.
Okay, don't worry about that. And by the way, where are you, brother, with all that noise in the back? That noise is distracting.
I'm in Philly, bro.
Where in Philly, brother? Are you on a subway? What are you doing?
I'm in the city. I'm downtown. I just left the bar.
Okay, you always out at the bar somewhere. That's so problem.
You
always party. I talk to you. You coming out of a club, a juke.
I work hard. I work hard all week. I got you.
Talking about no, because you're talking about people wasting their money. You always
your museum is a party.
No. You always tricking your money off somewhere. So then, ain't that a problem too?
That's a lie. No, I don't. First of all,
you're somewhere in the streets, brother. Every time, and it's like
it's a Friday night, of course. What?
Right now, what you doing out this time of night?
It's a Friday night. Listen, I work hard all week long. I go out on Friday nights.
All right, so you partying and spending your money. What's wrong with
I'm not spending no money like that.
You are spending money. The drinks ain't free.
I buy my own shit, but I mean my own stuff.
The drinks ain't. The Moet ain't free.
But listen, you deflecting, bro.
Oh, I'm not. No. This is very pertinent, sir, because your initial thing, you were calling up complaining about people spending money on shoes and frivolous things.
The Twitter spaces be off the chain.
You're spending money on liquor and partying and clubbing. So
that's not true.
Sir,
that's not true.
You're out and about right now, sir.
I go to bars downtown that's free, and I buy my own drink at home. I don't go out and spend money on stupid stuff. Like, I don't do that.
Sir, you're drinking tonight. You're out drinking, sir. You ain't.
Why you always trying to reduce me? You did that last time. Oh, you out in the bar drinking.
Thanks, sir, but you're out of. I'm hearing sounds in the back, sir. You out there living it up, my brother. Which is
I'm just walking. I'm walking downtown, bro.
Yeah, you're coming out of bars. You
deflecting. What's that?
Now, calm down. I'm not deflecting, brother. We hear you, and you just admitted that you're bar hopping. You're just coming in and out of bars, spending money, which is your prerogative. If somebody wants to buy shoes, that's their prerogative. So don't pocket watch them. You don't want to be pocket watched, right?
All right.
But listen, it's not about buying shoes, bro. You keep on listen. You always deflecting. You always reducing it to something small. Listen, I know all your tactics.
Words back to you, sir. I'm just giving you your words, but go ahead.
Pay for it.
It's not about just buying shoes. I got Jordans too. But I'm saying if we can come together as a community and we can do something. So like, let's say somebody want to buy a Hellcat Dodge, right?
Yeah.
Black people love Dodges. I think Dodges is cool, right? But if we go through a bank that's black owned and we spend that reparations money on a black owned bank and we can circulate that money in our own community, that's all I'm saying. They say, oh, he's from.
I'm just saying catchphrases. All right, you're just saying a bunch of catchphrases. Those are catchphrases you're saying. Get the money, circulate the black dollar, put it in our communities. Get the black dollar, circulate it, put it in our communities. Okay, those are catchphrases, sir.
Tariq, let's be.
What now?
How do you know?
Go ahead, sir. You're just spewing a bunch of catchphrases.
I'm not, but let's be real. Can you be honest right now? It's people that's watching you that want to just trick their money off all the labor and hard work.
Is it a good?
You hear me?
Yeah, hold on. Well, let me get Solon in here because my brother Solon is raising his hand. Solon, what's up, bro?
All right, so let's start right here. So, Marcel, name me 3 black-owned shoe companies. We'll start from there.
I don't know any.
There we go. Wow,
that's my point. That's my point.
That's your Side Collective, Envision Footwear, Slick Walks. That's 3 black-owned shoe companies. I can name 5 more. So
okay,
you haven't even reached out to these black-owned shoe companies to even give a damn. So why are you on the stage talking to Patricc? We need to start a black-owned. We need to reach out to these black-owned shoe companies. We don't
because
know
he was
any.
endorsing.
You don't even know any.
He was endorsing it. He like, oh well,
you don't even
we
know
just
any
get
guys.
fly. We get fly. We buy Jordan.
Wow.
Like, he was like,
that's where we start. We gotta reach out to these shoe companies.
All right.
Okay, so how about we have that conversation? I don't ever see him have that conversation in here. He just so, let's buy. We buy Jordan.
Oh, and also hold on, because I wasn't endorsing Jordans per se. I was just using Jordans as an example because that's a popular shoe. I'm just talking about any shoe, no matter who. It wasn't about the Jordans or Nikes, but people use Nike as an insult towards us. All y'all gonna do is get some money and buy Jordans. So my argument was, what's wrong with having nice shoes, whatever brand, Jordan, Reebok, whatever, the P. Miller brand, there are black brands out there, S. whatever, whoever, I don't know. There's different brands and deals that people make, but it wasn't about Jordans per se. It's just about nice kicks, period. We culturally, as foundational Black Americans, we like wearing nice kicks. That's a part of our culture. I don't see anything wrong with that whatsoever. Now go ahead. That was my point, but go ahead, sir.
No, listen, that's a fact though. But last time I called.
Go ahead. Yeah, sometimes it does the double mute. So yeah, I don't have it on mute. So it does that. But go ahead, brother. Unmute your microphone. Go ahead, brother Marcel.
All right. So everything you just said, I agree with to a certain degree. But what I was saying last time, remember last time I said our grandchildren should get reparations? I don't know if you remember that or not.
I remember.
The reason I said that though is because remember, like in the 1960s and 50s and stuff, like our great grandparents, everything they did was Black owned first. They didn't like buying stuff outside our community, bro. Like with education, with groceries, everything we did was Black owned first. But when I say that though, people, I guarantee people right now call me a tether, bro.
Okay, but here's the problem. Okay, so where are your Black-owned brands? How come you're very passionate about it? Why haven't you started any type of Black-owned brand for anything?
Because I need reparations first.
How come you just can't use the money you're using to buy that liquor in the streets?
Yo, there's Black-owned liquor store. Like there's Black-owned liquors.
You can use the money that you're spending at the bar.
Tariq, it's not about me. It's not about me. I'm one person.
Yeah, it is about you, sir. Yeah, it is about you. See, that's the problem. You got folks who like to point the finger about it. Y'all need to do something for the community. No,
I say us. I say us.
You. It starts with you. You, the family. Yeah. When people were saying, man, we need movies that show us in a better light, I'm like, well, damn, that means I need to do something too. So I did it. I did the Hidden Color series. That was very successful. You got to get off your ass and do it. If you complain about something, you need to have a solution for the things you're complaining about. I used to complain about the deodorant from white companies. I didn't like it. I said, well, damn it, I'll make a deodorant brand. It is very successful. Rootwork is doing very, very well. So I believe in creating brands and owning certain things that we need in the community. And if I can do it, you can do it. There's nothing stopping you. So we don't want to hear complaining. If you're going to complain, you better come through with a solution. That's what we're saying. Does that make sense?
To a certain degree, but it's just like whenever I say anything that's like slightly negative about our people, they want to tell me I'm a tether. Like,
yeah, because what the tethers do that, because if you say something negative, that means you better have something. No. You better have a solution, because you acting like Obama.
I do got a solution.
No. You better show it, not just running your damn mouth. If you say something negative, you better come through with something constructive. That's the only way we're going to listen to you. We're not going to listen to somebody sit up here and browbeat us, and then you haven't brought anything constructive. I can be constructive to those in the Black community because I'm going to circle the block and help every damn body, or help as many people as I can. So I got the leeway to do that. But when people come around and they haven't done a damn thing for nobody, but they got all of the smoke and the vitriol and the finger wagging, yeah, we got a problem with that. And they're going to continue to have a problem, and it's justifiable. So I say to you, bro, get up out them bars, and if you have an issue with what's going in the Black community, you need to stack your bread up and create some entities that we can look up to and that we can patronize. That makes sense?
100%. I agree with that.
All right, now going back in that bar and trick
All
that
right,
money. All right. I want to hear all that, man. If anybody got some damn smoke, you better have some solutions.
Right.
You understand? All that coming around us wagging your damn finger, we ain't trying to hear that no more. We don't want to hear none of that. If you ain't helping us, you're not going to hinder us. You understand? If you're not propelling us, you're not going to finger point at us. Those days are over.
Yeah.
My goodness. All right, we got a lot of folks in here already. I like it. I like the company. We almost got 1,000 people in here early. I love it. Welcome to the program, everybody. Glad to have you guys in here. Oh, man, it's a lot of stuff we're going to talk about tonight. Juicy Genius, I see you down there, beloved. I see Red Joker. I see Rhea. I see JL in there. I see Stanky Stacey. I see you down there, Stanky Stacey.
Thank you, Stacey.
I see all of you. Much respect to you guys. Now, family, as you guys know, Beyonce, they brought Beyonce out at Kamala's rally, and was it in Houston? I know it was in Texas. They brought Beyonce and Kelly rolling out. They didn't. I don't like that. Y'all just do Michelle so dirty. Y'all could have brought Michelle out.
Yeah.
All right. I know it was a Texas thing.
That's why I unsubscribed to as well. They're talking about Angel Snubna. Yeah, all complaints, no solutions. That's all.
You know. And Michelle, she's like a Christian. Is she like a Christian conservative? She's up there with Zaddies. So Michelle's Zaddy probably wouldn't let her go there. I don't know. I don't want to speak for Michelle. But they had Kelly, Calandria, and Beyonce out there. And I thought, and I love Beyonce. I love Kelly. I love Destiny's Child. But it was like lackluster. It was like, man. It was very It was lackluster. It didn't really move the needle. Me personally, I want to hear from you guys. I don't think it's going to really move the needle like they think it's going to. That's my opinion. I want to get the opinion of the family. Them bringing Beyonce out, to me, it looks more of like a desperation move. The word is, they had Lizzo last week. They had her somewhere, and I think the rumor was they had to give her $2 million to show up. So I don't know what kind of bag they gave Beyonce. They definitely gave her a bag to have Beyonce come out and endorse a candidate like that. So yeah, they're throwing big money out here in the streets. It looks desperate, to be honest. Let's be real. The Democrats having to wheel out all of these big name celebrities in order to endorse Kamala, in order to throw up a smokescreen for her lack of policies. It looks desperate, and at the end of the day, I think people are going to really look and see, okay, yeah, Beyonce is cool, Lizzo is cool, all the entertainers are cool, Megan Thee Stallion is cool, but what are the policies?
Right.
What are these policies this woman has? And at the end of the day, people are going to look and see she really don't have no real thorough policies that's going to be beneficial to us like that.
Oh my
I
God.
checked out.
And her wheeling out Beyonce, that doesn't mean anything, because we're thinking in terms of politics when you're having
like a whole nother
power meetings with
for big people.
Putin
She's like, they coming up.
and all of these other Middle Eastern leaders and some of these hostile world leaders. I mean, what you gonna do? You gonna bend over and start singing Bootylicious? What you gonna do? What all this Beyonce stuff? Yeah. That's cool. But when it comes to you running this country, how's all that Beyonce stuff gonna pan out? You understand?
I need your help, and here's why. I'm on a mission to recover $10 million within the next 12 months to American patriots that have unrightly been robbed of these funds and are not.
How's that going to pan out? You can't call Beyonce to help you with Putin.
Right.
So what you going to do? Start babbling? Because that's my concern. All of that mindless, nonsensical babbling she's always doing. Do we have any K-hivers in here? I would love to have y'all in here. I would love to have some of the K-hive in here. Now, some of y'all are nervous because I seen my sister Nikki the God sent me an article. Let me read it. It was from Axios. I think that was the name of the publication. Let me find that real quick. Let me find that and read that because this is very interesting. Let me find that real quick, and I'm going to read this to you right here. It says, this is from the website Axios. And the article says, behind the curtain, Democrats fear they are blowing it. So they're saying what we've been saying. A growing number of top Democrats tell us privately they feel Vice President Harris will lose, even though polls show a coin toss finish 11 days from now. Why it matters? Democrats admit they tend to be hand-wringing and bedwetting doomsdayers. But what's striking, what happened? This thing, oh damn, a pop-up came up. But what's striking is how our private conversations with Democrats inside and outside her campaign reveal a broad concern that little she does, says, or tries seem to move the needle. Okay, they worded that funny, but what they're saying is everything she does is not really doing anything. What they're saying, and that's true. I mean, she's supposed to be neck and neck with Trump. They done spent over $1 billion on this woman, and she's still neck and neck with Trump in the popular vote. In the swing states, Trump has the swing states locked, most of them. About 5 of the 7 swing states, I think those are the numbers. Trump got like 5 out of the 7 in the early polls with the Electoral College. Trump got it already. I'm going to read the rest of the article. It says, this after Democrats spent $1 billion, nearly twice as much as Republicans over the past 3 months to polish her image and to soil former President Trump. Trump and allied committees raised about half of Harris's total, $92 million, from October 1st to October 16th, the New York Times reported. And this is after Trump's cringy 4-minute on-stage sway to 80s music. Between the lines, we're not saying Harris is losing or will lose. An earlier Behind the Curtains column spelled out why this is a toss-up. Our reporting reflects scores of conversations with people close to Harris, intimately involved in swing state races, including officials inside of her campaign and top Biden administration officials. What we're hearing, in a troubling sign for the campaign, top Democrats are already starting to point fingers at who'd be more responsible for a Harris loss. Biden for dragging his feet or Harris herself? Democrats fear she has made too many different cases against Trump and still hasn't fully revealed herself to voters who crave to know more. This is what we're saying. Nobody knows nothing about this woman or her policies. Every time you ask Kamala a question, she gets to damn babbling and talking nonsense. We don't know nothing about this woman's policies. So the Democrats are admitting this behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, they're admitting this. Oh, we got some K-hivers in here giving the thumbs down. K-hivers, where y'all at? Hold on. Let's get Shay. Let's get Shay the K-hiver.
Oh my God.
Shay, are you a K-hiver? Hop on, Shay. Shay, hop on. Unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Shay. What's going on?
I'm sorry, I was hearing everything you were saying, and I completely agree with everything you were saying. But I did want to say about this whole Beyonce situation, like, we can't neglect the fact that she does actually have a huge fan base.
Yeah.
And not necessarily saying that whatever side she represents, that the entire fan base is gonna swing that way. But there is a huge majority that will probably sway that way, whether it's good or bad, right or wrong. But there is also the other question of the fact that this other person, probably a huge majority of that fan base, will never go towards that direction. So it's kind of a thing of like, maybe we just, like you were saying, sit on the couch. I feel like at this point, honestly, the couch is the best option.
There you go. Thank you, dear. Well, she sounds like she's been drinking on a little something. Juicy, what's up, beloved? Then I'm gonna get my brother Afro in here.
Absolutely. Yes, King. What's up, King Tariq? Shout out to the family in the space. And thank you so much for hosting your spaces timely and on a consistent basis so that we can stay up to date on the current events. This Beyonce concert, you were right. It's not going to move the needle any further. It's not going to garner any more extra additional voters. I actually put something down in the Purple Pill because a lot of the crowd was chanting things that was anti-Kamala. You could hear it, and they couldn't control the crowd.
Really?
A lot of people were there just to get the free concert. Yeah, it's down there in the Purple Pill. And we were talking about this earlier in Rehab Space. Shout out to him, that people are going to come to a free Beyonce concert. Tickets are $1,000. And then another thing is that they talked about how Kelly Rowland's appearance seems to be in the shadow of Beyonce. They emasculated Kelly Rowland. Well, you know Kelly Rowland, she's our sweetheart. We love Beyonce, right? But we love Kelly Rowland, and they didn't have to emasculate her appearance, to give Beyonce that extra shine. So I just wanted to say that.
Oh yeah. I did notice that they had Kelly in like a little chopper suit. Yeah, did y'all notice that? Beyonce came out all, very sexy, and Beyonce is just beautiful. Beyonce's a beautiful sister, our beautiful FBA sister, but they kind of had Kelly in a little chopper suit. They didn't want to show Kelly's little fine body.
Right. That's terrible.
Yeah. So they gave her one of Kamala's little old chopper suits. Kamala's the queen of the chopper suits. You run around with them little old box shoulder suits. And yeah, they kind of had Kelly looking like a power stud a little bit to give Beyonce more shine, to accentuate Beyonce's femininity. They had Kelly dressed like Lori Lightfoot out there a little bit. So I didn't like that. I did not like that. They didn't have to do our good sister Kelly like that. Kelly's our sweetheart. We absolutely love Kelly. They didn't have to have her dressed like Lori Lightfoot.
Right.
Yeah, I felt a certain way about that. Let's get Brother Afro Elite in the building.
Tariq, brother, how you feeling?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm good. To answer the question, is it going to move the needle? No, it's not going to move the needle. It's not going to help. Beyonce endorsed Hillary Clinton in 2016, and Hillary Clinton lost terribly. And Beyonce does have a large audience, but to be honest, she's not known for speaking on any political or controversial issues. So she doesn't have that sense of trust or reliability with her audience. They love her music, they love her performing, and that might be good to rally an audience that already is for Kamala, but is not going to sway anybody because people don't trust, number one, that she's truly invested in Kamala. They feel like this is disingenuous, like she got a deal or she got paid or something like that, number one. Number two, all celebrity endorsements, whether that's Beyonce, Usher, Oprah, whoever, Eminem, the average person doesn't live in a big mansion like that. We understand the price of living, price of food, gas, immigration. These things won't affect Oprah. They won't affect Beyonce. They won't affect Eminem, but it is affecting the people in the community. So when they advocate for certain things, everybody takes that with a grain of salt. That's why it didn't move the needle for Hillary Clinton.
Real talk, man. Thank you so much, Brother Afro, man. I appreciate you. Great assessment, my brother. Stanky Stacey. Let's get Stacey. Can you please watch your mouth, dear? Let's get Stanky Stacey. Just watch your mouth, because we know you go to the gutter sometimes, and I try to give everybody a platform. But Stanky Stacey, please do not use any potty mouth language, ma'am. Go ahead, Stanky Stacey. Thank you, Stacey.
Thank you, Stacey.
Can you unmute your microphone, ma'am?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you. How are you, dear?
Oh, I can barely hear you, but yes, potty mouth. I'll try to be non-potty mouth, but yes, I don't understand why so many Black people are like, "Oh my God, we got to stick with Kamala because she's a Black woman," and I don't understand that at all. And they just keep pandering to Black people, and I can barely hear anybody, so excuse me.
Go ahead.
But all I want to say is this. We have to be smarter than that. We have to stop listening to what they spoon feed us and do some research. I used to be like, Trump, Kim, oh my God, are you fucking serious? I thought he was racist. I thought the worst of him. Okay. And I thought, first of all, the first time I voted, I'm not going to lie, was for Barack Obama. And that's sad. It's just like, it's not sad though. It would have been amazing for me to have the first Black president. Okay. Just like, oh, somebody like us in the White House. However, I'm not going to get on him like that, but it was a stupid reason. So now we're going to vote for Kamala because she's a Black woman, quotation marks.
Don't vote for her. I'm not.
Laquita.
Hey, Tariq.
All right, calm down, Laquita. We got you.
We're not voting for that woman.
I know this, dear, but we'll let people talk. Let people say what they got to say. Laquita, where you from, dear?
California.
Okay. So you're not voting for Kamala?
I'm not voting for that other motherfucker either. I vote for none of them. Just
there you go. What you drinking over there, Miss Laquita?
man, it's fuck the voting shit. Fuck all them hoes.
What you drinking over there, dear?
Water.
Ma'am.
That's right.
Tariq, you messy as hell. Why you put me on the spot?
What are you drinking, Laquita?
I said water, sir.
Ma'am, that is not no old.
Okay, let me listen to Patty LaBelle.
All right, thank you, dear. Go ahead and get to drinking that Mad Dog 2020. All right, you drinking some old school liquor over there tonight. All right, we got a big Beyonce fan in here. We got T.S. Giselle, a huge Beyonce fan. And when I mean huge, I mean big back. But go ahead.
Got a lot of beds, got a lot of Chanel on me. Ow. Everyone's favorite, T.S. Giselle. Tariq, I popped up. I had to debut the Honey Blonde. On theme with my girl, my icon, the incomparable, iconic, legendary Beyonce Giselle Knows, who I named myself after. T.S. Giselle named herself after Beyonce. And I had to debut my beautiful honey blonde truffles for the FBA family, Brother Flex.
It's giving Lion King. But go ahead. How did you feel about Beyonce's appearance at the rally today? How did you feel about the appearance? How do you think?
It's giving Beyonce. So before I speak on that, I am very proud to say that I cast my vote for Kamala Harris on Thursday.
Yes, Max 25.
It was a vote for me and my mother. My mother always encouraged me to vote. It was very sentimental for me. I was very emotional because for the last couple of elections, I voted with my mom. And you guys know my mother passed away this year. And so that was very sentimental for me. And she loved Kamala. She was a huge fan. And I wish she could be here to see our first Black female president of the United States. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah. And unfortunately, nobody's going to see because Kamala is going to lose. But thank you so much. Let me get Connor here. Let's get Connor and let me get your picture down because it's scaring folks. Connor, what's up, Connor? Mr. Connor, hop on, sir.
Thank you, Tariq, for letting me on. I want to say I'm a huge fan. I love your usage of the First Amendment, and you're a big fan of mine. I have to ask you though. I see how they're treating Bruce Springsteen and Eminem, and then I look at the K-Hive and Lizzo, and I have to think do you think there's any relation to the Diddy events going on?
A lot of
like
people that, you know, a lot of they're saying that those people were at the Diddy parties and they're scared, so they're being blackmailed. You know, I think that's more of a conspiracy theory. I think though that a lot of these entertainers are going up here because their talent agencies and their Hollywood booking managers and agents are clicked in with the Democrats, and they understand in order for them to get the tour budget that they need, to get the movie budgets they need, to get the record budgets that they need, they're going to have to play ball and go along to get along. And I think their managements are kind of dangling some of those resources in their faces because, yeah, this is a Hollywood political game. So, yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Let's get some more people in here.
Jeff or John Bailey.
Because we are in here heavy. See Nice to Girl down there. What's up, beloved?
Nice to Girl.
Let's get let me see. Let's get KP in the building. Mr. KP. KP in the building.
Hello.
What's up, KP?
How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. So I first got turned on to you by my uncle, actually, and he told me a lot about what you do and what you stand for. So I started checking you out and actually bought a couple of your books. So I'm excited to read those. But
no doubt. Where's your uncle from, by the way?
Portland.
Portland. There you go. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So what's on your mind, brother?
What do you think about? So I was gonna ask if you were gonna vote or not, but it sounds like you're not.
Yeah, I'm really looking at that couch. That couch is looking vote for the couch. And I was thinking the couch is looking real good. But go ahead, brother.
What do you think about Cornel West?
I was kind of leaning towards Cornel West. I was rocking with him because he had a little immigration, not immigration. He was talking about reparations, but his immigration policy is something I can't gel with. He's talking about opening up that border, and I'm not with that whatsoever. I want that border closed. We're good. We don't need a whole bunch of folks flooding over here. We're good. So I got an issue with that. Misty, let's get Misty in the building.
Hello, thank you so kindly, Tariq. So appreciate all that you're doing. I have a call of action for everyone to put legal standing to your vote. On the link to my little tweet, you can click on it and there are editable, not edible, forms and letters that you can customize and personalize to put your grievances of a of how they're conducting maladministration of our election of the 2024 to the public record in your city and county. This is you becoming your own hero and putting legal standing to your vote. And it shouldn't matter what side you're on. You should want a fair and transparent and legal election. And so you can put any grievances you have with this election. And in the future, you can use this as a path to get your other grievances as well to be dealt with. And we can change the uniparties within our local and state government by doing this. And I also put down there, I don't know if I sent it, but I'm going to go check, on civil grand juries. Civil grand juries can also help you change and get your school board to be accountable and other elected officials who are doing things to your house and property that
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Getting kind of lost there. All right, we'll check out whatever I'm just getting kind of lost yet. Let's get King.
Hey, what's up, Tariq? Peace.
What's up, King? How are you, bro?
I'm good. I do think the Beyonce thing is a quid pro quo. Maybe she's looking to, maybe scave off some things with her and her family. Not sure. But I have a reparations question for you.
Go ahead.
All right. So with our reparations claim, are we strictly focusing on slavery, or are we also putting in Jim Crow, redlining, that whole issue?
It's going to be about slavery. It's going to be slavery, and the ramifications of slavery led to the Jim Crow and the redlining and all of that. We do mention that, but it's not, the reparations won't be for that, because what happens is you got other groups who will try to jump in on that too. On the Jim Crow side or the redlining, you'll have people like, well, I immigrated here in 1950 and they were redlining and I was affected, so I need to get reparations too.
All right.
Yeah, they'll try to play that. Then the Hispanics will try to say, well, we were kind of discriminated too. So yeah, we don't want it to we don't want it to be about just discrimination. We're talking about very specific slavery. So it going back to the 1800s, that's where we're going to go with it and start and just stick there for right now so that it doesn't get muddied. It's very important that we don't muddy the water. Let's get Black Republican in here.
In the building, do you want something?
Hey, what's up, Tariq?
What's up, man? How are you?
Good. The thing that's killing me with these Democrat shields and politicians, man, is like this border is like they're asking for their own extermination. Like there ain't gonna be no more Jasmine Crockett's in 10 years. There ain't gonna be no more Black mayors. There ain't gonna be no more Black entertainers. In about 10 years, if the border keeps going the way it's going, like we're going to be dwindled down to an extinct population. And I just don't get it. It's like they're asking for their own downfall. Even people like Beyonce and them, it's like there will be no more Beyonce in 10 years. There's going to be more Jennifer Lopez's and shit like that,
and Tyler's and all of these people.
Yeah. So I'm gonna land there.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, people, they're playing checkers out here. They're thinking about their little personal gains that they can get right now, and everybody else, damn them. And that's not how you think. And look, I get it. You're in the entertainment industry and you're working for these corporations, and they're, I'm pretty sure they're having these conversations behind the scenes, and they're dangling these people's careers like a carrot in front of them. Like, remember when Usher was on The View a few weeks ago, they started asking him about politics, and he was like, well, I ain't really that political, whoop-de-whoop. So he kind of dodged the question. A few weeks later, he's out here just stomping for Kamala straight up and down. So somebody gave him a little talking to. They gave him a talking to and let him know, hey man, all this success that you're getting, the Vegas residency and all of these successful shows and concerts, and hey man, we can keep it going or we can stop. You better believe them talent agencies had a little talk with him. Yeah, you better believe they did. These people ain't out here stumping for nothing. They ain't getting Eminem and Beyonce and Usher for nothing. And it ain't just the money. It ain't just some bag they're giving them. It's like, hey, we'll crash your whole career if you don't do what we tell you to do. Look, the Democrats, they're running this thing like a mafia, man. You're throwing over $1 billion at a candidate, in a weak candidate. Come on, I want y'all to think about this. There's nothing about Kamala Harris that's worth no damn $1 billion. That woman ain't got $1 billion worth of conversation. They're putting it behind her because they understand she's a mindless, gibberish, babbling bedwench. So they know she's easily controlled. They get her in office, she'll do anything they tell her to do. She ain't gonna push back on nothing they say. She's gonna play her role in her position, and she's gonna toe the line for the corporate entities. That's why they're adamant about getting her in there. See, they got an issue with Trump because Trump kind of, he thinks for himself. We can at least say that for him. Trump does what the hell he wants to do. What's up, Zeph? I see Zeph got the sound effects. Hop on in, Zeph.
Yo, King Flex, man. I'm really excited and happy to be here because I've been following you since Mac lesson days. And this is really my first time actually speaking to you on the live space like this. So I'm really excited to be here. But anyways, to add to the topic,
Yep, that's exactly. That's my shorty fine.
Beyonce, I honestly feel like, and what I'm about to say, I gotta say I have mad love for Beyonce and Jay-Z, right?
Yeah.
But given their actions over the years, I really feel like they're opportunists and they're about that bag first. You know what I'm saying? And furthermore, I also wanted to make another point about Donald Trump.
That was an accident.
A little bit about me. I'm gonna try to be brief too with it. My mother, on my mother's side, I'm foundational Black American. On my father's side, I have Trinidad-Tobagonian roots from the Caribbean, right?
Okay.
So I honor both sides. I'm proud of both sides.
Welcome to CXO Talk, episode 854. I'm Michael.
Got riders on both sides. So long story short, I'm starting to see a trend. The work that I do, I see a lot of migrants coming through these border towns and these border cities. And I just feel like there might be a need to vote for Trump. Normally I vote for the couch, but I'm kind of starting to feel like maybe we might want to consider Trump only because he's the only guy out here that really wants to shut this whole illegal migrant thing down. And like the brother was saying, I think it was Black Republican was just saying, these people are coming inside here and they're taking our Black jobs. I'm just gonna say it straight like that. Trump had a point when he said that. I see it in like the nursing industry, the truck driving industry, and particularly in the nursing industry, you had an influx of a lot of migrant nurses that had fake nursing licenses, and they practiced healthcare on innocent Black Americans, hell, white, you name it. You know what I'm saying? Hispanic Americans. In the trucking industry, you have an influx of people who convert their license, their CDL license from another country, and they can't even speak English. So if you can't speak English, I know you can't read a road sign.
Real talk. But thank you so much, brother.
Hi, I'm Mateo. Do you want to learn about Hidden Heroes? Hidden Heroes from A to Z is a cool book that tells the stories of amazing Black heroes you might not know about. You'll meet inventors, you'll meet explorers, and
He chops up them Twitter spaces, so that's why I ended like that.
What was the point of that?
The point was, did the Beyonce's endorsement help her campaign or not?
Oh man, they barely talked about
Clearly it didn't.
Yeah, it didn't.
No, they did. It didn't help though. So no, this endorsement did not help Kamala's campaign. It is definitely a sinking ship, and I can't wait for it to completely sink to the bottom of the ocean, because this shit's been ridiculous. What are your thoughts, Lady Che?
I said it before. I didn't think it helped at all. Well, nobody's elevating from any of these endorsements, and it might even be detrimental. But I don't want to say that. But like Trump, everything Trump endorsed, motherfuckers have been failing. So, I'm just saying. I'm about to make a point, Jesse. My point is that it doesn't really seem to be helping. We shouldn't be focused on what the Democrats were doing anyway. We really meant what we said, and that's to stay away from them. The conversation has been weird the whole year about her. Doesn't even matter at the end. It will matter come the electoral college. It will matter, and I have my thoughts. Is like, with her being the vice president, does that give credence to the nonsensical shit Trump was spewing about it being a fixed election? Because he debated about the fucking electoral college. Just bringing that up. Other than that, I really don't think it was a good look. In fact, I think that I will never listen to another Beyonce album ever again in life. Because I just feel like, why do it? Why, if you didn't say nothing this whole time, You could have went a whole nother week without it, and it'd have been cool. Why they pull out these moves? It's clearly out of desperation.
It's your boy Diller.
It's what does that have to do with Beyonce? It's clearly out of
She's rumored to have been out them freak offs.
No, what's rumored is
Her and Jay-Z
is a problem. So that's the rumor. Why do you have to bring that up though? What the fuck does that got to do with anything? What's that have to do with anything?
It has to do with us.
See how Jesse tried to instigate some
It
shit?
has to do with Usher. It has to do with a lot of people.
It didn't have nothing
That's
to do
in
with
the
nothing.
industry.
It didn't have
That's
nothing to do
all
with
of a
nothing.
sudden in support of Kamala Harris after they was asked directly about who they were supporting in the campaign and they said nobody.
So
then the dealer goes down and all of a sudden they on the K-Hive.
But the only one who did it with a look in his face of being unhappy was motherfucking Usher.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really see how this has anything. Neither two can conflate. Just I think he just tried to instigate some shit.
No, they can definitely conflate.
No, it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Who said that? What rational person in their right mind would have put those two things together? Dude, they've been collecting endorsements before he even went in.
Not from these celebrities like this.
Okay, like Afro Elite just said, she endorsed motherfucking what's her face, Clinton, and Clinton lost. What the fuck does that got to do with anything? Jesse just tried to start.
I'm talking about the endorsements for Kamala all of a sudden.
I don't know, man. I think that they're grasping at straws. It doesn't even matter. They do this every year. It's pandering. It doesn't even matter.
It doesn't matter. Not every year.
They do it every.
There's not an election every year.
Oh my God, Jesse! They do this every serious election. Okay, they do it every serious election.
When is the serious election? Every 4 years?
Are you trying to fight?
No, I'm trying to get what you're saying.
Trying to pick a fight,
because it's not making no sense to me.
I think he's trying to pick a fight, y'all. You see it?
I'm not giving it to him.
I'm not giving it to him.
She came out of nowhere like, what the fuck?
No, I didn't. You asked me a question.
In the chopper suit. I'm not talking about you.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't know that she didn't get to pick her own fit. That was news to me. Well, is that true or was that just him saying it? Because I didn't know she didn't get to pick her own fit. She was evidently trying to be subliminal right there. Clearly made a statement by saying choose our own bodies. So that was obviously subliminal messaging. Or direct like sneak this, you know what I mean? So I think that's what that was. Did it help? No, not really. If anything, I think they lost fan base for their own personal shit. Kelly, I don't know. I don't have nothing bad to say. I just wish that they would have let her wear a dress. Surely I didn't know she couldn't pick her own fit. If that's a true statement or not. As far as anything else, we got like 1 week left. What could they possibly do other than pander?
They can shut down social media for a whole week.
Oh, well, I think like they're already doing that in the cases of like you, for example.
They already did this in 2022. So
yeah, like but in your case though, you just lost another page.
Yeah, I have to submit a video.
Which is stupid, y'all. Because Jesse's doing fucking selfie videos all the time.
Oh, we got Judah's troll in here. Judah Nazareth's legendary power about him. Mm-hmm. He says Kamala's moose knuckle smells like rotten sharp cheddar cheese. I wouldn't be surprised. But what the hell does that have to do with it?
Thanks for the memory we don't need.
All right. Kelly was treated like the black sheep. Mm-hmm.
I just don't think that they should have, give her some time. And even so, it's really on Beyonce to really stop treating her like that too.
Why would she have her in a damn chopper suit though?
Like I would, if she didn't pick her own fit, then that's them. I think she would have picked. I think from Kelly's perspective, Kelly has a nice figure. She has that pretty skin. It's hot. It's Houston. You would think that she would dress like she would.
Right.
You know, to show herself. Even if she covered most of herself up, she has that pretty skin. She has a nice figure. She's real pretty. You know, I don't see why she wouldn't. What the fuck is this puffy shoulder shit that Beyonce's wearing, right?
Yeah.
And not only that, but that suit was very confusing for anybody. So I really don't think that it was a good look on their aspect, on that part of it. If she didn't get to pick it out, then it's on them, and they really did her a disservice because that's a pretty nice shaped woman.
Right. All right, well, moving along, your girl Kamala is back at her scripted behavior, and she's got exposed again.
I talked to my doctor about Lybalvi. Learn more at lybalvi.com.
An insider advantage of basically, having allies in the moderators, an ally in the ABC News department leader, president, being a friend of hers. Relatively easy interviews being conducted with people who are sympathetic to her campaign or supporters of her campaign, at least. Softball questions. She was doing well, but then when the calls for her to actually do interviews where she's being pushed, exposed her for being, I guess, for all intents and purposes, an empty suit. Somebody who was just put in place because the Democrats really didn't have any better option other than Joe Biden, who, as we all can see, isn't capable of serving another term.
Right.
Since then, although the Democrats could absolutely still win this thing, there's been slippage. Look, it's still early in the early voting process. Last time I saw the numbers, 32 million, people have already voted in this country. There's already been about 65 million requested early ballots. Last time I saw those numbers, the numbers are probably way old now. So there's a lot of interest in this election. But if you look at some of the registered voter data, from what I've read, right, it's not looking very good in Arizona. It's not looking very good for Democrats in Arizona. It's not looking very good for Democrats in Georgia. And so far, things are not looking all that great for them in Pennsylvania. Now, this could change. Every election is different. How voters behave may be different in this election than 2016, 2020. But right now, let's just go with this. I've done this before. If Trump were to carry all of the states that he won in 2020 and didn't have any of those flip to the Democrats,
oh my God, man.
He had 232 electoral votes in 2020 because of the change in electoral college, because of the census. He would have 235 electoral votes as a base start. If you add Arizona, that pushes him to 246, right? Because 11 electoral votes. Georgia has 16. That'll put him to 262. Pennsylvania has 19. That pushes him over top to 281. If that's the way things went. What I've been hearing is that things do look good for the Democrats so far. If you just look at the data, but we don't know how the people are voting, but just the way things are shaping up, it looks possibly good for them in Wisconsin and Michigan. But right now, that may not be enough if you're looking at early voting data the way it's going and you're using predictor outcomes. Now, keep in mind, that doesn't mean that anybody's won. This could be totally wrong, but you're looking at certain data. So that's what they're seeing. So they're ramping up the rhetoric And scripted Kamala is repeating the same thing over and over and over again. There's never again. The thing about it is that bothers me about Kamala is, or Kamala, however you want to pronounce her name. It's not that she repeats the same things in stump speeches. I mean, candidates do that. Obama did that. It's the fact that everything that she does is so scripted. This woman, as I said before, she can't ad-lib or fart. And she's so phony, she's so fake. It's already been exposed for the most part that she lied about working for McDonald's. There was a photograph of her supposed in a McDonald's uniform that's been debunked and proven to be fake. Although the mainstream media won't even acknowledge that. So this is her now, talking about how Trump is a fascist and how he poses a threat to the American democracy. He'll be the modern day incarnation of Adolf Schicklgruber. I don't say his real name on here. As if he's a threat to the Constitution, as if our country, remember, it's not like our government is 90% Republican. Our government is essentially split 50-50. Matter of fact, there's a good chance Hakeem Jeffries may become Speaker of the House. He'll be the first Black Speaker of the House in American history. He's a Democrat. So the government is split 50-50. In order to really have a dictatorship, you sort of pretty much need a blank, you pretty much need to have a rubber stamp as far as government. Adolf Schicklgruber pretty much shut out all other parties. He did, actually. What I'm talking about, not pretty much, he did. He got rid of all the other parties. It was a one-party state. America's not a one-party state. We're essentially a nation split 50-50. So all of this dictator crap is bull. He's not going to take away a woman's right to choose. That's not going to happen. The Supreme Court will take care of that. Pretty much that issue is a state-by-state issue. They're using scare tactics to get gullible idiots to vote a certain way. Now, both parties have gullible idiots, but I'm just galled by the fact that the Democrats try to portray themselves as the party that has the high moral ground. Kiss my ass.
Right.
So look, this is her.
Should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. Never again. Never again. Never again.
Now she's talking about Donald Trump, right? This is her again. Right?
Should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. Never again. Never again. Never again.
This is how scripted this woman is.
Should never again stand behind the seal of the President.
Right. No originality.
You should see my
Pre-prepared scripts. It's not really how she truly feels about things. Like I said, I understand most politicians speak from a script, but they usually show an ability to at least break away from the script and speak. To be able to speak from the heart or to speak ad lib, be extemporaneous. I'm not the greatest at that, but I get on here and speak off my dome every day. Now, sometimes I might, pause. I'm trying to think about what I got to say, but I do have an ability to speak off the cuff. If I had a prepared speech, oh my God, I'll sound like the greatest orator since Dr. King. But I have to get on here and speak off my fucking top of my fucking head every time I do a video. But you want to elect a woman who cannot talk. She can't, even when she's doing Q&As, She got caught recently speaking off a teleprompter. There's nothing wrong with a politician speaking off a teleprompter, but the fact that she can't seem to articulate a thought without it having to be whispered to her in some hidden device or some carefully placed to be concealed from cameras teleprompter, it just smells of a. I mean, it's the epitome of the image of the idiot candidate who's the ultimate puppet, who they're just trying to push through. You know how, like, remember the episode? I don't know if you guys ever watched The Honeymooners, but you remember the episode when these corrupt politicians wanted to run Ralph as a candidate, Ralph Cramden, and he would just have been a puppet. Just say what we tell you to say. Just say what we tell you to say. You'll be well compensated. You'll have power, but you won't have independent power. You'll just have power that we wield ourselves through you, but you won't really be anything other than a puppet. Like I said before, the fact that you have war criminals, in my opinion, like Lynn Cheney and Dick Cheney backing this woman, that smells of the ultimate establishment, status quo, corporate-backed puppet. I mean, it's just shameful at this point, man. I remember 4 years ago around this time, next month, I saw people twerking in the streets for a man who, in a speech back in 1972, referred to people that looked like me as cockroaches. Children, at least, roaches. Referred to schools that if we integrated with children that looked like, his children, if people that look like me integrated with his kids in school, the schools would be racial jungles. That's the man that they were twerking the streets for. I mean, look, like I said before, both parties have a history of racism, but I just can't stand the Democrats. I really have a true burning disdain for them because they pulled over the biggest con in political history when it comes to our people. They know how sensitive we are to racism. So they try to pretend to be our friends, but they're phonies. And that's why I really hate them, because I know what it's like to have a supposed friend. A lot of us know this, to have somebody that professes to be a friend of ours, but in reality, they've been stabbing us in the back the whole time. And that's why I look at the Democratic Party. We know Republicans don't fuck with us. We on cold when it comes to them. But to have these pieces of shit act like they really have our best interests at heart, when they look at us nothing but fucking votes. Matter of fact, they feel like they have a right to our votes. And if we question that in any way, shape, or form, they play all these games. They get all of their shields out to try to humiliate you. If you happen to be a black person in a position of authority, of any type of authority, and you're affiliated with the party like Eric Adams, and if you disagree with them in any way, shape, or form, they do to Eric Adams what they're doing now, or to that person they're doing Eric Adams. I can't stand them. I cannot stand them at all. Can you really think of any black leader right now?
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Who even speaks out about the plight of black people in this country?
Me.
Think about it. Do we really have any Democratic leaders who put their people ahead of the party? The last one I could think of that even did that to an extent was Jesse Jackson. And look what they did to him. And when Jesse Jackson actually became a political heavyweight in 1988, got the second most delegates in the primaries. He was politically, they ganged up on him pretty much. They pretty much ostracized him. And a guy who should have been in the running for the presidential nomination in 1992, at the very least, vice presidential nomination. They knew the realities. They knew the will. Nah, we don't need a black candidate.
Yeah.
We just use tokenism, symbolism. That's enough for them. We'll never give them any real power, anyone that looks like them, that's sympathetic to them, I should say, and has their best interests at heart. We'll never give them any real power from the party. Same thing Republicans. They don't do it either. But anyway, that's all I got to say about it.
Well, never mind. I'll be answered shortly. Yes.
No, ask a question.
About the
What are your
border?
thoughts about what Kamala just did again?
Well, I think that what he showed when he showed that 12 piece echoing fucking thing, that right there, man, y'all would have seen my face. I was just like, he's like, she's scripted. That shit is scripted. Wait, I mean, he proved it right there. Like, there's no taking that back. He did like what, 4 squares, 3, 4? Yeah, he did a grip.
He did 9.
That shit was ridiculous. My mouth dropped. I was, he wasn't lying. And we know that. We know that it's just more impactful when you see a visual. So we know that. I think that what he's saying, I have discussed for Democrats as well. And more so as of late, just here in my own city with what's going on, or what had happened, what's going on with Jesse's campaign right now currently. It's going well, but I'm just saying that they have, maybe it's not so much the Democrats as it is the people that represent the Democrats. These people here are doing very ugly shit. So, God don't like ugly. So, I can't necessarily feel like, even though they'll say like we're not part of their group, I would never want to be a part of that shit.
Right.
And I would never welcome them back into the black fold. You know what I mean?
Right.
They've like killed themselves, like political suicide, but it's almost in a weird blackness way. You know. I would say that he ain't lying. You can hear the distaste. You can hear you can hear the disgust in his voice. And that's pretty much the sentiment. If the off chance that they win, I mean, there's going to be a lot of sadness amongst everybody. But back to business as usual. Nothing's really going to change. If the Dump wins, they're going to fearmonger us more. Probably tell us more shit. It don't really matter. Ultimately, they're going to blame us and fearmonger and be like, finger pointing and shit. And I don't really think that it has anything to do with, we were staying neutral out of this for a long time. None of this had anything. They didn't really give a fuck what black people thought.
Until it's time to get our vote.
Until they realized that the black vote does matter. You know what I mean?
He said this show is fire.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, this week is going to be wild, cuz.
Yeah, this week is going to be heavy here in the city, too. Go ahead, Jesse.
Oh, he said they came in his crib, too. Yeah, I wish they would touch that for them.
Who?
The voting people.
Oh, hell, they're not going to come to my neighborhood.
More to come. Yeah.
You can't even see any signs for presidential stuff anywhere in a 10-block radius of my neighborhood in any direction. So that's some real shit. Except when you go down my alley, you see Cornell West stuff.
Yeah.
I have something right there. But majority, you don't see the little signs in my neighborhood. Across Montview, you might see them in the nicer area. but not where I'm at. It stops right after Stanley Building
Yeah.
for signs.
All right. Is that your final thoughts on this?
Sure, yeah.
All right. So moving along to another East Indian Brahmin, Saagar Enjeti, who's a commentator on one of these damn shows. I want to say MSNBC, but he explains how being weak makes you racist, or rather, Professor Black Truth is going to explain to us how being weak makes you racist. Talking about this East Indian Brahmin dude.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Black people are constantly looking for friends. And tell me, what's another name for friend? Ally. Well, family, you've got no friends, as Dr. John Henrik Clarke taught you, and that's a fact. And as Black people start making our strides towards true empowerment, people are letting the mask slip. They're starting to show where they've always stood. Now, some of them are very easy, like this Anna Kasparian woman, but others, they either put up a good front or they flew under the radar. But when you see people who are using the word woke as a pejorative, these are people who are showing where they actually stand, because everybody knows that woke is supposed to be code for Black now. No matter what its actual definition was, it came out of the Black community, used by the Black community in order to express issues that are of interest to the Black community. And that being the case, when they say woke, everybody, even on the white left, they know exactly how they're using it. It's a euphemism for Black. No matter what the people who claim to dislike wokeness may tell you, the reality is the only things they actually attack as woke are things that have to do with Black people. And that's deliberate. When the occasional white pundit on cable talks about the Democrats need to rein in their own leftist radicals, they're talking about Black.
You're talking about when I think it was Ann Coulter. Yeah, Ann Coulter had told Vivek she wasn't gonna vote for him because he was East Indian or something.
Activists and the demands that they're making. Now, over here in the B1, we're not leftists because we're not wedded to either side of the political spectrum. But when they say left, they mean the people who the Democrats are claiming to speak for. As Black people, we've been asserting ourselves, finally, online and in the streets. We've seen this growing anti-Black hysteria starting to take hold as a result, and it's been coming largely from the white left and its mouthpieces. People who have been wanting to wag their finger at us for the longest time, but not to be called the racists that they are. They've been looking for a code word, a euphemism for Black that they could hide behind. That's where the white right comes in, trying to co-opt things, like, say, critical race theory and woke. It's useful to the white left, who also hate Black people and want to maintain the racial status quo. You have never seen both sides of the political spectrum agree on anything. They never use the same language for any issue, except when it comes to us. Then all of a sudden, they both agree. They both use the same language, both claiming that there's a common threat, and the threat is always Black people. Because the only time they complain about woke is when it's something we're demanding. If you have some white leftists and you want to find out if they're actually a white right-winger in drag, let them see Black people making demands. Now, in many cases, these anti-Black racists are very easy to spot because they wear their anti-Black racism as a badge of honor. Take Saagar Enjeti, for example. This snaggle-toothed scumbag gets triggered every time Black people are mentioned. Though if he himself sees an opening to shoehorn us into the conversation, you can count the seconds before he lapses into some BS-laden rant about how anything having to do with Black people is bad. He's the kind of racist immigrant that we're talking about.
Again, my disagreement with Coates is Coates believes America as much as an apartheid state as Israel. And that's why I can't stand the guy.
He believes that it was under Jim Crow, which is correct.
No, but his essay about the case for reparations makes the case that we effectively still live in an apartheid society, which is insane. And
we still have massive wealth.
That's not the same thing as apartheid. That's what I'm saying. Is that he sees moral equivalence between the two, which I think is outrageous for a country that has done more than any other country.
That is not what he articulates in this book, and it's not what he articulates in this interview. But I think he deserves a lot of credit. I think he deserves a lot of credit.
This is the reason why Black folks are sour on the idea of immigration at all, because this is who's been coming to the U.S. Instead of buying himself some new teeth, he should have bought himself some new arguments. Recently, he gave his uninformed opinion about Ta-Nehisi Coates and the interview on CBS, where a white host on the show called Coates an anti-Semite and said that his latest book belongs in a terrorist backpack. Now, of course, he tried to use euphemisms for that. He said, instead of anti-Semite, he said, sounds like you don't want the state of Israel to exist at all. And instead of using the word terrorist, instead he used the word extremist backpack. Now, of course, we know backpacks are what terrorists like to put their bombs in. The Boston Marathon bombing, the London Underground bombing. But you know another bombing that comes to mind? Bombing of the King David Hotel in Palestine in 1946, which was carried out by Jewish extremists. They planted bombs in that building, killing over 90 people, including 19 Jews. That was something that CBS didn't bring up. I wonder if Ta-Nehisi's book would have been in any of those extremist backpacks. Now, people have been taking Ta-Nehisi Coates' side, and this is yet another example of what I said about the Kamala Harris-Trump debate. These TV hosts and moderators on what's supposed to be an allegedly objective news program take it upon themselves to attack the subject they're talking to, that will backfire. Even people who don't like Ta-Nehisi Coates have been speaking up for him because of how egregious and blatant these TV Zionist attacks on him have been. You know that I'm no fan of Ta-Nehisi Coates, but the truth of the matter happens to be this was not a good move to make. But this Saagar character, he could care less about Israel at all. His problem was with Ta-Nehisi Coates personally. This guy complained and whined that Coates is responsible for most of the racism in the U.S. today. I'm not making that up. That's what he said.
As I literally said, I don't like Ta-Nehisi Coates. I genuinely I think he might be the godfather of a lot of the race problems that we have today. That's not an exaggeration in terms of that essay, The Case for Reparations, single-handedly radicalized every white girl on a college campus who eventually ended up working at the New York Times, behest of the BLM movement, of all this other nonsense that we have today. So
he says Ta-Nehisi Coates, he's responsible for most of the racism in the U.S. today. Now, family, this guy is insane to say something like that. He is certifiable. This is not just a boring, uncharismatic fool desperately trying to do a hot take so he can get some attention for the first time in his worthless life. This is an idiot showing everyone he needs to be in a rubber room with a ketamine drip. I cannot believe that I'm actually going to have to take up for Ta-Nehisi Coates, but stupid people make these things necessary. There's a lot of words that can be used to describe Ta-Nehisi Coates, but the one word nobody sane would ever use is influential. There's no university deans anywhere who care what Ta-Nehisi Coates says. No corporate executives either. No governmental figures, no media figures. Ta-Nehisi Coates is a professional bloviator, nothing more. All the people who care about him, the only people who could possibly be jealous of him, like this Saagar creep, happen to be the pundit class, the people who make their living slamming their guns. Now, if you're some nobody on the internet who's trying to become some right-wing hero, yeah, when you see Ta-Nehisi Coates getting some shine, you're going to feel some kind of way about that because you know that's a position you'll never be in. And this Saagar character, being an anti-Black racist, simply couldn't contain himself from saying what his real gripe was with Ta-Nehisi Coates. He's butthurt about Coates' admittedly empty op-ed piece about reparations. So there you go. You're sitting here talking about Black people getting what they're owed, and you got this immigrant here who's mad about that because as far as he's concerned, America has put a racial pecking order in place that advantages him at least a little bit more than he would back home. As far as he's concerned, you're not supposed to say if there's anything wrong with that. But more than that, this Saagar character said what really made him mad about Coates is that he's radicalized a generation of white college women.
That essay, The Case for Reparations, single-handedly radicalized every white girl on a college campus who eventually ended up working at the New York Times.
Now, I don't know what this idiot's definition of radical is. Apparently, it's some white girls on a campus who say that they disagree with segregation or something. To him, that's radical. But the fact that he would say white college women in specific, he didn't say young people, he didn't say college kids, he said specifically white college women. Not college women of color. And this guy's Asian, by the way, though the way he talks, apparently he'd like to be on another team. He said white college women. Now, amazingly, this guy is actually married to a white woman. I guess that just goes to show there's someone for everyone. But apparently he can't be too happy with his wife because he clearly has white college women on the brain. And he's scared that these young, tender white college women that he thinks about so much are listening to this Black man. This Saagar character clearly feels very insecure with himself. That makes sense. He has a lot to feel insecure about. See, in his mind, white power has assigned him a higher place in the social hierarchy than Black men. This guy is Asian, so in his culture back in India, he's part of a caste system. and he's higher than dark-skinned people on the totem pole. So for him, it's the world turned upside down when he actually has to compete for esteem and standing in women's eyes. And he sees that white power can assign you material goods, but it can't make you more of a man. And that's what makes him mad. You know, someone might want to keep an eye on this Saagar guy, make sure he's not running around with an AR-15 and a grudge. You know who this guy reminds me of? He reminds me of Mr. Ed, but other than a talking horse, he reminds me of Elliot Rodger, the mass murderer. Rodger was half Asian, his mother was Chinese, but he self-identified as white, so he understood that he wanted that white privilege. His father was a filmmaker who bought him a BMW, but it didn't fool anyone into looking at him and seeing anything masculine. Rodger would make video rants where he would complain about his life and how nobody liked him and people didn't value his existence. But one of the main complaints that he made was that whenever he went to parties, the white girls were only interested in the black guys. The white girls weren't checking for him. They were checking for the black guys instead, and he whined that he had a BMW and he had a comfortable life with his parents, and he thought that he had all of this status because of what his daddy did. But the girls totally ignored that and gravitated to the black guys instead, and that made him furious. What he failed to understand is that a piece of high-priced automotive engineering will never be a substitute for the masculinity you don't have. He failed to understand those white girls knew that he didn't buy that BMW, his father did, and the house he lived in, that was his father's house, not his. He can't tout those as his accomplishments because he didn't do any of that. He wanted to be respected and adored by women for things his father gave to him. And then when the females didn't show him any respect, rather than act like a man, he acted like a punk, started fights at parties, and the black guys were the ones who beat him down and threw him out. Gee, you know who else that reminds me of? Kyle Rittenhouse. You see, he also took it upon himself to beat up some white high school girls, and it was some black classmates who beat him to the ground. And of course, the next thing you know, Rittenhouse was running around with an AR-15 looking for BLM protests that he could go to. This is how those with racial privilege react when they run into real men. When racial privilege can't do anything for you. White power can give you a BMW, or in Saagar's case, it can give you admission to universities that you're not qualified for, but it can't make you a man. Saagar has to live with that. The same anti-black racism and self-insecurity and inferiority that drove Elliot Rodger and Kyle Rittenhouse to become mass killers is also the same well that this Saagar character is drawing from. He feels insecure in the presence of black men, and you can tell that he's been carrying this insecurity since his college days, most likely before. Black men make him feel threatened because he knows that white women would prefer any of them over him. And I'll bet that's how it was for him in college. You know, it's no accident that he's talking about college women. That's where his mind is at. That's where his mentality stopped at. That's where his growth stopped at. These racially privileged males, whether they be white or white adjacent, they all have arrested development. They all never made it past the frat house. Ron DeSantis, Bill Maher, they're all like that. So is this Saagar character. So he remembers how the white women in college, the really hot ones that he wished he could get, they paid him no never mind. And instead they gravitated to the black men on campus. Because when they look at those black men, they see all the man he's not. And as he sees it, that's not right. He came from an upper caste family in India, and white power has handed him material advantages in the US, and yet that doesn't translate into women respecting him, especially the white women he would want. See, this is why I made that video about what makes for a weak black man. Actually, it just makes for a weak man in general. When it comes to women, you can't buy respect. You can't buy loyalty. That was the point that some people missed. Show me a woman who's dating or sleeping with a man for money, and I'll bet you anything there's some dude she's cheating on him with, and that guy doesn't have any money at all. In fact, she's most likely giving him money. That she got from her well-to-do trick. Men resort to using money to get women's attention when they're manhood deficient. But there's no substitute for masculinity. So that's what this is really about for Saagar. That's why he went and bought those fake teeth of his. And it also says something about that white woman that he's up there on stage with. This white woman here, she believes the same things. That's the reason why she sits by him, because he can say the grimy stuff about black people that she doesn't feel like she can get away with. We all know that white people in general and white women in specific don't care about Ta-Nehisi Coates. But anti-black racists like this Saagar character are so ultra-hypersensitive about the privileges white power has handed them that they have to be paranoid about protecting it. When Saagar goes to campuses, none of those young white co-eds cares. That's his problem. He goes to those college campuses, everyone ignores him. just like they ignored him when he was on campus. He's still the same goofy, corny nothing that he was back then. His wife is certainly no trophy, and you know that eats him alive. He got himself a white woman, but it wasn't the one he actually wanted. Some black guy on campus got the Becky he wished he could have got. And when Ta-Nehisi Coates comes to town, white women will show up to listen to his lectures, mainly because he's been on television. They're not adoring the guy. They're merely listening because he's got some status thanks to the white media. It's just something to do. But for insecure failures like this Saagar character, that's simply too much. White women shouldn't listen to this black guy at all. They certainly shouldn't show him more attention than they do for this upper caste Indian guy here. He was all red-faced and yelling and making all kinds of insane accusations. He literally lost it live on air, claiming that Coates is the reason for most of the racism in America. And it's all because white college women are listening to him. Now, make up your mind. If there's white people who are listening to Coates and agreeing with him, then doesn't that mean he's bringing people together, right? How can he be causing racism when he's got white people agreeing with him? But that's the entire problem. Saagar sees himself as white, so he identifies with white power, since he himself depends on it for every crumb of his daily bread. When white power is threatened, he's threatened too. Every time the white solidarity has fractured in this country, there's been a major shift in the racial balance of power. The first time was the Civil War. The second time was the Civil Rights Movement. And when you have these white adjacent groups who see themselves as honorary members of the oppressor class like Saagar does, that terrifies them. Where would Saagar be at if white power hadn't handed him everything? What this guy is scared of is that white women agreeing with this faux radical Coates means that the white solidarity that white power requires in order to perpetuate itself is cracking yet again. White power can only sustain itself so long as every white person is aware of their white privilege and doesn't work against it. Ta-Nehisi Coates' message won't bring down white supremacy. It wasn't meant to. That's why they put him on TV. He is himself a product of the white media, which means he is at best controlled opposition. But it shows how insecure white power and his mouthpieces are that they're terrified. White college women find the dorky, awkward Ta-Nehisi Coates to be far more interesting and attractive than the corny, insincere Saagar Enjeti. Saagar was ready to throw things. He's never been this animated and out of control of himself. Clearly, he feels threatened by something, and we can all guess what that is. But he's not the only one. Understand, family, whether it's these phony wannabe pretend white liberals like Anna Kasparian sitting here pretending as if she wasn't against the white right, or Saagar Enjeti, you notice how the similarities far outweigh the differences, and that's what you got to watch out for. You got these anti-black racists, they got their little YouTube shows and their little podcasts, and haven't you noticed how these guys are always running around looking for and getting venture capitalist money? They're always getting money from these donors and such. And this is the reason why, because they're putting out a message that these bigots and racists with money want to see. That's why I told you about years ago when Richard Spencer had that little gathering where you had those neo-Nazis who were giving those Nazi salutes. Yeah. A lot of people focus on Richard Spencer. That's understandable. But what they failed to recognize is that just before Spencer spoke, this old white man had gotten up behind the lectern and said a few words. That old man was William Regnery. William Regnery is a multimillionaire publisher, at least he was. He had published at least one of Donald Trump's books, some of Ann Coulter's Tripe. This is a man who publishes books for the far right, and he was the principal donor to Richard Spencer's so-called Public Policy Institute, that is a think tank, calling itself the National Policy Institute. Men like William Regnery, these are the deep pockets behind these white right-wing racists. And these are the people who you got these little podcasters looking for money from. So don't be fooled. Of course, they're playing a game, and the game is to try to attract an audience. If you put some right-wing mouthpiece up there, you might get some folks, but if you pretend to be quote-unquote balanced, you can get more. That's the game that they're playing. So make sure you don't fall for it. Just consider this yet another in an endless string of reminders. You have no friends. And now, at least in the case of this Saagar Enjeti creep and Anna Kasparian, you know the reason why. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Wesley Monroe, Ginger Vine, Shiva Boone, Black Voltron Reloaded, and Waleed Berry. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Black Voltron's from your neck of the woods, Jay.
This is Democracy Now!
All right, what are your thoughts on this Enjeti, dude?
At first, I never knew who he was till right now. say, Lee, he's just picking on a lane. I mean, like, so what if Coach wrote a book? Apparently it was like, some to read, but it wasn't all that. So, it's whatever. It was like, he touched on a lot of different shit. I skimmed a piece of something I could find online, like maybe a month ago when they brought it up. It was
Y'all
brought
are
up.
too much in this chat. Y'all is cracking me up.
What?
Continue.
So I don't know what just is. Anyway, so like the Daily Show brought him on the thing. A couple of people interviewed him. I looked into it. I just read a little something. Wasn't all that, but it was whatever. As far as anybody being, I don't know why dude's picking at him, but he's really clearly got anti-black sentiments. Also, too, he's basically doing what everybody else does, fetishizing. He's mad about. I don't know why anybody be upset about fucking snowflakes reading. Who gives a fuck? or what the fuck they're talking about? I mean, who gives a fuck what a snowflake thinks? Let alone if they read or if they're, allegedly, putting themselves out there for photo ops during Black Lives Matters movements or whatever. You know what I mean? Clearly, they're going to go with their people if shit really cracks off. So it's not like, they really matter to us. They're just there. They could be there in the front. They could be there wherever. It's whatever. Nobody really gives a fuck unless you're a separatist. Okay? Like
nah,
me.
like whack, no 100.
I don't really give a fuck about that. So I could care less if a snowflake reads, writes, or fucking can speak eloquently. I could care less. That dude is just crashing out left and right. So,
Oh my god.
I don't even know why they asked him anything. I don't even know why his opinion mattered. Really, they should have just moved on and asked somebody else something. Dude's book was, I guess it was I mean, for everybody, some people liked it, some people didn't. I wasn't impressed.
The case for reparations.
He shouldn't speak about anything about reparations. That's the whole thing. He's being a hater. He shouldn't speak about reparations at all. This is one of those sit it down, hold your own fucking nuts, and deal with your own problems type situation. You know what I mean? And just because you're here does not mean you need to get involved in conversations that don't pertain to you. Meaning, stay the fuck out of black people business.
They can't.
It's that simple. Like, it's that simple. Just why the fuck do you have to have an opinion? See, I think you did that on purpose.
Because he thinks she's white and entitled.
That lady shouldn't even be talking about black folk business either.
She's a white woman. She feels entitled.
No, there's no. So somebody got to say, like, it takes one of those people to get on there and be like, look, you're white. Stay the fuck out of black folk business. I might get fired, but it'd be worth it for you to know to stay the fuck out of black people business. They don't really ask your opinion. If you see any black people asking the opinion of snowflakes, whether or not we should get reparations or not, fuck no. No.
They want to feel included.
Fuck them. No, they don't get to be included because we've had an illusion.
Yeah, the illusion.
We've had an illusion. So they don't get to be outright included while we get the illusion. That's bullshit. So no. Somebody just got to be like, look, you're outright snowflake. Sorry, but you can't participate in this conversation. You're Southeast Asian. You definitely can't participate in this conversation. Don't even put your mouth to participate. You're fucking halfway trading ass fucking Latino. You definitely don't have no parts in this conversation or own anything. Calm your motherfucking nerves. Too? That's what they should say. And then that person gets fired and they'll probably get picked up by somebody else. Real shit.
Cuz said his wife left because he wasn't big enough for her.
Who?
So she bounced and took the dog too.
Who?
That's what Cuz said, J Miller.
About who?
Oh, his wife. Oh, boy's wife.
Look, if you're thinking about it, it's just about the dick. It's got to be more than that. Like, women just don't mob off with other motherfuckers just because he's black and allegedly, okay. It's whatever.
She
right?
took the cat too.
Maybe she just wanted to dip. Dude's an asshole. Could you stand being in that same motherfucking city with that dude, that same desk for like an hour?
CIA death faker, Janis Joplin, all in our
Dude,
faces.
we were watching that shit for less than 5 minutes. Dude is an asshole. He would probably get beat up outside of work on his way to the grocery store. He's an asshole. And I don't think it has anything to do with Dick. Dick is a bonus at that point. He's just an asshole. Period. And a racist. On top of that, it just takes one slip moment where he goes off and says something stupid like no reparations or some bullshit, and he gets slapped and drugged down the street. It's just a matter of time.
He said that y'all women want that black hammer, married or not.
Me?
That's what he said.
He wasn't talking to me though. He's talking about them.
Max, he said, Jay said facts.
Right. He's not talking to me. He's talking to them. Any like let me put it to this way. Even if a motherfucker is biracial, the nature wants what the nature wants, right? So if the melanin is calling, the melanin is calling. Period. Has nothing to do with anything. It just has to do with nature and that. That's it. That's all. Now they should stay away from black people. Period. Real shit. Us to stay away from them.
Mm-hmm.
Real shit. Simple as that. Why? Because there's nothing good has come out of it. Nothing's good come out of it. I mean, if anything, it's not like we're going back to black. We're getting lighter. So instead of going the opposite direction. So I don't know. I would just say that I doubt she left old boy for sexual reasons. I think she left him because he's a dick. Seriously. He's a dick. He's just an ass. Less than 5 minutes. I had already summed it up. He's an ass. He's a dick, and he thinks he's funny. He's not. And she can see they can't even have a conversation about anything black. She can't even defend it. So it was a pointless thing. Good for us to know. Pointless for them to be dialoguing though.
Yeah, this dude is the epitome of weak.
Is he weak? Is he a weak man?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he's a weak man for picking up. First of all, for showing his fetish out loud. Okay, that he's secretly jealous of a melanated man. Okay. Clearly.
He said what?
Yeah, he's clearly say what?
Whatever you said earlier.
What did I say?
So much to keep up with. Lady Trey knows why she loves me.
Why I love him?
Yeah.
Why I love Jesse?
Yeah. He said Leonard said he need proof of your stage reality.
What you talking about, cuz?
I don't have no stage reality.
What you talking about?
I don't know.
You ain't talking about shit. I'm just gonna consider that a troll comment. As far as but what I'm talking about, I like what I like, and I've always liked what I like. I've had I guess I have a type.
Pull up a pic
whatever.
of Derek Chauvin.
But as far as anything else, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Why, Leonard? Why do you want to see him?
As far as snowflakes are concerned, I don't know what the fuck. They've been fetishizing over black people for a long time.
He said you blushed.
Who blushed?
You.
How can you see me blush?
It's just assuming shit. I don't know.
I didn't blush over nothing.
Oh, okay. She said she didn't blush. So.
You can't see it anyway. The camera's off. That would be dumb. No, I didn't blush over shit. I'm just saying that they can't speak on black issues they shouldn't be able to speak on. That's what I'm talking about.
I want to know what that chick said there on his house was taking up the building. You know, they smell. Yeah, they do. They don't believe in bathing either.
Well, not that dude. That dude is clearly divested from his old race.
I'm gonna break the matrix for y'all. Okay. Well, we took the red pill a long time ago, so I don't know how you're gonna break the matrix for us. She's had a slight chuckle. Yeah, she did have a slight chuckle.
Who?
He said you giggled a little bit.
About what?
I don't know. He said he heard it.
So what? Nigga, this is a free country, and I can laugh if I fucking want to. If it's something's fucking funny to me, I will fucking laugh. I have a personality. You ain't gonna shame me like they shaming Kamala, cuz I'll laugh if I fucking want to.
No, he didn't say cackle, cuz.
He said laugh. Yeah, blush, giggle, whatever. I got a motherfucking personality. Eat a dick. I'll laugh if I motherfucking want to. Something obviously was funny to me when I did it or didn't do it.
He was talking about when he was talking about the Black Hammer, cuz.
Oh yeah. Well, see, that was funny. That was funny. You said, you see how you be instigating, cuz? You see how you be doing that?
I'm just reading the comments, cuz.
No, you see how you be doing that? Okay, check it out, family. Jesse's reading the comments and instigating that shit back here because I can't see from where I'm sitting what he's reading, and he's mumbling it. You're how low he's. He
said this is
you
not
giggle.
written.
Yeah, you turn around, look at me. He said you giggle. Right? If you turn on the camera right now, you can see how far away I am from him. Right? So he don't want to, right? You don't want to because he learned we're wearing matching t-shirts today, not knowing, right? So that's why he did it. He didn't want to say because he didn't want to see that, right? But if you see how far I am, I'm far away from him. The laptop is this big, little square, and then every time he clicks on a comment, I'm all the way the fuck back here, and I can't see what the comment says. And he's like, he said you giggled. He said he was talking about the Black Hammer Club like that. So he's just baiting me. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to get me to act out, act loud. That's what he's doing. I don't know why he's building himself a little thing like that. But he's got
Oh man, you on that Alex Jones type stuff.
No, I'm not. You
Not
let's not
you.
get into that.
Leonard.
Go ahead. What did
He
Leonard say?
said that I need to compare a picture of Derek Chauvin with the dude from Cash Cab, same crisis actor.
That's a waste of
You
time.
know, what in the hell does it have to do with anything that we're talking about right now?
We don't know. What are you?
He said, boom, you're welcome. Oh, okay.
Tell you, man, the drinks be flowing at midnight past midnight. At least be funny with it.
Like what? This is like definitely coming out of left field. Okay.
That's extra time a motherfucker don't have to look at
I
white
don't
people.
even know where to go.
Just compare notes on
with
these
that.
white folk. They all look alike to me.
But the Enjeti dude is bad news. To hell with him. We all know why he's mad.
Yeah, I don't care. And it should be funny because I said I don't care if snowflake reads.
So moving along, y'all. If you didn't know, BRICS is about to make its appearance very known. BRICS has had a breakthrough. That stands for Brazil, Russia, Italy, China, and South Africa, and several other nations. So they've had a breakthrough, and economists Richard Wolff and Patricc bond on growing alliance between these nations that have joined BRICS and the challenge they pose to the United States. So Amy Goodman is going to give us the update on this.
Now, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show with the summit of BRICS nations that concluded Thursday in the Russian city of Kazan as President Putin made a comeback to the global stage, hosting 36 world leaders and representatives from countries including China, India, South Africa, Iran, and even Palestine. Israel's war on Gaza took center stage with many heads of states demanding an immediate ceasefire. Putin also faced direct calls at the summit from some of Russia's most important allies for Moscow to end the war in Ukraine. Meanwhile, the BRICS coalition, which was founded by Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, officially added 13 new nations to the alliance's partner countries, including Bolivia, Cuba, Nigeria, and Turkey. For more, we're joined by two guests here in New York: Richard Wolff, professor of economics emeritus at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, visiting professor in the graduate program in international affairs at the New School, founder of Democracy at Work, author of several books, including most recently Understanding Capitalism. And in Johannesburg, South Africa, we're joined by the political economist Patricc Bond, distinguished professor and director of the Center for Social Change at the University of Johannesburg. His recent Counterpunch article headlined, Rising Dangers of Imperial and Sub-Imperial Partnering. We're going to begin with you, Patricc. Talk about the significance of this BRICS summit.
I must quickly say thank you for having me, but also in the 10 or 11 days, you may know whether the great teams at Democracy at Work and Democracy Now! Need to be in exile because democracy won't be allowed, and you'll come to Johannesburg and we'll have you a very fine site for your production systems. It's a great address here at the moment. And I think the fact that we had the BRICS summit just 14 months ago, I was chatting and debating with Vijay Prashad along with my colleague Trevor Ngwani. And it means that in the current period where the de-dollarization rhetoric coming up to this BRICS, because Russia hosting it, and being shut out of the SWIFT system, having $600 and some billion seized illegally by the Western banks and not getting loans, even from the BRICS New Development Bank, suffering sanctions. That meant a lot of attention has been on whether Vladimir Putin and his team can generate a de-dollarization strategy. Unfortunately, that didn't transpire. And then since we've just come out of the Israeli genocide story, not using genocide in the Kazan Declaration on Wednesday night, not calling for sanctions, even though the United Nations General Assembly effectively did last month, and not acknowledging that 9 out of the 10 BRICS countries have very profitable relationships, like South Africa, #1 coal exporter to Israel, and China and India having companies that run the high support. They could turn those off and really put pressure on Israel if they really had the guts, but we see them talking left, walking right.
And Richard Wolff, your takeaway from this BRICS summit, how historic was it?
In my judgment, and even though Patricc is right about a number of his criticisms, this is a historic turning point. I cannot overstress it. Here we have, for the first time in a century, a serious economic competitor to the United States and its role in the world. We've never seen this before in the lifetimes you, me, and the people watching this program and listening to it. Here are a group of countries that together have a larger GDP, a greater production than the G7, the United States and its allies. We haven't had that before, and the gap between them is growing. The economic growth of the United States this year by the IMF is scheduled to be 2.8%. In China, 4.8%. In India, 7%. So they are growing faster than we are. They've been doing it for decades. It is a new economic world. And as an economist and an American, I am aghast that our presidential election isn't putting that front and forward. This is a new world. Everybody else in the world is adjusting to this reality. The American empire and our system is in a decline relative to what the BRICS are about. Are there problems among them? For sure. Do they have their faults? Absolutely. This is not good and bad, but it is a radical alteration. And if we continue as a nation to pretend it isn't happening or it isn't important, we will continue to make big strategic mistakes, not the least of which is to bring us into a war kind of situation that people are already sensing might be in the air.
I want to go to Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, for his comments at the BRICS summit.
We are in touch with the leadership of Iran in a very close contact. We see our role in creating conditions to settling the situation by finding mutual compromises. I think it is possible.
Patricc Bond, your response, the Russia-Iranian alliance, and also the latest news that North Korea is sending soldiers to Russia, perhaps to fight in Ukraine.
Well, those conflicts, Russia, Ukraine, are just so tragic, since several 100,000 Ukrainian working class people and maybe 100,000 Russians have been killed in what is a power grab that I think goes outside my line of argument that it's a sub-imperial, it's a rogue sub-imperial, the way Janet Yellen's rogue imperial grab of all those assets could be described. But, you know, if I come back to where Richard was saying that this is an alternative, it's something new, it's a real challenge, I must fight you on that, my old friend, because I think there's not an anti-imperial, but a sub-imperial, not against, but within. Just think of the global value chain. My phone that has the cobalt from child labor in China, in Chinese mines in the Eastern DRC, then coming back into a Western phone. And these are the sorts of relationships we really have to be restructuring, not just a sort of shifting of the deck chairs on the global capitalist Titanic. Certainly as the multilateral system expands. Next month, there will be, a G20. Last year in Delhi, the African Union was added. As it expands to have more legitimacy without changing the IMF and the World Bank and the WTO in any substantive way, the BRICS are playing a greater role, I think, in amplifying the worst aspects. Just as one final example, the 51% of global emissions come from these 10 countries, but they only produce 29% of GDP. What it means is that the BRICS next month go to Azerbaijan for the COP29. I'm sure Democracy Now!, as usual, will go there and do cutting-edge analysis. You'll find that the BRICS and the West are tightly allied against the rest of us.
Last word goes to Richard Wolff.
Yeah, history does not happen in a morality play. You're not going to have the bad disappear and replaced by the good. It's never worked that way. What you have to have is an analysis of what's actually going on. And the unanimity, the dominance of the United States is over. And the whole world is trying to figure out, every company in the world, every country, how do you navigate a new international order? The United States is pretending that as a nation, it doesn't have to worry about this. And I'm afraid Patrick's remarks will lead people to think, well, there's problems on their side too, which there are. But that misses the larger historical phenomena. This is the first serious economic competition this country has faced, and the consequences of that will be overwhelming to us.
Yeah, as you can see, Leonard, they're definitely scared of BRICS.
BRICS.
What's stuff on BRICS?
So is BRICS gonna be like a superpower? Like, they're getting there, huh?
Yeah.
Well, everybody was saying BRICS wasn't gonna be shit. And now look. Now we gotta really do some due diligence. Is this unification? What is really going on? Unbind the scenes,
Well, Putin already said there's a Iranian-Russian alliance.
It's with everybody, though.
But those two countries in particular, that's very telling.
Because Russia just joined on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if Russia gets to join BRICS, does Zelensky get to join NATO?
No.
That's unfair. I have an idea too. Well, never mind. It'd be a rip if somebody would do a rescue Zelensky.
The hell with Zelensky? What the hell were you learning? All that money, this is being wasted over there. That could have been used to house, feed, and clothe our people right here.
What the hell? Jesus.
Okay, so is that all you have to say about the BRICS? So?
Well, yeah, I got more questions, but I just have to do my own research. I actually have other questions, but that will just be further reading for another day. Because I it was a real short little piece. Is this a good thing? Question mark. I'm just amazed that they're building, they're growing like that. Because everybody said they weren't gonna go anywhere, it wasn't gonna grow and this and that. And
it's a good thing for the world. It's a bad thing for us.
With America?
Mm-hmm. Because we've been the world currency or leading currency since World War II.
So you saying the United States don't want to join BRICS?
No, they're not going to join BRICS.
Yeah, that's be stupid. All right, cool. More research to be done on my end before I can really give an opinion.
They're not going to join BRICS because they want to keep the petrodollar.
Yeah, I want to do some more reading before I give an opinion because I'm not too hip to it thoroughly, so I want to know more. That's just me saying that.
I want to keep the standard, the petrodollar. And that's why they don't want to join BRICS, and that's why they're so
Will it be
threatened by
affected by the
BRICS.
election?
Possibly. Kamala has said some things about BRICS.
I would really like to know, but that would take too long for that explanation. Okay. I have to do some more research, family, because I really have an opinion. Except I have more questions than opinion. If that makes any sense. I'm not really too knowledgeable on the subject. I want to further get knowledgeable though.
Basically, a whole nother currency is about to take effect that's going to rival or triumph the dollar. And the U.S. is scared to death about it. And the countries that have linked up with BRICS all have nuclear weapons.
So it'd be like if they wanted to turn, they could turn everybody could turn against.
That could cause World War III. Like, that's the ramifications of it.
Okay. Understandable. I'll just read.
Or could be one of the causes for World War III. Some people are already saying we're in World War III, but
Well, it's arguable that we're heading in an ugly direction. I think that's just the way it was. That's just the way the cards are landing, regardless of who's the president.
yes. But who would you feel more safe and secure with having the nuclear codes and having control, access to the military?
Cornell West.
Okay, that's a fair answer. But out of the two major,
Neither.
but if you had to choose between the two major parties, it would be a dump, no brainer. Kamala ain't got no military experience. She ain't got no kind of experience whatsoever with any of that stuff.
I don't know if I would leave him because he could have potentially sold all of those secrets to
He
alleged
could
secrets.
have.
You know, I mean, that shit was kind of valuable sitting next to the toilet. You know, so I mean, I don't really necessarily know. Plus, you know, he's on the broke side of things. He could have done a whole bunch of shit. I don't really necessarily know. Neither, but I guess that's your choice.
I would choose the dump over Kamala. Kamala don't know what the hell
I
she's
trust
doing.
a janitor before I trust any of them.
But if you had to choose between the two, like I stated initially, who would you pick? Oh, you about to go live? Oh, he's talking about the BRICS. Yes, it's getting ready to go. They drone strike Netanyahu's vacation home the other day. Mm-hmm. Good.
Wasn't it on his birthday? Like old boy wanted? City council.
Oh, yeah. Was it on his birthday? Do you know? If you do, please let us know.
He's like, fuck Netanyahu on his birthday.
All right, well, on our way out, y'all, we couldn't leave out the dump. That's some human shit. Trump. He had a rally yesterday now in NYC at Madison Square Garden. And we're going to play some footage from that. And then we're going to close out the show. And thank y'all for tapping in. So this first one's from Eyewitness News, ABC 7 New York. Trump and Harris supporters cross paths outside of Madison Square Garden. This should be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
For you.
Listing your vacation rentals on Booking.com. Door to more guests, like this bunch.
The former president hosts his hometown rally. Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson has the story there. Kimberly?
And Joe, there is a lot going on outside here at MSG. Those who didn't make it inside the rally where Dan is, many of them have gathered here at 33rd and 8th. There is a large crowd. Even though they didn't make it in, they went nowhere. Also here, a very vocal group of about 500 Trump critics. So far, everything has been peaceful. There are screens set up in the area that will feature the former president's speech. Folks will no doubt be paying very close attention.
Here at Madison Square Garden, thousands of Donald Trump supporters gathered outside the venue, the same place two popes held mass. For this crowd, this too is a spiritual experience.
To see history, to see America be made great again.
It was first come, first served for the rally inside MSG. The surrounding area in recent presidential elections is a Democratic stronghold, which is one reason why this family from Marlboro, New Jersey, all Trump supporters, is so interesting.
I'm really excited to just participate in my country.
Charles is voting for the first time. His mom, she also has 3 daughters, brought them all here to be involved with the political process. If Kamala Harris makes it to the White House,
I would like for them to see female leadership. If you can see it, you can be it.
We got to believe that she's going to do a good job and trust her because she's being put in a big leadership position.
His sister Avery isn't sold on the idea.
It will be kind of cool to have a role model, but honestly, I think Trump will do a really good job with the administration and with foreign affairs.
Just one issue on many people's minds, along with the economy.
He's outspoken, he's unscripted, and he resonates with me.
And with everyone else in lines that snaked and stretched as far as the eye could see.
I really see that Trump is going to take us to the next level.
Is the reason why some showed up here Saturday, waited in line, and simply abandoned their things when it was their turn to enter the garden. Trump should be in prison! A small group of Harris supporters kept their distance across the street. Jocelyn knew about the rally, but didn't take it seriously.
I'm voting for Harris all the way because not only do we need a change, but we need the change for the people, and she's a people person.
Speaking of people, the main post office here on 8th Avenue, it's open until 7 o'clock, but because of all this, the protesters and those who are gathering outside MSG, the doors on the 33rd Street side are temporarily locked. The bike lane, those folks coming off of the trains and those in the crosswalk. In terms of traffic, you want to stay away from this area. 7th and 8th Avenues, 34th South, it is a mess. For now, we're live outside Madison Square Garden. Kimberly Richardson, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
All right, Kimberly.
Like the dump had a huge ass rally in New York,
And which is crazy because there's allegedly.
All right, so this.
But I'm thrilled to be back in the city I love and thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. You're with me. We're all together. We've always been together. And I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? This election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years of gross incompetence and failure, or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. This will be America's new golden age. It's going to happen quickly, too, very quickly. Every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is in your hands.
Yep, Nick murdered.
Next Tuesday, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala Harris that you've done a terrible job, that crooked Joe Biden has done a terrible job. You've destroyed our country. We're not going to take it anymore. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired.
I like The Apprentice, guys.
Tonight, Madison Square Garden is packed.
I will see you at the polls. Let's make history together. God bless New York.
20,000 Donald Trump supporters filling the iconic arena for Mr. Trump, who was a fixture in New York City for much of his life, a sort of homecoming.
President Trump has been talking about this rally for years.
Trump has said before that this very blue state could go red.
We are going to win New York.
Though no Republican has won the Empire State since 1984. Outside the arena, long lines to get in.
What do you think about Donald Trump coming to Manhattan?
Oh, it's epic.
MSG is the capital of the world. Right now. The world is watching us.
Early voting underway around the country and polling in the 7 key battleground states all tight as Trump tries to expand his base with more direct appeals to Gen Z voters and Black and Latino men. Last night in Michigan, rallying for Muslim voters in that key battleground.
We're winning overwhelming support from the Muslim and Arab voters right here in Michigan.
Trump headlining his event with a cast of opening acts, running mate J.D. Vance, Speaker Mike Johnson, Rudy Giuliani, RFK Jr. Not among those helping Trump's third presidential bid, many of his former cabinet members, including his former chief of staff, John Kelly, who just this week called Trump an authoritarian.
Vaughn is joining us now from inside the arena where former President Trump is about to take the stage. So, Vaughn, give us a sense of what the messaging has been at the rally so far.
Hallie, so far at this podium where President Trump is set to speak here momentarily, we have heard Vice President Harris be called the devil and demented. This closing campaign message decidedly divisive. Hallie?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Hey, single people, is this you? Nope. 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 Then why are you still swiping?
If you're near Madison Square Garden, you can expect increased police presence today. Former President Donald Trump is holding a rally there later this afternoon. Eyewitness News reporter Lindsay Tuckman is live outside Madison Square Garden. Lindsay.
Tony, with Election Day just over a week away, former president coming here for this expected to be huge rally at Madison Square Garden, you really can expect security to be extra tight. And we are already seeing plenty of police officers and more here outside of the very high profile location in New York where this rally is being held later today. Now, the former president is choosing to have a rally here at Madison Square Garden, despite the fact that New York City is a Democratic stronghold. That being said, though, we have seen plenty of Trump supporters already here this morning, including many who have been here overnight to make sure that they get a spot inside. Now, Madison Square Garden does have its own security, but Secret Service, as well as the Department of Homeland Security and the NYPD will be out in full force to protect both the former president from any security threats to him, but also to the attendants that will be here and New Yorkers who are just in the surrounding area. Now, the event itself did require people to pre-book tickets. Around 19,000 were made available, which is roughly the capacity of Madison Square Garden. But once you get that ticket, you still have to line up because seating is first come, first serve once you are inside. And because of the nature of the political environment we're in right now, as well as controversy around Trump coming to Madison Square Garden at all, police are also expecting counter protests today. But local officials say they are more than prepared.
As always, the NYPD will protect everyone's right to peacefully protest, but we will never tolerate any violence, property damage, or any criminal activity whatsoever.
Now, that all being said, officials are really recommending that people do not come to this area unless they have to. Penn Station, Moynihan Train Hall, and the subways will still be running, so people may have to come in and around this part of Midtown if they're traveling somewhere. But if you don't have to be here, officials say try to avoid it. There will be many street closures, including for pedestrians as well as vehicles around Madison Square Garden. So again, just keep that in mind. It will also be a very high security event. Now, the doors actually open inside Madison Square Garden at 10 a.m. The pre-program for the rally begins begins at 2 p.m. And then former President Donald Trump takes the stage at 5. Live in Midtown, Lindsay Tuckman, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Lindsay, thank you. Time now is to check in on what's coming up on ABC's This Week.
And joining us right now is Jonathan Karl. And Jonathan, you had a chance to talk to former President Trump briefly. What do you have to say?
Yeah, I talked to him fairly often, talked to him last night about this rally. I told him I would be there. He sees this as a big moment in his campaign. And I think the fact it's in the middle of Democratic New York, he sees as highly symbolic. Of course, also the city where he made his own fortune. So I expect you're going to see quite a rally, quite a presentation by Trump tonight.
It is interesting because, most during this time, people are, focusing on battleground states, and New York didn't seem to be in play, but only 9 days left until Election Day. So you've covered a lot of these presidential campaigns. What do you see here over this final stretch?
Well, and don't forget, Kamala Harris was just in Texas, which is also not really a battleground state, with a huge rally of her own with Beyonce. Look, this race is as close as it could possibly be. I mean, we have a new poll we'll be talking about this morning that shows Kamala Harris has a slight lead, 4 points nationally, but every single one of the battleground states is statistically tied. In fact, Trump may have a slight edge. If you look at the electoral map, he could arguably be the front runner at this moment. So, Kamala Harris is making the case right now that a Trump victory is a threat to American democracy. And she has a lot of evidence to bring forward, including the words of people that worked very closely to Donald Trump in the White House. Most recently, of course, Trump's former chief of staff, John Kelly, who says that Trump meets the textbook definition of a fascist and would try to rule as a dictator if he got back to the White House. That's quite an extraordinary thing to come from somebody who actually worked for Donald Trump.
Yeah, you've got Lindsey Graham coming on the show this morning. What kind of insight did he give you about how the former president is doing and what he's saying on the campaign trail?
We're going to have Lindsey Graham live right here in the studio. I've got a lot to talk to him about, including those harsh criticisms coming from people close to Donald Trump, people that Lindsey Graham has said quite positive things about. He's an admirer of John Kelly, at least he was, of Jim Mattis, the Trump's former defense secretary, who has said equally strong critical things about Donald Trump. So I'm gonna hold it to him and see what he has to say about this. We also, by the way, will be talking to Mark Cuban, who is out there. He's campaigning for Kamala Harris. He's an independent, he says. Fascinating conversation with Mark Cuban about what he really thinks of Kamala Harris.
Yeah, it's interesting. Both candidates have a billionaire of their own.
Yes.
Surrogates. It is interesting. Thank you so much. We are looking forward to that and so much more. All those big headlines you can watch today on This Week, coming up at 10 a.m. right here on Channel 7.
All right, and we also invite you to watch our Eyewitness News election guide today. We're breaking down all of the big local races and looking at where the presidential candidates stand on the important issues, which is what Jonathan Karl will also be covering. Our election guide begins, though, at 12:30 in the afternoon. It follows special election editions of Up Close, Tiempo, and Here and Now.
I think there's one more for you.
Guess what? Pair Eyewear is available exclusively at America's Best. Pair Eyewear allows you to customize your look according to your vibe. Pick a base frame, a top frame, and click. Get 2 top frames, a base frame, and an eye exam starting at $129.95. Only at America's Best.
Thousands of Trump supporters have been camped out since last night outside of MSG. And as you can imagine, the NYPD ramped up security with many streets in the area shut down. The crowds of people huddled into pens until the doors opened today at noon. There are counter-protesters also in the mix. We have live team coverage of both campaigns tonight. We're going to start with News 4's Brittany Miller, who got a firsthand experience of all of those people waiting outside of the Garden. Brittany.
And boy, did they wait. Doors opened around 6 hours ago, but take a look around. Dozens of people, or should I say hundreds, are still standing here lining up outside of Madison Square Garden. They're watching the speeches unfold here on the Jumbotrons right outside of the arena. I do have to mention that counter-protesters are here as well. They're actually set up on the steps of the post office. And although everybody here was pretty passionate today, they were also very peaceful.
USA! USA! Trump 2024!
4 pens of people packed packed on city blocks in Midtown.
It's been nothing but Trump love.
More than 10,000 lined up for former President Donald Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden Sunday.
There was no way in hell I was going to miss it. I had to be there, and also my Trump dolls had to be here as well.
The buses that are coming from Staten Island are jam-packed, so this place is going to be wild.
Some camping out since midnight. Catherine Katari was here at 3 a.m.
We're here for Trump because we're doing the right thing. We are the people.
Many sported Trump shirts, others carried flags, and yes, a few flaunted French fry hats. Gina Tufaro showed up with this sign trying to find what she calls a MAGA man. She also hopes Trump gets another 4 years.
My dad fought in the Navy, and he fought for this country, so I want somebody that's going to do the same.
Trump is dangerously unfit to be the commander-in-chief.
Just blocks away, a group of military veterans uniting against Trump.
When I think about what he's done with national security, I think about the fact that he stores nuclear secrets in his bathroom. I think about the fact that he likes to pal around with dictators around the world.
He's a common sense man, and he loves people.
This is not a man of the people. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and has just continued on his path of narcissism and self-centeredness.
Both sides hoping for a peaceful protest, NYPD and other law enforcement making sure all is secure.
And we expect to be able to keep the former president safe and this event safe.
So let's talk about that security a little bit more. Police say they've been doing walkthroughs since September, working with everyone from aviation to transit. Bottom line, they're treating this event just like any other major event here in New York City. By the way, if you're hoping to get through this area anytime soon, police say it should open back up around 8 p.m. We're live in Midtown. Brittany Miller, News 4 New York.
Okay, Brittany, thank you. We're going to take a look inside MSG in just a moment. But first, we want to focus on Vice President Kamala Harris, who's also been busy in this final stretch to Election Day. She spent much of the day in the critical battleground state of Pennsylvania. News 4's Andrew Siff joining us live from the newsroom with more on the campaign stops that Harris made. Andrew.
Well, Rana, as you indicated, Kamala Harris about 90 miles southwest of Madison Square Garden at this hour, countering her Republican opponent's rally with her own event in Philadelphia in a state that is considered up for grabs. The Democratic nominee also starting her campaign day in church.
Good morning. God is good.
Vice President Kamala Harris at a West Philadelphia church, reminding voters in the battleground state of Pennsylvania the election is in just a little more than a week.
In just 9 days. We have the power to decide the fate of our nation for generations to come.
Harris has turned to celebrity star power for some of her recent events, from Michelle Obama on Saturday in Michigan to Beyonce on Friday night in Houston. The singer appearing, she said, not as a superstar, but as a parent.
A mother who cares deeply about the world my children and all of our children live in.
But Harris also today in Pennsylvania visiting a Puerto Rican restaurant in Philadelphia and a barber shop. The campaign hoping to shore up support with African American and Latino voters amid concern that Donald Trump has made gains with voters who traditionally lean Democratic. Harris telling reporters today that Trump has also alienated minority voters by making disparaging comments about their cities.
Clearly, it is intended to keep fanning the flames of hate and division, referring to beautiful American, historic American cities like Detroit and Philadelphia in such disparaging words. And as we said, even just this morning, I think people are ready to turn the page.
The Harris-Walz campaign is planning to visit all 7 battleground states in the next 4 days, with the vice president also set to deliver what her team calls a closing argument speech in Washington, D.C. on Tuesday. We're live in the newsroom. Andrew Siff, News 4 New York. Rana.
Okay, Andrew, thank you. And with Election Day less than 10 days away, we spoke with the political team at NBC News to find out what they're watching out for on election night. We have a special report put together called Decision 2024 Race for the White House. You can find it and watch the report wherever you stream NBC New York.
First Step by College Invest gives every eligible Colorado child a free $115 gift.
I'll tell you something. I don't follow the polls.
Bastard here, bad salami. This is Kamala's. Brahmin brother.
He's just saying that. They're like, this brother is just totally divested from everything. Like everything.
So, of course, she has to speak on behalf of the government.
She'll kick with them.
I don't follow the pundits, but I follow the energy. And this does not feel like second place energy in here tonight. I had a friend of mine, smart guy, he's a billionaire, texted me this morning. And he said, why the hell are you guys wasting your time in New York City instead of going to a swing state? You want to know what I told him? I said, welcome to 2024. New York is a swing state. I got a message for Kamala Harris tonight. We're feeling the joy in New York City tonight, aren't we? And the only celebration bigger than this one right now is going to be on the evening of November 5th when we send Donald J. Trump back to the White House as your 47th president and commander-in-chief. And I'm looking around here. There's only one man who is going to be more happy than everybody else in this room when that happens, and that is going to be a man by the name of Joe Biden, actually. He is so pissed off about what they did to him. And, you know, he's thinking it, but I'm going to say it. Identity politics never works in America. When you select somebody on the basis of their race and their gender, it always ends up being a disaster. And I'm actually talking about Tim Walz this time, by the way. It goes both ways. So listen up, guys. Last year, I became the youngest person ever to run for U.S. president as a Republican. And thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll tell you something about my generation. We are lost. We are hungry to be part of something bigger than ourselves. Yet we can't even answer what it means to be an American today. We're in the middle of a national identity crisis. Faith in God, patriotism, hard work, family. These things have disappeared only to be replaced by wokeism and transgenderism, climate, COVIDism, depression, anxiety, fentanyl, suicide. These are symptoms of a deeper void of purpose and meaning in our country. And right now, we need to step up and fill that void with our own vision. Answer, what does it mean to be an American in the year 2024? It means we believe in the ideals of 1776. It means we believe in merit, that the best person gets the job regardless of their skin color, that you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. That's why we're done with the woke DEI agenda, bringing in meritocracy to America.
Yeah, I think you're right, man.
It means we believe in the rule of law, and I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law, and that is why if we've had the largest influx of illegals into this country in American history, we will have the largest mass deportation in American history. That is not racist or xenophobic. That is what it means to stand for the rule of law in the United States of America. It means we believe in self-governance, that the people we elect to run the government, for God's sake, ought to be the ones who actually run the government, not unelected bureaucrats in the deep state that are running the show today. So you want another mass deportation? Let's get 3 million federal bureaucrats out of the DC bureaucracy. That's the mass deportation that saves the country. What does it mean to be American? It means we have elections we can trust and believe in, and that means single-day voting on Election Day as a national holiday with paper ballots and government-issued ID to match the voter file. That's how we save the country after we win it this time by voting early. These are not black ideas or white ideas. They are American ideals that set this country into motion. We're in a war to revive them, and right now we need the commander-in-chief who will lead us to victory. That is your next president, Donald J. Trump. If you want to seal the border, vote Trump. If you want to restore law and order in this country, vote Trump. If you want to grow the economy in this country, vote Trump. If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to stay out of World War III in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. I'm going to give you one more reason to vote Trump, and it's this. It's the one the media in the back, they won't talk about this. But they know it to be true. Donald Trump is actually the president who will unite this country, actually. And we don't talk about that enough. America First includes all Americans, regardless of their race, their gender, or their sexual orientation. Our message to Black Americans tonight is this. We want you, what we want for every American. Safe neighborhoods, good jobs, clean streets. A country where you are judged based on the content of your character, not the color of your skin or your political beliefs. That's the America we know.
What the hell? How dare you quote MLK? MLK told us to come to Washington to get our goddamn check. What the hell?
He said Black Americans. He said
Yeah.
it directly, like, want you to know
Oh, hell
this
no.
is what we want for you.
Big,
But
big. Stop it.
stop the madness. Ooh.
Our message to gay Americans tonight is this. You're free to marry who you want, if you want, without the government standing in your way. But that doesn't mean that boys get to compete with girls in girls' sports, or you do genital mutilation and chemical castration on our children. Our message to every legal immigrant in this country is this. You're like my parents. But our message to every illegal immigrant, if you came legally, you get the same American dream that everybody else does. Work hard, get ahead, make contributions to this country, love the nation, and that's our message to legal immigrants. But our message to every illegal immigrant is also this. We will return you to your country of origin. Not because you're all bad people, but because you broke the law. And the United States of America is founded on the rule of law. Our message to my generation, the millennials, is this. You were sold a false bill of goods. You were told you become a gender studies major in California. Somehow that gets you a head start on the American dream when it hasn't worked out that way. Dead on your shoulders. The Iraq and Afghanistan.
When is he going back to India?
He can't. He's legal.
Our message to every legal immigrant in this country is this. You're like my parents. But our message to every illegal immigrant, if you came legally, you get the same American dream that everybody else does. Work hard, get ahead, make contributions to this country, love the nation, and that's our message to legal immigrants. But our message to every illegal immigrant is also this. We will return you to your country of origin. Not because you're all bad people, but because you broke the law. And the United States of America is founded on the rule of law. Our message to my generation, the millennials, is this. You were sold a false bill of goods. You were told you become a gender studies major in California. Somehow that gets you a head start on the American dream when it hasn't worked out that way. Dead on your shoulders. The Iraq and Afghanistan wars. Yes, it's true you were lied to. But we can't just be cynical about our country because this is still the last best hope that we have in the free world. And our message to Gen Z is this. You're going to be the generation that saves the country. You want to be a rebel? 18 years old, stand up on your college campus and call yourself a conservative. Be proud of it. Say you want to get married, have kids, raise a family, and have a good job. That's how we win in America. We don't have to be this nation in decline. We are still on our way up. We're still that country where we will look our children in the eye and mean it when we tell them, you get ahead in the United States with your own hard work, your own commitment, your own dedication, and that you know what? You are free to speak your mind at every step of the way. That is the American dream. That is what we are running to. And that is what we get when we send Donald Trump back to the White House this November. Thank you. God bless you and the great state of New York, and may God bless our United States of America. Thank you, God bless. Thank you, guys.
I'm going to take just 1 minute to explain why your contribution right now is so important. This may not be the news.
For the greatest! And of course, we couldn't leave out the musty man, Elon Musk. He gave a speech at the Trump rally too.
Capitalist in the history of the United States of America, Elon Musk.
All right. As you can see, I'm not just MAGA. I'm dark, gothic MAGA. Well, it's the energy in this room is incredible. What a great group of people.
All right, I've only got one question for you, and then I'm getting out of here because
All
this
right.
is your stage. But we set up Doge.
Yes.
How much do you think we can rip out of this wasted $6.5 trillion Harris-Biden budget?
Well, I think we can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah!
Yes.
$2 trillion.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're being taxed. You're being taxed. All government spending is taxation. So whether it's direct taxation or all government spending, it either becomes inflation or it's direct taxation. Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that. We're going to get the government off your back and out of your pocketbook. And America's just not just going to be great. America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing. Now, you guys are awesome. Honestly. It's like, yeah. I mean, this is the kind of positive energy that America is all about. Yeah. USA, 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 USA. Ah! Yes. Now, I have something I want to ask you to do, though, because obviously we're somewhat preaching to the converted in this stadium, but there's a lot of people out there who need to vote for President Trump. Okay, so this is a real battle. This is a real election battle. So you need to get friends and family to vote. Make sure they vote early. This is important. We're going to be putting up a scorecard, okay? An early vote scorecard, state by state, county by county. What is the scorecard? Vote early. Vote now. Yeah. Make the margin of victory so big that you.
Huh? What do you mean? What vote?
The mail-in vote. The early vote.
Yeah, they count those within like the first week that you turned it in. That's why they got that ballot trace where you can trace your ballot.
You know what can happen? Massive, overwhelming sweep of every swing state, and even some of the states that people don't think are swing states. Massive, crushing victory. Get everyone, friends, family, people on the street. Put the signs up, put the hat on. Let's go. And with that, it is my honor to introduce the First Lady, Melania Trump.
The high cost of housing is pushing hardworking families out of Denver. Measure 2R will provide more affordable.
Hell to the commercial. Hell to the no. Hell no. I'm not gonna play the full speech because it's ridiculous. But yeah, that was the dump. So you see a lot of support. So there's a good chance of winning next week. So we'll keep y'all updated on what the hell's happening with the dump and Kamala make them holler and their shields. So appreciate y'all tapping in to season 4, episode 31, part 2 of the Frontline Black News. Join us later on after City Council, of course, for season 4, episode 31, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and of course, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter, now X.com. And join us this Tuesday for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Our little Duke Stain, I see you. Seeing you in another chat. Yeah, we're gonna really be busy this week, so yes, I heard what you said. Yes, Lady Chair, I heard what you said. Lady Chair want me to let y'all know we're gonna be real busy this week, so just let you know ahead of time. So, like I said, like, subscribe, and we will see y'all hopefully tomorrow after City Council. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations, and Black empowerment. Shane Crewman, Justice Paris House District 8 candidate on the ballot for office. Get your ballots in. And we're almost a week away from this election. Yeah. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations, and Black empowerment. Shane Crewman, Justice Paris House District 8 candidate on the ballot. Signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant for the city. Peace.